Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Get your coffee, get your toast, get your bagel, your eggs, your bacon, whatever it is. Get it and let's get it. It's morning. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be well? Could you be well? Let's go. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We're here once again, and I once again have my coffee. Good morning. Perfect time to get this out. Yeah, big excuse me. I'm working. Doing my best to make it sound like this morning. Good morning to everybody. Jay's pick. Jay's pick. Bear with me. Bear with me. Working on the sound to get it right today.
What's going on, Jay?
Good, bro. I was like, am I in the wrong spot? What's up?
No, man, you know how we doing it, man. You know what I'm saying? Vibing out to some good music this morning with the man Heat Detector. You know what I'm saying? Kicking it off, just trying to get the mood set right, man. And as we go into another day of this grief conference, man, and hopefully we get the other guys to come in. We got a few minutes before before our next guest comes on. And I wanted to take a minute, man, and just to talk about the book, you know what I'm saying? The Men Grieve 2. We had other authors and stuff like that. And I know it's early in the morning and most of these guys are working and things like that. But we here. You know what I'm saying? We here, man. And for you guys that don't know, Jay Lewis and I, we co-authored in this book with 6 other people, man. We shared our journeys just to shed a light on how men grieve and the things that we go through, man. Because man, just as well as I do, man, the men in the world are underserved when it comes down to these things, right? You know what I'm saying? And I've been privileged and honored enough to be able to be doing the work that I do for close to 7 years, working with men, helping them navigate this world of grief, trauma, mental health, addiction, and all of those different things. So, you know what I'm saying? Jay, let's talk about your journey into, why did you decide to contribute a chapter in this book, man?
Tony, it was first off, I want to say thanks, man. Thanks for actually having me because this is an important topic. But you know what? I decided because I saw that there was so many people that really need help, so many brothers that need help, men that need help. We hold everything in. And I had a chance when Angela brought this to me. Actually, Lucretia brought this to me first. She was like, why don't you put a chapter in? And she knows what I've been through. I mean, look, I lost my wife, and I raised 2 daughters by myself, and that presents a whole lot of grief.
Oh
You gotta hold everything in. And what's interesting was I was all the other writers, they did the same thing. Whatever situation they were in, they felt like they had to hold it in.
yeah,
So I wasn't alone when I realized that fact.
yeah,
And it's just like, it's a shame that the men have to go through this situation by themselves because it is mentally challenging. It is emotionally challenging. And it's the reason why I hate to say it, it's the reason why some guys go off the deep end. You know.
yeah.
So I mean that's that for me that was the reason was if I didn't find a way to put something together, I would have probably exploded.
Mm.
And you know what? The good thing is the way energy works, even that negative energy, if you find some catalyst to put it into, it'll work to your advantage. So the book was a great opportunity for me to avoid blowing up, put it that way. You
you,
know?
man, that's funny that you say that, right? Because even nowadays, like my story, and a lot of people out here don't know my story, and things like that, and I don't want to get too far into it, but the multitude of losses, and I tell everybody the only loss I've never experienced is the loss of a spouse. Right. So I don't know what that feels like and everything, but everything else I've experienced from parents, friends, sibling, the son, a child. And just like yourself, man, had I not found an outlet to be able to bring awareness to this, I don't think I would have ever made it. As a matter of fact, when we talk about statistics, right? Here we are, we're two men that have gone through our go through, and we had to grow, and we had to develop and understand, um, you know, and came real close to not making it.
Yep.
Came
Yep.
real close to not making it, right? And the book shines a light on what does it look like when men grieve, perception versus reality. I talk about this a lot, right? Just because what you see is not the reality of what's actually going on. And I tell people, look, in the chapter in the book, man, I tell people about my journey from, you know, um, childhood molestation, right?
Right.
Being in the gangs, going to prison, being shot, being homeless, all of these different things, losing all the people that I've loved and being alone so long in this world and just navigating it, not knowing how I was supposed to feel about it because no one ever taught me that it was okay to feel these things, right? And it became destructive. And I want to get your thoughts on this, man, because a lot of times what we do, we hold it in so much, but then we go to resort to other things. You know what I'm saying? Our mental health is not there. Addiction, right? Womanizing, and sometimes even worse, right?
It listen, it was bananas. Let me explain something. I, I used to drink and but you know what? I was never a major drinker. When my wife died, it became major. I mean, it got to the point where I would go buy a bottle of Hennessy from the store, and within 2 days it'd be gone. And then it was like, I was a big weed smoker, and it was like that was another thing. I mean, but then it got to the point where I was just like, I would let everything go.
Mm.
The house, this or that. One day my daughter came in and said, you know, look, Daddy, I love you, but you have got to do something about this shit. She said it just like that. And from there, I had to look. I was like, yo, I am destroying myself. So that day, I just, I literally got rid of everything. started working out, started making a change. Then I started changing what I was seeing in my mind. Like, started changing what I was watching on TV, what I was listening to. If you don't make those changes, what's going to happen is everything's going to consume you. Everything. It's like all the stuff that you you used to do, they were satisfactions. They were avoidance of whatever situation you were going to. You have to look at that and say to yourself, you know what? Am I going to stay in these circumstances? And that's not to say like don't watch TV, don't listen to radio. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, for me, I had to make some changes because I knew that if I didn't, everything that I was doing was just gonna further impact me negatively. And when you got it when your kid, from the mouths of babes, when your kid starts telling you, "Daddy, you going the wrong way," you need to pay attention.
You know what, man? I appreciate that for real, man, because I didn't have that, right? When because I used to drink, I used to be a really bad alcoholic, man. I was that guy that woke up in the morning with the full gallon of Hennessy, half of it's gone from the night before. You know what I'm saying? A quarter of a tequila, you know what I'm saying? Vodka, whatever I can do, and I'll be that guy 2 o'clock in the morning. You know what I'm saying? With a tall boy and the rest of what I had just to finish it off before I went to work. You did, and
Yep.
then I mean seriously, and then I would nap for 2 hours, get up, finish that off, go to work. On my lunch breaks, you remember those little shooters and everything they
Yep.
used to have? I
Yep.
used to go there and get 10 of those. So when I went back to work, and I was out there, look, I was doing construction because I wasn't. I'm no stranger to hard work. You know what I'm
All
saying? I know
right.
how to survive out here in the world. I wasn't just a hustler. I was a hard worker. I would drink those on my on my lunch break. You know what I'm saying? Or even when I was, because they used to always leave me alone. I'd be out in the field in 110-degree heat digging ditches. And so I would dig a ditch so deep that I would sit down the side of it and I started cracking it open, get up and start moving along. Dude, man, I was bad,
Yeah,
man. I was bad. And then after that, because like the way that I learned how to survive was like you do it by any means necessary.
that's
And I was
right.
doing day labor. So, you know what I'm saying? You work the day, get paid the day. I don't know if people know about those things, but you know what I'm saying? That's how I climbed myself out of many of the holes that I fell in. You know what I'm saying? Self-inflicted wounds are the worst ones. And
Yeah.
so, I used to do that, man. And get off work, go to the bar, and I would buy a pitcher. And I was so good at pool that I would bet people a pitcher of beer, right? You know what I'm saying? And at halftime, I didn't even have the money to pay for it. Right? I
But,
had the money to pay for my pitcher,
but
but I
not that.
didn't. That's
Not if
it.
you lost.
And
But
then
you
if
know,
I lost, I was screwed, right? I
but
wouldn't have to go throw down with a person in the street,
that's why you
But
had to get your skills up, man.
man, look, and you in a situation like that, you had to do it, right? You know what I'm saying? And I was that guy. I was a hustler, but I
Right.
never hustled people out of money. I always hustled them out of alcohol, right? You know what I'm saying? And they didn't realize that the more I drank, the better I got. And so, you know what I'm saying? And I talk, look, man, in this book right here, I talk about a lot of those things, man, from being homeless to, you know, surviving the gangs, 24 years in the gang, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Having to watch my loved ones pass away, people that I knew, right? Holding their hands while they passed away. And the book actually sheds a light on these things, perception versus reality. It brings something to the table that's never been done before, right? And it gives the world a bigger eye view of what that looks like from all of the authors that have contributed to it, to show what we go through as men and not to judge us, because for one, here's the reality. when men are hurting, it's a foreign place for us, man. We don't know how to do it. That's why you see what we see. We're groomed and taught at a very early age that our only jobs is to provide and to protect. Like our emotions don't care. And as we begin to develop in life, society teaches us that we can't trust people
Right.
because of the simple fact of, man, you know this just as well as I do. You know, most of the time when people invite us into these spaces to be vulnerable and things like that, it get turned around and it get made about them. And so we as men, we close up. Right. So there's we
You know
get
what?
taught we
You know
get
what?
taught that there's no safe space for us.
But you know what, Tony? It's it's crazy because a big part of that reason why we close up is because of what you just said. You know, that one person that you finally let your guard down to, they mistreat you. And
Yeah.
now you feel like the world hates you. And you don't want to let anyone in at that point. But you know what? It's like I, sometimes it's finding your tribe of people. Like this book was the opportunity for me to find a tribe. Because again, when you feel like you're the only person that has gone through this, then you feel crazy. But then when you find out that seven other brothers that you knew, that you didn't know rather, have gone through some form of grief experiences, then you start to build a bond. I mean, you earlier you said you experienced all types of loss, but you haven't quite experienced spousal loss. You know what? The fact that you've experienced many type of loss, like for instance, I've never, thank God, I've never lost a child. I have no idea what that kind of loss is. You know, and it's not it's not less or more than losing a spouse, but it's a totally different world. You
Well,
know,
let me add to that, Jay, because I never want to take away from anybody's grief because that's yours. And whatever you experience, right? You know what I'm saying? It's going to, depending on the relationship that you have with that individual,
uh,
is going to be how you interpret that pain, that loss. Just because, look, I can sit around and say, you know what I'm saying, child loss was the worst one for me, right? But am I comparing it to spousal loss? No, I'm not. Right.
right,
This
right,
is this is just my reality. I can say that the losses of my mom and my dad was the worst ones, right? Because it left me and my sister as orphans in the world. I can say that the loss of my little brother was the worst one, right? Because again, all the males in my family are gone. So I live in a reality of, you know what I'm saying? No loss is greater than the next. And the
that's absolutely
losses,
that's the, that is at. Let me tell you something. That's true because first off, every loss, like you said, it's personal to the
right,
person,
right.
and you know that's where a lot of people get hung up on. And like I'm reading these posts when somebody says, I lost my kid, or I lost my, and then somebody says, well, it's not like losing your spouse, or
Right,
losing a spouse. You're like, stop with this comparison. Everybody,
man.
you're hurting no matter what, and
Mhm.
to have a battle of comparison only impacts, compounds the problem. It doesn't create any kind of solution. I mean, I
Mhm.
know, I know, I talk to people about, you know, different types of grief related issues. Like, like I said, I spend my time talking to clients about single parent grief. No one understands that except for a single parent.
Right.
You know, and even a single parent woman doesn't understand it in comparison to a single parent man. So everybody has their individual take on their form of grief. On top of that, I mean, it's like you lose a you lose a I lose a spouse. I was literally on a website. I'm sorry, on a social media thing where the lady was she was saying, I hear all these people that grieve about the loss of their spouse, but what if you weren't even happy in the marriage? And she goes, you know, why are you grieving that when you should be happy? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, you know what? It doesn't not make sense, but it's a horrible thing to think about because that person who you were with is dead. No matter how your
Let me
relationship was.
let me just add to that just a little bit, right? Because I definitely understand. I think what the problem is, most people don't know how to create an atmosphere in the environment that we're in to
Yeah,
for people to feel safe, right? You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that, so this is part of the things that I educate and part of the things that I love about this book because it is a pretty good guideline of how to create a safe environment for those conversations to be had. And one of the things that I do is I educate people on that, right? The do's and don'ts, setting the boundaries, et cetera, right? What to look for, and you know what I'm saying, and how to notice the signs. Because men, as strong as we may be, we're very fragile individuals, right? You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that, most people, we could put up a masculine front of how strong we can be, but then deep down inside, the feelings that we have are very deep. So when it comes down to it, if you take away the conversation that needs to be had, men will close up. In turn, creating a very isolated environment, right? You know what I'm saying? So once you get into that atmosphere, here's something that I remind people, especially our counterparts. Just because you're ready to talk doesn't mean that I'm ready to talk. Meaning that if I'm not
yep,
ready to talk, don't force me to do it.
that's right.
Because for one, I'm still trying to see if I can trust you. That goes into another thing. I've talked to people that have been in relationships for over 20 some years and they get mad. I go, hold on, what are you mad over? Well, he knew that he could trust me and this, that, another. But his world changed. And inside of there was something that happened that you didn't notice. See, that man is now entered into a new world to where before you came along, society told him not to trust you.
And hold on a second. What's crazy about that is that you you give yourself to somebody and you expect to be able to trust them, and then they do something that
There you go.
delays your trust. And now, because you still made the decision to stay with that person and something else occurs, all of a sudden you're supposed to trust them? See, and that's the part that people don't get. It's like, go ahead, man.
I want to say this right because I think they do. Now, here's the biggest thing that it goes over people's heads that I find freaking fascinating. Right, women are saying the same thing that men are doing. You know what I'm saying? The same thing that men are saying, and we're both asking for the same things, but
Yeah.
perception versus reality. Counterparts will look at us and go, "You're supposed to be the strong one. You're supposed to carry this burden that I have and everything, and I need you to have that responsibility, right?" You know what I'm saying? Whereas men are saying, "Hey, I feel too, and I want to trust you. So can I have that same courtesy?"
But you
Right?
know
You know
what?
what I'm saying? And,
You know what?
it is such it's so funny because I sit around with couples all the time and I look at them and go, y'all do realize y'all are pretty much saying the same thing. If you took the time to listen to one another, it will solve a lot of problems. So look, and I'm not being rude when I say this. Sometimes it's good to shut the fuck up.
Yep. Let me explain
Right?
something.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and excuse my language, you know what I'm saying? But no, I'm not going to say excuse my language. Sometimes it's good to shut the fuck up.
That's right.
And that goes for both sides. Sometimes it's okay to let the other person talk and to listen without the intention of respond or reacting, but take the time to slow yourself down and listen so you can see and hear what the other person is saying. You want to be seen and heard, so do they, right? Don't overtalk one another, because the only thing that's going to do is it's going to lead into a path to where you're going to be at each other's throat, and you're going to miss the most beautiful part about it. You're going to miss the solution.
Well, you know what, Tony? Here's the other thing. A big issue is double standard.
That's right. Yes.
And hold on, check this out. It's like we're supposed to be strong. That's what a man's supposed to be. Okay. But you know what? Women can't stand it when you say you're supposed to be barefoot pregnant. So it's like, hold on a second. But not to say you're supposed to be barefoot and pregnant. You can go out there in the workforce to handle your business. You can get your Molly Riveter on, but when a man decides that he wants to be sensitive, why are you judging me?
Because of the simple fact of, you said it in the beginning, we as men in society are supposed to be the strong ones. We're supposed to be the providers and the protectors of our community, of the women, and of our children. And when we do not live up to that, it becomes a problem. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Check it out, though. Check it out. Because I know there's some women out there listening right now that may be thinking the same thing. It's like, hold on. You know what I'm saying? What is going on here? Because of the simple fact of, you know what I'm saying, look, this is a statement that goes over people's heads and is written right in front of you. Men are groomed and taught how to treat women.
Yes.
Women are taught how to raise their children.
But see, that's where the issue lies, Tony, because again, back to the double standard aspect of things. But that's half the reason why, I hate to say it, sometimes men get so upset that they do things like beat women. You know, not and that's wrong.
I don't condone the beating or putting your hands on women and things like that. You know what I'm saying? You know,
but that's because that man, like you said, he's looking for someone to be able to pat his back. I was watching this thing, and I think it was Felicia Rashad was saying a big issue with, no, it was Ileana Van Sant. She was saying big issue with black women is that they don't know how to, when that man has come in and has had an issue against the world, when he comes home, the last thing he needs is to have another issue. If you just put your arms around him and say, I'm glad you made it home today. Let me take care of you. Take a rest.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, unfortunately, that doesn't happen. And then we go through all these issues, and it's like, hold on a second. You know, you want me to take care of you, but yet you're not willing to take care of me. You know, and again, that's perception. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me just add this, because we only got a few more minutes before you got to jump off, my brother. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to get too far into this conversation. This is be a conversation for a little bit longer of a show, to where we have these deep embedded conversations and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But look, when it comes down to it, my brother, we have to learn how to create an atmosphere for us to be able to be safe, heard,
True.
seen, and validated on both ends, right? You know what I'm saying? Because men do grieve too, right? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And you're looking at two of us out here, but there's many more like ourselves. Now, you know what I'm saying? As you know, and again, this will be another deep embedded conversation, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a heavy conversation to have first thing in the morning. You dig what I'm saying? But it can be a really good one. It can be a really good one. But we limited on time,
Well,
and we got our next guest coming up here. So, brother, tell people where they can find your book, man.
well, basically, you can. I have a QR code set up so you can actually go right. You can go to my website, jl3motivation.com. That is the easiest way to be able to purchase a copy of Men Grieve Too,
Yeah,
because I mean, it's easy to go there. Plus, I'm all over social media. I got my QR code all the way up, all out. So if you want to purchase a copy, you see a post, not a
yes, yes,
problem.
yes.
You know, but I mean, look, just keeping it real with you. This is just a way that for men we have to put it. We have to find our groups so that we can collaborate together and do things because uh, you know, not bashing anybody else. They just don't understand. And,
All right.
you
Well,
know,
because we got to get ready to wrap this up real quick. You know what I'm saying? So, and I also want to let people know, hey, Men Grieve too. You know what I'm saying? Lulu.com. Look under Tony Lynch. Get your copy today. You know what I'm saying? And we got some many other people in there for those women out there. You know what I'm saying? Find some people that can help you. All right, men out there as well. This goes both ways. It's time to break the stigma. It's time to create the environment, but most importantly, it's time to have these conversations.
so true.
We want the same things. We want to be seen, validated, and heard, but we want to see you validate you and hear you as well. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, in the world, this is a partnership, right? You know what I'm saying? This is how we build community and connection, but we have to get rid of the stigmas and to begin to build those relationships, right? You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, Jay, again, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, man, for joining me this morning. I was really hoping that some of the other guys was going to be here, but I get it, they go to work as well. You know what I'm saying? This is day 2 of the conference, people. We got more people coming. Jay, I love you, man. And
I love
you
you
know what I'm
too,
saying?
Tony. Good looking
Guys,
out, brother.
sit back, enjoy the rest of the day. We got music, we got more presenters, we got comedy, we got podcasts. We got presentations, you know what I'm saying? And right now we got some strong women coming to the stage. You guys sit back and enjoy. And guys, love you, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Hey, love you
day
too,
2 of
Tony.
the Global
Thanks.
Grief Conference 2025, man. Hey, Jay, catch you in the next one, man.
Definitely, brother. Talk to you
All
later.
right.
All right.
The Heal Her Summit.
And then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Good morning. Welcome to Signs of Love, finding connection with spirit in grief. My name is Crystal Robinson, and I'm going to be joined by a few other of the presenters from this weekend to talk about the signs that we see. Have you ever had a moment where you just knew someone was with you, even though they weren't physically here? Maybe a song played just at the right time. Maybe you saw the same number over and over. Maybe you smelled their perfume and nobody else was around. Or maybe you just felt a presence. So if you felt any of these things, type yes in the chat. Let me know if you've ever received a sign from a loved one. Did you acknowledge it? Did you find a connection with that sign? So I'm going to add a couple of my other presenters here. Tony, can you add those for me? Thank you. So I just want to introduce quickly, I'm going to have them introduce themselves. There's Taiwana, Lacey, Chris, and MJ. And I just wanted to welcome you all and have you just tell a quick little thing about yourself and maybe a sign. Taiwana?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Crystal, for allowing me to share your panel space in gratitude. I am Tawana Yvette. I am also known as the Black Butterfly Goddess. I am a fourth generation intuitive healer, psychic medium, spiritual guide. I'm a spiritual strategist and a trauma-informed recovery specialist.
Thank you, Taiwana. My name is Lacey, and I am an integrative life and holistic healing coach. One of the signs I see every day are the crows follow me for my brother.
So lovely. MJ?
Good morning, everyone. So I am MJ, and my company is Frequency and Mucho Mas, and I am a global ascended master shaman, and I assist people in shifting the frequencies around them. So when you talk about the signs that come up, I get goosebumps. I get goosebumps when something in the room has shifted. It's like going into a cold room, but I feel a shift in the energy. And today's a really good shift because we have a lot of great things to talk about.
How about you, Chris?
Well, my name is Chris, and I'm the founder of the Empower Grief Journey. And I'm an acceptance coach who helps people heal from grief, loss, and trauma to discover their self-acceptance and step into their personal power. And Crystal, I wanted to thank you for having me on your panel today because I've seen a lot of signs recently of my son who's passed. He was stillborn 2.5 years ago, and he shows me lions randomly when I'm out in stores or when I'm watching TV randomly. I see lions or baby lions a lot. So he always gives me signs in that capacity. And recently, I had a very powerful reminder of my grandfather. I got in my car one day and I smelled his pipe tobacco and the smell of his old van while I was driving away from a store. It happened very randomly. And then I also found a dime with the year 2018 written on it randomly when I was out at the grocery store. And that was the year that he got diagnosed with cancer. And it was our last year that we got to spend time together. So I do feel like our loved ones give us signs when they pass on. They don't leave us. They're always there reminding us that they're still with us.
That's amazing, Chris. Thank you for sharing that. So great. I wanted to kind of talk about how grief affects us and how the signs can help with that and how connecting with spirits can help with that. So what for me personally, grief can be the loss of a loved one, but it also can be the loss of a relationship, a job, a dream, your health. I have a personal journey with a lot of these different emotions where grief can be part of that. And sometimes you don't even realize that you're grieving the loss of something you thought you should have had, as opposed to also just, losing a loved one. I also lost 2 close loved ones within a 3-year span. My stepmom of over 30 years in an accident. And then 3 years later, my dad in a total crazy accident after he got married again. So for me, the signs with my dad came immediately. I'm also a spirit medium, as well as Taiwana and MJ. And it didn't really come for me, into me, and be part of me until about a year before my dad died. It started coming in, and I was like, am I crazy? What is this going on? But I really think it was the universe preparing me for his death so that I could talk to him. And he didn't die immediately. He was in a coma for almost a week, but he was outside of his body and talking to me, telling me that he didn't want to be there in the hospital, that he didn't want to be hooked up to machines, that he was ready to go. And the story I tell a lot of people is he kept telling me the papers. And I was questioning myself, what do you mean the papers? And every time I'd go back to his home, every night before we went back to the hospital the next morning, I would look and I'd be like, what are you talking about? And finally, I walked into his office and I found this really big 3-ring binder. It was literally his estate planning. And I started flipping through, and I just immediately, I think it was his presence, came right to his living will, where he had said, I don't want life-saving. I don't want all of these things that is happening. And so I took it out of the 3-ring binder and I'm like, this has to go with us to the hospital tomorrow. And during that night, he got worse, was having seizures while he was sedated. And there was things that were worse, and it was obvious he wasn't going to come out of it. But he was the one who guided me through that by just showing me papers. So I wanted to share that story and see if anybody else has a story like that they want to share. Go ahead, Taiwana.
3 years ago this time, I did not realize I was in a toxic relationship. I thought because I wasn't being physically abused that it was not abuse. It was. 2 years of beating away at my self-esteem, beating away at my soul, until finally I just decided I did not want to be here anymore and consumed an entire bottle of prescription medicine, followed by hot coffee and vinegar. I walked out of the house and I went and laid in the woods. I woke up in the hospital. However, before I got to the hospital, and I don't know who got me there, don't know how I got there, what they did to save my life, nothing is clear. And my ancestor says it is not for me to know. I remember waking up at this tree line, and my stepfather, who was with me from the time I was about 2 until 9 years old, was there. And I just remember screaming, Daddy, because I hadn't seen him since 1986. And my mother, who also shows me lions, so we have that in common, Chris. She's a Leo, was standing there in her poised, elegant way. She says to me, people are waiting for you, and I'm begging and I'm pleading, and I want to stay with you. Please don't send me back there. Nobody loves me. Nobody wants me. Blah, 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 blah. By the way, that's Pop Pop. When you see that light expand, that's Pop. That's my Pop Pop.
Oh, wow.
And she says, you have a purpose, and it begins now. And that's when she pushes me back into my 3D body. And I woke up. I was in the ancestral realm. These realms do exist. And I can definitely associate with what Crystal said, because he was leading you from the ancestral realm. They do remove us from our bodies sometimes to protect us. Mm-hmm. So there's Pop Up again. So
Thank you for sharing that,
thank
Tawana.
you. Thank you.
Amazing story. Does anybody else have one they want to share before we move on?
I'd like to share. So when we met the other day, we had a quick Zoom. I met her father. Before she even said anything to me, he came in front of the camera and he kept acknowledging, and he wanted me to acknowledge him. And he would not stop until I stopped and say, I have to acknowledge that there's someone with you and I want you to know. And she knew. And she was like, oh, it's my dad. So it was, I want to say that I believe we need to relearn what death is and grief is, because the spirits, they change. We leave our physical body, but we go into our spiritual body, and your guides don't leave you. I as well lost my husband and my mother within 6 months, and my husband was my soulmate and my mother was my best friend. And within a matter of 6 months, the universe decided to take them both out of my life. And it was a really hard lesson for me. I got stuck in this body of grief, so I understand how deep grief was. And it was the same two people that got me out of grief. So every night, my mother would come and pet my hair and tell me, stop crying, wake up, there's work to do. And every night, my husband would stand by my bed and say, I love you. You're not meant to do this. You're not meant to cry about my loss. You're meant to shift because I'm in a different realm. I'm never going to leave you. I'm right here. And as I say it, my hairs stand up. They don't leave us. They transition to another reality. And when you understand that we have multiple realities, you know, when the wind blows, your hair chills, that's them. You see numbers. When I see 444, it's my husband saying, I love you, baby. And I see it, and they're still with us. And when we shift that change, for me, it was about not grieving them. So an anniversary, and today, I'm going to share with you, today is my wedding anniversary with my husband. Today would have been 39 years of marriage. I love you, baby. And I want you to know I celebrate these days. I don't cry. I don't grieve. Yes, do I miss him? Of course I do. But I don't shed a tear of sadness. I shed a tear of thank God, thank the universe that I had that person in my life. And I'm so blessed to have been there. So for me, that's my experience. And my mother walks with me too. So just like she walks with me, she is my guide now. And I honor her and I celebrate her. I give her a plate. Her favorite time was Christmas. So I put her favorite food out. I put her pictures up. I give her a gift. They're not here physically. For me, spiritually, it's even more. So I just wanted to share that was my story.
Thank you, MJ. That's really special. I think these memories are like bridges for us, right? They help us connect with those that we've lost in a whole different way. It's a meaningful bridge that allows us to walk alongside the love that we feel for these people and these experiences. And just using those memories to allow you to open up to your signs. I think, you know, we all are open to those signs, but many people will see signs and they just dismiss it as luck. Or they'll just dismiss it as, oh, yeah, somebody told me that if I see a cardinal, it's such and such or whatever. And I want to invite those that are watching, you know, right now the time on our clock is 111. What does 111 mean to you? You know, some people would say it means one thing. You ask 10 people, you have 10 different meanings. So really look at what these signs are and say, what does that mean to me in my heart? And how do I connect to that? So if you have seen a sign and you were dismissing it, maybe now it's coming back to you, put it in the chat. We'd love to hear that. Anybody else have a sign they might have been dismissing that now they recognize?
I have something to share. So you just said it was 111, and here on the West Coast it was 7:11, but on the Mountain Time it was 8:11, and 811 was my grandmother's prison number when she was in prison. And so 811, I connect very deeply to 811. And she lived in Wyoming, so she would have been on Mountain Time. So I'm taking the 811 as a hello. And as you guys were chatting, I was thinking about the movie. We chatted, Crystal, when we were on our Zoom about the signs, and I had mentioned the movie Interstellar. And I don't know if you had a chance to watch that after we chatted.
Not yet.
Okay. So anybody watching the replay, or if you haven't, have any of you guys watched Interstellar? Yes, MJ. Yes, Chris. So you know what I'm talking about. It's that they don't leave us. They're just here in another dimension with us. And I had a really cool sign that I told Crystal about on our Zoom one day. My grandma had passed away, and I've had a series of unfortunate events. My brother had killed himself. I lost about 7 people in 5 years. And my grandmother was my closest person to me, and she had a wild sense of humor. And one day I was standing in the store, and this Bob Seger song comes on, Turn the Page, and she loved Bob Seger. And I just started crying out of nowhere, of course, because grandma. And I was driving to somewhere thinking to myself, man, why can't I hear you, grandma? And I just remember feeling very disconnected. And I had just watched Interstellar again. And all of a sudden, my grandmother's ultimate favorite song came on, Creedence Clearwater Revival, the Rollin' on the River. And I'm driving over a bridge, and there is a rolling river and a singular goose on this rolling river, just rolling and rolling and rolling like crazy. It was hilarious. And I just started bursting out laughing out of nowhere. And I was like, you silly goose, rolling on the river. And it hit right at the moment as it would say, rolling, rolling on the river. And I thought, oh, that's Grammy. That's my Grammy saying hello. And it gave me so much comfort and so much joy just to know that she's just right there and trying to give me a little sense of humor. And sometimes it's just recognizing those little moments and connecting the dots and knowing that they're just right there. And I always think of Interstellar and how they're just right here with us.
That's lovely. Chris, did you have something to share there?
I can definitely share moments that I can't explain to a lot of people, but I'm going to do that today. My grandfather's birthday was actually today, April 26th. And when I flew back home in 2020 to visit him, and I don't know how this timing all happened, but I came home and he passed away in my arms 2 days after I got back. I remember being in a big rage when he passed because I didn't understand when people pass. It was one of my big traumatic moments. But about 30 days after that, I had a dream that was so real I still can't explain it very well. But my grandfather showed up in my room while I was sleeping, and I remember asking, I said, "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" And he ended up having a full out conversation that felt like hours with him. It felt like he was right there, like you and I are seeing each other today on the screen. We hugged each other. We talked a lot about life and things we were doing. But he left very abruptly. He just said, "I have to go." And I said, "I don't understand." And he kept walking away. And all he told me was that I love you in a very deep, sincere place. And then I woke up out of that dream crying my eyes out at 4:30 in the morning because I thought that it was so real. I thought he had come back to me. And then after I lost my son, so this is the crazy part about this, my other adventure with this, is after I lost my son, the same thing happened. I had a dream roughly 30 days after my son passed, and I couldn't see my son, but I saw like a perfect hospital room, if you can imagine a hospital bed with a curtain around the back of it that's pure white. Everything's pure white. And I hear all of these little kid voices screaming like they're at a birthday party. They're very excited, very happy, very joyful. And I hear my grandfather's voice come through telling everybody to calm down and relax a little bit. It was in a loving way. And then all I saw was like 2 arms out. Like if you're in my viewpoint, if you have your arms out in front of you, I see hands that kind of look like his. And I see what looked like a baby lion in his arms. And he said, I choke up when I share this. It said that the baby's sleeping, be quiet kind of thing. And so I always, I always said that he would be watching over my son Caden for me. And it was a big confirmation that he was doing that for me. So
Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing that. And for being vulnerable enough to give us that lovely story. And this is how we connect, right? This is how we connect with spirit. These are the things that help us every day. I wanted to share a story, how my dad continues to guide me, to this day. And it's been 4 years since his death. And Christmas was like his favorite holiday. He loved decorating for Christmas. Like he went overboard for Christmas. And I ended up moving into his home. He left it to me. I'm his only daughter. And it happened to be the same property that my husband and I had lived at when we got married 25, 30 years ago. And he had rebuilt from the little cottage that was there into this larger home. And so I said, I have to decorate for Christmas. I tend to be a little more subdued. I'm not as overwhelming as he is. I like little classy things. So I'm decorating, and I'm looking for an S hook to try to hang this item out off of one of the light posts. And my dad's garage and workshop has got so much stuff. He was just like the ultimate handyman. And I'm like, I know there's got to be S hooks around here somewhere. So I go into the garage and I'm like, Dad, where do I find an S hook? Like, there's so many drawers, there's so many bins, there's so many cabinets. Like, what do I do? And I walk into the workshop and he's like, garage. And I'm like, I'm in the garage. And he just keeps garage. And I'm like, oh, I'm in the workshop. So I walk from the workshop into the garage. And I walk right in front of my car. And there's this wall of these little plastic draw bins, if you've seen them. They're kind of really old, with a bunch of like screws and stuff in them. And you can't really see because they're really old. So they're not like transparent. And I just reach and pick a draw and pull it out. And there's S hooks. And so I grab one, pulled it, and off I went and did the decorating. He was there to support me because I was doing something he loved. And I think that like those are the times when we can connect, like we can really ask and just be open to those moments of clarity, those moments of joy.
Can I share something?
If anybody who's watching like has a moment like that, feel free to share it with us in the chat if you're open to that. How maybe somebody guides you on something you need when you have to make a decision or you have a question, and how that comes through. What did you want to share, MJ?
I love that you said that. I love that you said the connection with your dad. And it said something to me. Spirit said something to me. So I'm going to share two things. First of all, so I host spiritual retreats. And today, right now, this weekend, I'm hosting the renewal retreat where we renew under the dark moon and the new moon energies. And I live in Puerto Rico. So I have a gathering of people coming here. So I rent spaces out, and I rented this big house out. It was beautiful. And when I walked in, I smacked in with an energy in the home, and it gripped me for a moment. So I had to say, I come in peace. But some of the other ladies that are not so familiar with spirit were like, what is that? What do I feel? What do I sense? And what I had to say was that sometimes you can't be scared. Fear is going to block you from connecting with spirit. So when you fear something, it's going to scare you. And I wanted to let everyone know, because that was a beautiful example. Your dad let you because you didn't allow fear. Oh my God, something's here. We need to be open to know that there are many frequencies out there and we can connect with them. And when you let go of the grief, because I too was down for 3 years when I lost both of them. And then when I finally decided to wake up, my world changed. I didn't fear them. I spoke to them. And coming into this house yesterday was the same thing. I didn't fear the presence there. I spoke to it. I connected with it. I invited myself in and I said, this is who I am. And this is what I want to do here. And I hope you're okay with it. But if not, there is a light. There is an angel that come and can assist you, my friend, because maybe you're what I needed to help this weekend as well. So I have conversations with them. So don't be afraid to speak even out loud, because look at that. They can lead you to find things that you never thought you can find. So I just, Spirit asked me to share that part, because some people, they see us and they're like, you magical people, you're this and you're that. But no, we just open up ourselves to understand Spirit differently and connect with them. And what we did was we had to let go of the fear and the grief that we were going through so we can see them differently. And I wanted a relationship. I never wanted to lose a relationship with my mother and my husband. So how beautiful it is now that they walk with me. And we all have this. Just wanted to share that.
Go ahead, Taiwana. Thank you, MJ.
MJ, I'd like to touch on that fear element, because I remember waking up to 12 of my ancestors surrounding my bed. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute, guys. You know I'm epileptic, right? Like, this is a little bit too much. This is too much. But it doesn't matter. They're here to help. They're here to guide. They're here to love on you even more than they could in this realm. My mother stays at my right side at all times. She is never gone from me. I mourned this woman. I walked around with a hole in my soul for 23 years. I mourned her deeply. My children knew. On April 8th and July 29th, I am locked in a bedroom with 2 bags of Lay's potato chips. Don't come near me, because I'm falling apart. I remember screaming. I remember crying. Why did you leave me? How could you leave me? She never left me. She's right here. And this is where she always remains. Like I said, my pop-up is right there. So those are the 2 that had my spirit team. And they do it greatly. And I love it. And there are opportunities, beautiful things that have come into my life that I never would have gone for had they not guided me toward them.
Yeah, being curious and open, right, to what's available to us. I know a lot of people, like MJ was saying, think we're special. You know, I suppressed these abilities for a very long time, and eventually they just get really loud. And most of us tend to be, oh, that's not me. That's not me. And I invite you all to open yourself. Be curious, wonder. You know, there isn't any proof beyond what you feel and experience yourself, and maybe what you hear from others, and that opens you up to those things. I would recommend like journaling, writing. If you don't feel like talking to spirit, like I did, hey Dad, where's the S hooks, right? Take a moment, write him a letter, write in your journal. You can do all of these things to help you connect, and then even ask specifically for a sign. I want to see unicorns, right? I want to see unicorns. And then just wait patiently, because before you know it, you're going to see unicorns in the weirdest places. It starts happening. You know, a few days later, you happen to walk into a store and you see like unicorn candy or something. It's like yelling at you, and you're like, okay, I get it now. So I invite you to take the time to open yourself up to those things so that you can connect with spirit. Chris, you seem to have something to say.
I wanted to build off of something Taiwana was saying, and when she was sharing that story about her mother and father being around her. My grandfather did not believe. Grandfather, okay, thank you. My grandfather never believed in the afterlife. He was just he would always say growing up that we just become worm food when we die. That was his whole thing, he said. And what really scared me was a couple weeks ago, I was doing a podcast with a medium, and I didn't tell this woman anything really about my grandfather other than the story I shared today about him passing. And I said, you know, he wasn't a big believer of the afterlife. And she kind of looked up on the camera for a second while I was talking, and she said, I'm getting worm food coming through the channels. And I like shook in goosebumps. And I was like, my grandfather said that many, like almost a decade or two ago. Like I had no idea that she would be able to connect with that. And so the reason I want to share that is what Tawana said. I experienced that with the medium on my podcast, that they don't leave us. They're in different form right around us. And they're always there. If you want to talk to them, they're there. If you need guidance for something, even the way Crystal said, asking them, asking her father where a S hook is, like, you can do those things with spirit, and spirit will respond to you. And Crystal, what you asked a little earlier, I was trying to remember a good example, but I see 23 all the time on the clocks. I'll see like 123, 723, and I don't plan for it or look for it. It's just like a quick glance at something and it's there. And so I oftentimes wonder if that's my son kind of like poking me or nudging me, saying, "Hey, I'm still here." So it's interesting that we see those things just randomly throughout our day. So it's just being aware of it.
So what does the 23 mean to you?
My son was born on the 23rd of September in 2022. So I connect 23 with him a lot.
See, there's a perfect example of the meaning. Some people would see 23 and it would mean nothing, but to you it does. I have a little quick story about another connection with my dad. And, when you go through losing a loved one and you have to deal with all the estate stuff, it takes a long time. It can take, months and months to get all that done. And because I was the executor of his estate and I received the majority, everything gets kind of passed out to who we wanted it passed out to. But literally, I received that confirmation that the estate was done and I was the executor and everything was signed by the judge, legal, on my father's birthday.
Wow.
Of that following year.
Amazing.
So it was just like the numbers, right? And some people would think the numbers don't mean anything, but like to receive that document that takes a long time and you have to go through all that and you're just worried about, what's going to happen to the estate, what's going to happen to this. And then it comes in and my dad's birthday is there. And the funny thing is he died when he was 68. And so this date was the following year and he would have turned 69 and he loved that number. He wanted to be 69.
I have something cool to share about numbers. My aunt died. So my uncle died tragically in 2019, but his wife had died in 2011, and she had ovarian cancer that spread to her lungs suddenly and just took her out within a week. It was crazy. And she was the first person we lost, and my cousin was pregnant with her first child, like 2 months away from delivery. And she later on had a son who was born on my uncle's birthday, her father's birthday. But then my uncle's brother had a daughter who was born on my uncle's birthday, on my uncle who died's birthday. So we have a bunch of birthdays after Shauna died, who the kids were born on people's birthdays. Well, then later my uncle Mike died. And his son, his grandson, Ripken, had a birthday on his birthday. So he shares that birthday with his grandfather. But when he died, there was a really beautiful sign. When he was dying, he was singing a song. And they played it at his funeral. My cousin and I were driving up to see his grave because I didn't get to make it to the funeral because I live in a different state. And didn't happen for me. And we were driving up to see his grave, and the song that he sang while he was dying on the table came on the radio. And this is like a Christian song that nobody like never comes on the radio, and it just came on the radio right when we approached his grave. And it was just the most incredible thing to behold, the music that he had sung being played on the radio. And then the birthdays, it's so wild to think about, that the children all have. I think there's like 3 or 4 of the kids that have birthdays on these people's dates, which is really wild.
Yeah, we're all connected with the love. spirit, right? And how it connects us all. I think these stories are really profound, that people can realize that, you aren't alone, even if you think you are. I'd like to take a moment to invite our guests, people watching, to go into a short little guided visualization to help you connect a little with spirit if you're open to it. Just take a moment to sit back in your chair, maybe close your eyes, maybe lower your gaze. Feel your shoulders relax. Feel your jaw release. Maybe your teeth and your tongue release too. Start to feel a wave of relaxation come down from the crown of your head and spill over you. Feeling your body completely at peace. Feeling the gentle inhale and exhale. The breath coming in with serenity and peace, and the release of the exhale. And take a moment to put your energy into your heart space. Imagine what that space looks like. What colors, what feelings. What does it have to tell you about connecting? And don't analyze it. Just let it come. Allow yourself to think of that person that you want to connect with, that spirit. Maybe think of a memory that feels warm in that heart space. And allow it to fill your body with joy. And as you continue to breathe in and out, maybe notice what feelings come over your body, what thoughts come in. Maybe what you hear, smell, feel. Maybe even see in your third eye, in the pictures of your mind, in your imagination, and allow it to come. Take a moment to allow your lips to turn up in a gentle smile, thanking the universe, your God, and your spirit for allowing you to connect. Take a moment to take a deep breath, filling your lungs and letting it out. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back. Maybe take a moment to pull out a journal and write down what you felt, what you saw. Does anybody have anything they want to share?
I was thinking about holding my grandma's hand, and just it started to make me want to cry, but it felt so real that I know she's here with me.
I love that. That was a joyful moment for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always that sorrow, though, that sorrow, even when you know they're there. The thing that I kept thinking about, though, is how can we use this connection in the like the 4D? How can we use that with people that are alive now so that maybe we can keep that moving forward? Like, how can we practice that and connecting with our spirits here and now, and then exercise when when we lose each other in this reality?
Yeah, and I think that that's rooted in finding what puts you into that place that you feel when you close your eyes and you connect with your body. You're connecting with your spirit, the energy around you and in you. It's connected with your heart. It's connected with your brain. It's connected with the energy. It's part of the universe. The more you do that, the more you connect with that subconscious spirit. And it changes you over time. You actually become more of your true self. You start releasing the things that no longer serve you. And it could be something as simple as taking a walk in nature without your phone. Yeah. Noticing the trees, noticing the sounds, noticing the smells and the feelings. It could be as simple as a crazy day at work and sitting at your desk and taking a moment to close your eyes and take 3 deep breaths. I'm connecting back with my present moment, with the here and the now, and my true self. I think the more that people do that, the more they connect with others in the spirit realm and here in the human experience.
Absolutely.
Does anybody else have anything to share regarding what Lacey was talking about?
Can I just add on, Lacey, just as a tip, what I usually ask when I do meditations with my clients and my students, and I want them to remember it, I was like, okay, remember everything is, we live in frequency, so it's a file. So open your hands now as you have this and you're just there. Now go back to this 2 minutes ago. Just rewind the energies, no time and space. Go back to what Crystal just said, and now feel it in your hands. Feel that moment. And now I want you to grab it and put it into your heart space. Like just put your hands on your heart and now breathe it in. And now you now have downloaded that file that's there. So every time you want to connect, just take your hands and put your hands on your heart and take a deep breath in. And you're going to smile. And that's how you connect back with them. So you'll never lose this moment. You'll always remember it. Right? And last thing I'll tell you is tap right here. Tap right here. Do a little tapping right here, just a couple. And what this is do is about remembering. Always remember this moment. So every time you tap, you come back to that present moment, that feeling, that love. That's my tip.
Thank you. Is that EFT?
That is a type of ENT, but this one is more about, it's the remembering of your pineal gland. It remembers open, remember. It's remember. You're actually, when you're tapping, I work with frequencies. So it's frequency. You're tapping in the frequency. It's like a code, Morse code into your body. So I'm communicating with my pineal gland, my third eye, and I'm asking it to remember this moment. So anytime I need to come back, I come back to this moment.
Oh, I love that. Thank you.
I love that, MJ.
Wonderful.
Me too. That's good.
Yeah. The frequencies and the beats and the rhythms, like that of your breath and your heart, they can all be super powerful. I wanted to, we're wrapping up. We only have a few minutes left. So I wanted to take a moment to see, like, what purpose have we all found? I think most people that are on this conference over these few days, we have all found a different purpose through our grief. For me, it was leaving a 34-year engineering career to become a life and health coach and tap into my mediumship and help others. What has it done for you?
Mine is very similar to yours, Crystal. Leaving 30 years of corporate executive assistance, including working for White House appointees, and stepping into this coaching, women's empowerment, and mediumship space.
I think
For me, it
Crystal-
was. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go, Lacey.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So for me, I started my coaching business, the Empower Grief Journey, because I want to change how the world sees grief. Because as I went through grief with my son, especially, and losing my grandfather, I saw that the world takes on grief as a thing we have to let go of and move on and get over it. The world keeps going. But grief is a matter of the heart. It's not a matter of the conscious mind. And when we pay attention to the heart, we're able to process it right for us. And so I'm out there to change the way the world sees grief because of my son, and I get to honor his legacy through what I do every day. So my grief, I call it empowerment because my son's propelled me into something I never thought I'd be in. But I get to serve people across the world and help them become empowered by their own grief. So I'm very grateful to him.
Lovely. Lacey?
For me, I was already in the coaching industry, so it changed the course of how I was showing up and how I was interacting with others. And it also solidified my relationship with God, and it brought me back to life, honestly, because I was really deep in addiction for a very long time. So it actually did the opposite for me. Rather than throwing me into addiction, it took me out of it.
That's a great experience of finding purpose through your grief.
So for me, my purpose is to help everyone each individual find their own power within, because we all have it. And grief has showed me that I needed to wake up, because the only one I can help others is if I help myself. And through helping myself, I was able to shift the reality. And I have been a coach, and I am a woman in search of amazing teachers, and finally put it all back together and know that my path is to help others. I say, I went on a journey with Joan of Arc, and Joan of Arc handed me a sword, and I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? She said, you're supposed to echo this sword to every person that sees your light, and hand them their sword, knowing they can stand in their power. They can see, feel, and know, and we have to show them the way. And that's what I'm here to do, is to be of service to others.
That's amazing.
Beautiful.
So as we're wrapping up, I want to thank every one of you joining my panel. You made this a really empowering segment. I really appreciate you all. Heart.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. And I just wanted to say, if anybody is interested in, working with any one of us, you can definitely contact us. I am at crystalmoonholistichealing.com. I'm a national board certified health and wellness coach and a Chopra certified total well-being coach. I also teach meditations, offer workshops, and do speaking engagements. And my book is coming out this summer, so keep an eye out for that. Love and light to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you find your connection with spirit in the true love of grief.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Find a comfortable position and gently close.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025. And I'm your boy, Heat Detector. Let's go. Aye. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Get your coffee, get your toast, get your bagels, get your computer screens ready. If you're not already here, we in the building. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. It's a beautiful day. We are alive. We are awake. We are in good spirits. We are blessed. Let's go. It's the Global Grief Conference 2025. Good morning. We are just getting started, people. Let's wake up. Get in tune. Light your incense. Light your candles. Grab your coffee. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Lacole Smith, and I am here to talk about transformation after trauma. Why am I calling it trauma? Because it is. But we're going to utilize and we're going to have a positive mindset from the trauma that we deal with. And like I said, my name is Lacole Smith, and I would definitely be encouraging you today through the grief process and allowing you to have the feeling that you have inside and know that it's okay, no matter what the emotions are or what you're going through. So I want to tell you a little bit about my grief. And I've lost my mom and my dad. Um, I lost my mom in 2016. My mom was my best friend. We talked every single day. And when I say we talked every single day, I mean we talked every single day. She would call my phone at 9 o'clock every morning, whether I was at work or whether I was off, I talked to her. So losing my mom was so, so painful. It was so hurtful. Um, and then in 2016, I went through so much, but the pain that I felt in that moment, I had to realize that it's okay to be upset. It's okay to be hurt. It's okay to feel uncomfortable. It's okay for people to tell you how to feel, but you don't feel how they're telling you to feel because everybody grieves differently. Every single person has a different way that they deal with grief. So the way you deal with grief might not be the way that I deal with grief. But what I can tell you is that it's important to live in that moment. Whatever that moment is, it's important to live in that moment and to accept how you're feeling and make sure that your emotions are intact with it. It's positive to um, express your feelings. When my mom passed, I held everything in and it sent me into a deep depression because I felt like I couldn't move on without her. I felt like I couldn't I couldn't be in the presence of myself and yet still understand what it was that was going on. And I grew up in the church, so I knew that my mom went to heaven, but I knew she wasn't in pain anymore. But I still wanted her here. I still wanted her in my presence. I still wanted her to be with me. And it took me a couple of years to realize that I was just selfish for wanting her to stay, knowing that she was hurting, knowing that she was suffering, knowing that the things that she was going through were hard on her. But yes, she was trying to stay for me, my sister, my brother, my dad, my grandchildren, my children. She was trying to stay here for us and her family. But we were selfish to want her to stay. And it took me a while to understand that I was being selfish because the love that I had for my mother, I did not want her to go, but God knows best. And I know that a lot of people, you know, when we're going through grief, when we're going through the hurt of losing a loved one, it's emotional, it's transformative, but yet we still have to go through this. We have to know that everybody's going to leave this way. Whether we want to leave this way or whether we don't want to live this way, everyone's going to leave this way. And we have the right to grieve. We have the right to be emotional. We have the right to have the feelings that we have inside of us. And move on to 2023. Um, I lost my dad, and I'm a daddy's girl. A lot of people thought that I was a mama's girl, but I was a daddy's girl. And I remember the times when I would be outside with my dad and he would be working on the car or cutting the grass or in the yard, and the bond that we had over the years, and to know that cancer um came into my father's life, and we don't know how long he was suffering with it. We don't know how long he was dealing with it. We don't even know if he was in pain, if he was hurting, because he did not allow us into that space. And when we did find out, it was very emotional. It was very hurtful. And I remember the day that I got the phone call saying that, that he did have cancer, and the processes that we went through during this point in this time. It was a short process, but it was a long process at the same time. And I mean, I'm gonna explain that. And I say that because in the midst of everything that we were going through, trying to make sure that he was getting to his appointments, making sure that somebody was there so that we knew what was going on, because we knew that if someone wasn't at the appointment with my dad, he was not gonna tell us anything that was bad. That's just how he was. Um, he always made everything seem like it was okay, no matter what we were going through, no matter what he was going through, no matter what he was feeling. He always allowed us to feel like everything was okay, even in the times that it wasn't. And just looking back on their lives and realizing how much faith it took to step into the realm knowing that you were going to leave your family, the faith that it took for to know that you were going to leave them behind, but you knew that they were going to be okay. And what we don't want is for our loved ones to feel like they can't leave us. We don't want that in their last moments. And some people are taken quickly from you, and that's a whole different story, because that makes it so much more elevated. But we have to start looking for the signs. And one of the things that I do know is they give you the signs before they leave you. My mom talked about something that we had talked about when I was 12 years old. My dad actually called me and my siblings into the room and told us that he was leaving us and he didn't want to go. But you have to start making sure that you're paying attention to the signs. And these are not going to be negative signs. They're going to be positive signs. They're going to be reasons why you know that they loved you. You know that they cared, because they cared enough and they loved you enough for the leave of signs and the reasons that they had for you in place and intact. But you have to make sure that you're strong enough to accept the things that they leave for you, the things that they put in perspective, so that you know that they care, that they love you, that they wanted to be with you, but they had to go. And I look at my own children and my grandchildren, and sometimes I wonder, how will I get that over to them? How can I tell them that in that moment? What would be the things that I share with them to let them know that I won't be with them anymore? We have to embrace the fact that it's a trauma. It's a trauma to the person that's going through it. It's a trauma to the ones that have to live with it afterwards. But in the same sense, we have to move on to a positive mindset, build on their legacy, build on the things that they installed in your life, build on the things that you are proud of, step into your legacy that they left for you, and build it even bigger than it was before they left. We have to start taking the ownership for the things that we can't change, because death is something that we can't change. It's here to stay. But we have to make sure that in the midst of everything that we're dealing with, in the midst of everything that we have to go through, we have to understand that this is God's way of recycling the things that come into pass. This is God's way of making us stronger, even though we don't look at it that way. Because a lot of times, if our parents did not leave, we wouldn't be doing the things that we're doing. If our parents were still here, or our children were still here, or whatever grief that push you into the realm of the things that you're doing now, the experts that you become, the things that you study, the things that you build yourself on, the grief conference that we're at right now was built on somebody had to pass. And Tony knew that it needed something in place to help us get through this, to help us talk to people so that we can help them get through the emotions that they're going through. Because every single day, somebody experiences grief. Every single day. Somebody in this world is experiencing grief for the very first time. No matter what direction it was coming from, no matter who it came from, grief is coming into everybody's life. And in that process, we need grief conferences like this. We need summits that are telling us that it's okay to grieve. Because so many times people try to tell you it's a short process. It's not. It's not a short process. It's not something that you're going to get over overnight. It's something that you have to have the faith to know that God will get you through it and that He will be with you through this process. He will not leave you, He will not forsake you. And even when you feel like you have been left, when you're feeling depressed, when you're feeling alone, I know because I've been through this. I know that because I have felt it. I have been through it. I have been touched on it. And God knows it's not something that you can easily get over. It's not something that you can easily just say, I'm going to push behind me, because you can't. You have to walk in whatever it is that's before you. You have to know that you are strong, and it came into your life to make you stronger. It came into your life so that you can help those around you that may not be as strong as you. And I'm not saying that you're going to always be strong. I'm not saying that every day is going to be a piece of cake, because it's not. What I am saying is each day we should take a positive step forward to try to help ourselves and help others. Whatever it is that caused you that grief, start studying into it. Start standing on it. Start reaching into the things that you can do to help people that are dealing with it while they're in that emotion, while they're in that pot of stew, as I call it, and it's simmering. And they haven't quite made it to the grief section yet, but sometimes you grieve before they even leave. I cried so much when my dad was transitioning to, I didn't even think I would have tears when we actually went through the process of his funeral. Because to sit and watch somebody pass slowly was so, so hard. And even though we pretty much watched my mom pass too, but my mom had been sick since I was 6 years old. And I was used to the bells and the whistles. I became accustomed to things weren't going right, but she always came back home. But that one day, she didn't wake back up. And I had to stew in that. And for the first time in my life, I didn't think I was gonna bounce back. I didn't think I had enough strength to move forward. Even with my children still being here, when she left, I felt like it was time for me to go as well, even though it wasn't. And I thank God each and every day that He gave me the strength to keep pushing, to keep going, to keep knowing that I had something within me that was strong enough to help other people around me. And that's what you're here for. Everybody that hears this message, I want you to know that you are stronger than what you feel. And eventually you're going to be in that mindset where you're going to feel powerful enough to take that step outside of what you've been through, outside of what you've been stewing in, because you are strong, you are beautiful, you are talented. Embrace these things. These are the things that your loved one poured into you before they left here. And if you didn't have it before they left, I promise you, you're going to get it before it's all over with. You're going to realize that maybe this was for a reason and a purpose. Because no matter what that story comes from, maybe that story needs to come from you, so that other people can understand it better. Everybody looks at things differently, and everybody understands things differently. And I can tell somebody the same thing that you tell them, and they take it two different ways. But yet, you're still pouring into them. And this is something that we have to do. We have to make sure that we're pouring into those around us. We're helping them when they're down. We have to embrace them, because sometimes you're just not strong enough in that moment to carry yourself. We need to start helping people. We need to start helping them be carried through these emotions and these feelings. That's what we're here for. We need to be accountable for those around us that are hurting. For those around us, pay attention to the things that they're saying, because sometimes they're giving you messages way ahead of time. We got to learn to stop being so fast and stop moving so quickly that we're not listening, that we're not understanding. What we need to do is make sure that we're standing on the foundation that God is allowing us to be on, and that we're doing the things that we need to do to help someone around us. And I thought about doing this as a podcast and talking to other people, but eventually it got shifted, because I guess the message needed to be different. The message that I'm giving you today is different than the message I actually prepared in the beginning. It's changed twice. But this is the message that somebody needs. And I know that the reason why I'm giving you this message is because you need it. Somebody sitting and watching this conference right now is being healed by the things that they're hearing. They're being healed by the things that they're seeing. You're understanding that you're not alone, that your family members are still with you, that they can send you signs, that they can give you things to look for. We just have to be acceptable of it. We have to be open to the fact to know that they are still around us and they're still trying to carry us on, but we're not taking the time to pay attention to the signs. I remember one day being at work, and I looked down at the bottom of one of the computers, and it had my dad's name on it. And I had been working there at that point for about 3 months. But it wasn't until that day, when I wasn't moving so fast, that I saw the sign with his name. And each and every morning that I go into work, that's one of the things that I do. I go into that room where this machine is, and I look at that name on there. And I know that my dad is with me at work each and every day. Whenever I see sunflowers, I know that my mom is around me, and that she is letting me see that she's still here, that she still loves me, that she has not left me. and that she still cares enough for me to give me signs to let me know that she's here. We just have to take the time to pay attention. We just have to take the time to open our hearts up and know that our loved ones love us so much. They care about us so much that they don't want to leave us, but they don't have a choice. So I want to ask you today, have you ever loved someone so much that losing them felt like you lost yourself? And I'm going to give you a second for to think about that. Have you ever lost someone so very much that when you lost them, it felt like you lost yourself? I know it did for me when I lost my parents. It did for me when I lost some of my aunts and uncles. But yet, I'm still here. I'm still talking about grief. I'm still moving forward. I'm still helping those around me each and every day deal with grief. I became a certified life coach so that I can understand how people feel and how I can help them with their emotions. And not only that, it helped me while I was learning how to help others. And sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to learn so that you can help those around you. You have to learn so that you understand how they feel, what they're feeling, why they're feeling it, why we're going through these things. And it needs to touch here. It needs to come from here. It needs to come from your heart. It needs to come from the things that we look at the most, the things that we understand the most, and that's love. That's love. At the end of the day, we love so much, and we give so much, and we pour so much. But sometimes we feel like we do not receive, but yet we do. We receive it each and every time that we look at somebody that's part of the legacy that was left behind. When we look at someone that's trying to continue the legacy that the person that passed started, or the reason why it was started because of. Our tears are not to be dismissed. Our tears are very important. Our tears mean so much. And each and every tear that you cry has a meaning. Each and every tear that you cry has a purpose. But are you going to walk in that meaning? Are you going to walk in that purpose? Are you going to do the things that you need to do to be the person that you want to be before this trauma happened in your life? Are you going to allow yourself to transform after this grief? And I don't mean transform in a bad way. And it might start out that way because mine did. My transformation when my mom passed, I went into depression. I went into depression. I started secluding myself. I didn't want to be bothered with anybody. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want anybody talking to me. And I was mad at God for allowing this to happen to me and to my family. But one day, I started to transform in a different way. I started to transform and look at my mom's in a better place. She's not hurting anymore. She's not in pain. She's not on her ventilator. But she's looking down on us with love. She's looking down on us with respect and passion. And she's seeing her children and her grandchildren and her great grandchildren grow and prosper and become beautiful beautiful flowers in the garden that she planted her seeds in. My mom loved sunflowers. And for the life of me, when I was younger, I couldn't understand why. But I find myself enjoying that myself, enjoying the fact that sunflowers are beautiful and they stand tall and they stand strong and they look toward the sun and they draw their strength from the brightest light that they can reach up to. And that's going to be you. You're going to reach up to that bright light. You're going to reach up to the things around you and you're going to find strength. You're going to find the ability to keep going. You're going to find the ability to keep moving and keep pushing and keep striving. And even though you might be hurting right now and you might be soaking in the pain and the emotions of the grief that you're going through, but yet you will be able to stand tall. Lean on other people. Let them allow them the opportunity to be there for you. And right now I'm talking to myself as I'm talking to you because sometimes I still don't do that. I've been through so much grief in the last 2 years that I didn't think that I was going to even want to speak at the conference today because I didn't know how my emotions were going to be. But God said different. And He's teaching me that each time I deal with a loss, it's only to build me up stronger. It's making me look into the things that are around me. I'm researching into the things that affected the people that I love that are gone so that I can help people that are still here get through it or maybe even recover from it. But I allow myself to learn that each one of the losses that I went through, I can grow from. I can help someone from it. It might be something that nobody even has any knowledge of, have never been affected with, but yet you have been affected by this. And I know you don't want this to happen to any more of your loved ones or the people around you that you care about. So start researching, start digging deep. Get off that chair, get off that sofa and wipe your tears away. And I'm not going to say that each day is going to be easy because I cry off and on. And sometimes I hear something that triggers a tear or more. But I embrace that during that moment. And I allow myself to have that moment. And stop letting people tell you that you can't do things at certain times. I can't tell you when grief is going to take over your emotions. I can't tell you when the hurt is going to come in. I can't tell you that because I don't know. And nobody that's around you does either. And don't allow them to say that they do. What I want you to do is allow the emotions to be just what they are. They are valid, they are important, and they are part of your healing process. If we don't grieve, we can't heal. And you need to know that it's okay. It's very much okay. But you have to keep going. You have to keep pushing. You have to keep understanding that they have people that you can relate to. They have people that can help you through this. And sometimes you don't have to go through this all alone. You don't have to go through this by yourself. And we have to know that we don't have to. But what we do have to know is that it's very important for us to be strong enough to say, I need help, strong enough to say that it's important enough for me to get up so that I can show those around me that it's okay to be in my moment, but it's okay to get up and keep pushing too. And I wrote down this quote right here, where this message, and it says, grief doesn't have to define the end of joy. It can mark the beginning of transformation, which is very true. It's very, very true. And I'm a country girl. So I remember, I think I was maybe about 20, 25, and we were driving down the highway, and I saw a tree that had been struck by lightning. And I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, that tree is going to die because it's been struck by lightning. It looks horrible. It looks tore up. It looks um like it was blown to pieces. But yet, a few years later, I remember driving down the highway and seeing that tree, and that tree had given life a new direction. It has transformed from the direction that it was going in and was going in a totally new direction. The limbs were beautiful and they looked so strong and they looked so healthy. And I was thinking to myself, how in the world is that possible? How in the world could something that looked like it was near the end come back and look so beautiful and so strong and be so fixed on living? And I actually said, you know, that's something that I might need to do in my own life. I might need to just transform and go in a different direction and stop sitting in where I was sitting. And I'm glad that I did, because in 2019, I decided to turn over a new leaf. I stopped drinking. I stopped hiding my emotions. I stopped allowing the fear of people seeing me at a weak spot affect my thoughts and my mindset. But yet, I'll allow my mindset to say, it's okay. Vicky, it's okay. And y'all know me as Lacole, but it's okay to stew in that moment. It's okay to go through what you're going through. But even in the midst of all of that brokenness, even in the midst of all of that shamble and the tore up and the hurt and the pain and the discouragement that we feel inside, we can continue to elevate and grow. We can transform from that hurt and that pain and build something beautiful, build something strong, stand on a foundation that is different. And that's okay. It's very much okay. And for anybody that really knows me, they know I love to do acronyms. So I broke down the word grief. And I want to share that with you today. So the G, give yourself grace. I want you to give yourself grace. Even in those hard moments, even in the times when you feel like you can't, give yourself grace. There's not a wrong or a right way for us to go through grief. There's not a right or a wrong way for us to feel. It's okay to fall apart. It's okay to feel like your heart is hurting. It's okay for you to not be okay. All of these things are okay. All of these things are part of the healing process. But we have to know that it's okay. It's okay to tell somebody, no, I don't feel like it right now. But give me some time. That's okay. But don't take too much time because that person is trying to be your backbone to help you through that. And we need to know that we need other people to get through the things that we're going through. It's not the speed of your healing that's important. It's the presence of you dealing with it that is important. And making sure that you're not pushing it to the side and trying to put a lock on it because that's not going to help your healing process. Or remember who they were. Remember how they made you feel. Remember the things that they did that put a smile on your face. Remember the things that made you happy, but yet also remember the things that made you cry or upset when they left you. But remember, take on that ownership. How did it make you feel? How did it transform the things that you go through daily? Reflect on the good things. Reflect on the positive things. Reflect on the things that your memory allows you to smile with. Because those are the things that are important. You have to give yourself grace and you have to remember. And you have to, invite support. And that's one of the things that I was telling you. Make sure that you're allowing people into your space. Make sure that you're allowing them to lean on you and to depend on you and know that you are there for them. Know that it's okay to say, I'm going to accept your help. You know, and some people help is through food. They bring you something to eat. It might be through a song that they sing for you that you know that you like or that you know that they knew that the person liked. It might be through um anything. It could be a place that they take you to that was very important to your relationship. And it just might be their presence and them sitting by you and not saying anything. But they're sitting there and they're allowing you to know that they're there for you, even if they don't say a word, because that might be what you need in that moment. So allow it to be okay. E, embrace every emotion, whether that emotion is sadness, anger, confusion, hurt, hate, which is a deep word. I don't like to use that word at all. But some people have it. The happiness, the joy, the excitement that they brought into your life. The things that made you feel warm inside. Or their voice might have sparked something within you that gave you a feeling that you don't understand. Embrace that. Take that on. Be excited about it. Because when we embrace the emotions, we're healing from the inside out. And like I said before, every tear has a meaning. We're not supposed to suppress the pain. We're supposed to embrace the pain so that we know that we can get through these things. We don't want to suppress because that delays your healing. And that's one of the things that we don't want to do. And F, find a new foundation because your life would never be the same. Never be the same. When my mom passed, my life was different. When my dad passed, my life became even more different. When some of my other family members passed, my life became different. But yet, you steady build from that foundation. You steady elevate yourself in this timing and make sure that you're doing the things that you need to do for you. It's okay to add on to the house that you're in and make it bigger and better. Who told you that you couldn't expand? Who told you that you couldn't elevate and go up? Because you can. And I know you can. And I hope that this message has helped somebody. But one of the things that I want to be sure to tell you is that sometimes you're going to lose friends, you're going to lose family, you may lose um, the networking that you have in place because people don't understand the new you. But just know that you'll get new friends. You might not get new family members, but you might get somebody that feels like family. And they're going to be there for you and they're going to make you excited and they're going to make you know that it's okay. And it's always okay. We are stronger and we are better together. And always know that somebody has your back, that somebody has the importance of you intact. And that's a beautiful and wonderful thing. And before I leave you all today, I want you to know that grief, it never ends. It will never come to an end until you come to an end. But I do want you to know that in the process of all of these things, love never ends either. So if you love that person, or you fell for that person, or that person was important for you, that grief will not stop, but your love for that person will not stop as well. It will continue to go on. Grief is the price that we pay for love, but love and transformation is our superpower. And we need to tap into that. We are stronger than we think. We're bolder than we think. We're stronger than we know. And I hope that something that I said today resonated with you. I hope that something I said today made you feel better about the things that you're going through and knowing that you're not alone, that people go through these things each and every day. You're not by yourself. And that's why this conference is so important because it allows you to know that you're not by yourself and that people can relate to the things that you're going through and people can relate to the emotions that you're going through and they can stand on the things that you've been through and they can build from it. You're not by yourself. If you need anything, you can reach out to any person that's been on this platform or that's going to come on this platform. Make sure you tap into them. Make sure that you know that they are here for you. We are here for you. You're not alone. So I hope that this was something that encouraged you all. I hope that this was something that allowed you to think about things that may have seemed hard. But if you liked anything that I said today, you can go to my website, lacolesmith.com, and you can set up a consultation and we can talk about it. We can talk about your emotions and I can sit there and you can tell me everything that you feel and everything that you're dealing with and every emotion that you're going through. And if I can be a help to you, I will be gladly help you. And if I have to find somebody to help you, I'll be glad to do that as well. But I know that there is help in numbers. And I know that we are better together. And also, I like you to check out my book, Leaps of Faith, because it talks about all the things that I had to overcome. And you'll be amazed at the things that I've been through in my life. And I keep pushing and I keep going. And I know that each and every person that presents today is going to be a blessing to somebody. And I just want to be a blessing to you. And I want you to embrace every person that comes on today because they're going to bless you. They might bless me, but they are here so that we can get through this together and not alone. And I hope and pray that Tony continues to do this because he's doing a wonderful job. And I want to say thank you, Tony, for the opportunity that you've given me to be on this platform to share my story. And I hope this was a blessing to each and every one of y'all. And y'all have a great day. And again, I am Lacole Smith, and it has been my pleasure being with you today. And I look forward to all the other presenters that will come on. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good morning.
Smoke Break Radio. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025, and we are your entertainment for the next hour. It is I, Snotty Notty, and my guy Quaalude.
What's the word, people?
What's the
How y'all
word,
mental
Big Bird?
vitamins doing? How you doing, Snotty?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. A little bit of chaos in the morning, you know, some unexpected things thrown my way, but keep it pushing. Keep it pushing.
Good morning, Tony.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. Y'all been talking
Oh,
mental health all day, so we're gonna take a break and have a little bit of fun. Yeah.
good morning, RKS. Good morning to everybody, man. Tapped in with us.
Yeah.
Get some little fun and mental batteries. Mm-hmm.
How you think it's been going so far? You been enjoying yourself?
I've been enjoying it. It's a whole new experience for me. You know what I'm saying? You see, I said spirit. Maybe that's what it is, spiritual. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's a new experience for me. You know me. You know I'm full of energy. Wow. So
Yeah.
I think that's what it was on the innuendo. I think that's what it was. He really said, you know what, brother? I think you got some mental health issues, and I don't think you really want to address them. So would you like to be a part of this platform? And I said, sure. And it was a trick. He said, got you. Mm-hmm.
That's how you do it.
He said, yeah, welcome, brother. Now dig in.
I dig in. We're just gonna kick it. We're gonna have a good time. Let the conversation roll. I got some games in here. Had a little trouble with the music again, but we'll fix it. We'll fix it for the next one.
Mm-hmm. Bootleg. We ain't gonna say nothing. No, we ain't gonna say nothing. We ain't gonna point no fingers.
We ain't
gonna point no fingers.
We gonna figure it out.
You know what I mean?
Get it.
Remember that? You remember that from the cartoons? They say, yo, how we fix the music?
Yeah. You know what my favorite one from the cartoons? From like the Bugs Bunnies, when he would be like, 1 for me, 1 for you. Or what is it? 2 for you, 1, 2 for me. 3 for you, 1, 2, 3 for me. That was my favorite.
I ain't gonna lie. Mine was Wile E. Coyote when they used to blow each other up.
Yeah.
That was my favorite. Straight up. Mm-hmm. No matter
watch,
how fast you ran. Yeah.
Did you watch Hanna-Barbera cartoons?
Yeah, Hanna-Barbera. What was the other one? Damn. Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.
Yeah.
Remember that little commercial came in between the cartoons?
Yeah. So which was better? The Looney
Yeah.
Tunes?
Oh, did you call it Hannah? No, it was called Hanna-Barbera, not Hanna-Barbera. I used to call it Hanna-Barbera. Then I found out that it was Hanna-Barbera. But I
So
definitely used to call it
Hanna-Barbera or
Hanna-Barbera.
Looney Tunes? Which one? Which one?
Hanna-Barbera.
Hanna-Barbera, hands down. The Cartoon Express? Choo choo.
I don't know. I might go with Saturday in the morning over Cartoon Express. Regular
Yeah.
Saturday morning cartoon, the ones you had to wait for and be up early for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Them exclusives. Because everything else was a rerun after that. You know, you had to be up like a mixtape. When it dropped Saturday morning, you need to be there.
Man, those are some good memories. Those are some good memories. I've been
I mean, especially because we used to be able
reminiscing
to
a lot.
act them out, remember?
Yeah.
You used to watch wrestling and then go do every move on whoever you saw. Clothesline!
That's what my brother used to do to me. He used to I used to be his little dummy. He used to body slam me. He used to put me in the figure 4 leg lock. He used to do the Undertaker move all the time. That was
Everything.
his favorite.
That's what siblings was for back then. You know what I mean? So therefore, guess what? The average victim of domestic violence was the rate was very low if you had a brother that put you in a full Nelson, because the average dude that came with you like, oh, hold on, bro. You don't want to start that now. I've been wrestling with these big ass niggas for about 8. You don't want to do that.
So
Before you know it, you done pile drive your new boo. You got your new
So
boo in a
what does
full
that
Nelson
say
in a
for
leg
me,
lock
though?
calling the police. Huh?
Where do I get to release mine? Like, I didn't have anybody to body slam. I didn't have nobody to wrestle with.
What you mean? You are
So-
married right now, man. Listen here. Let me tell you. Look. Let me tell you what you could do. All jokes aside, man. Y'all got Party Central where you at?
Party Central, is that like a Party City, like a store for party stuff?
Yeah, Party City. You know, like Halloween,
Yeah.
they have all the costumes and all that.
Yeah.
Listen, they always still got costumes in the back, even though it ain't Halloween. Let me tell you what you do. Y'all go and get y'all some WWE costumes, right? Y'all get y'all some WWE costumes and just do the intro. And coming in, and y'all move all the furniture in the living room. The WWE. You know what I mean?
We gotta have the
They put the
bell,
little
too.
camera on the side. Yeah. And that's love. Because you know on TV it was fake anyway. So now you could really jump off the couch, you know what I'm saying, and fake DDT your wife. Boo! She's like, oh! Yeah. You can have fun. You the
I
one that
was,
just told yourself you don't want to have fun. Everybody get grown, don't want to have fun no more, man. Go get the wrestling
love having
costume
fun.
and have fun.
I love bringing out my inner child, man. I love going back to being a kid, like all the fun things that we used to do.
Okay, so that's the first thought of the day. Then after this show, when the show done, and the next time you speak to your wife, you just say, your wife, you want to go get some costumes and wrestle? She's like, what?
Yeah, she gonna
Who
be
you wanna
about
be?
it.
Who you want to be?
Ultimate
That's what you
Warrior.
got. Who you want? I'm finna be the Ultimate Warrior.
Ultimate Warrior.
That's my dude.
Yep.
He don't even exist no more. And if I can't be him, then I'm definitely gonna be Junkyard Dog. I mean, not Junkyard Dog. Hacksaw Jim Duggins with the yeah,
Right, the big piece of wood.
with the piece of wood. Oh, yeah.
That's good times, man. It's good times. It's good to reminisce and go back and think about the good times. And doing this mental health thing, it's really good for you. It's really good for you to have just good feelings, good energy, good vibes. And I think good memories are like a coping skill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
You know
a
what?
good
You know what I
coping
just
skill.
thought of just now? Believe it or not, I think a lot of times we get in our own way because our inner childhood. I think a lot of times you let life get the life and so extremely that we kind of forget about that inner us, and he becomes a distant relative. You know what I mean? Like, nah, you got to bring that inner you back to you. Like, what up, bro? Nah, I gotta go work today. All right, cool. I'll see you when I get back. Yeah, you gotta have that one with you, man.
You know what I miss? I miss imagination.
I still got it.
Like, I still have it, but it's not the same as it was when I was a kid. It was
Because
a
you
little
ain't
more
doing it with the
free.
right ones. You ain't doing it with the right ones.
Yeah.
And we be having liftoff. I'm telling you, with me, you'll end up hanging up. Like, yo, listen, I ain't gonna, anybody else here in the car, they be like, yo, what is y'all talking about? And I'm gonna tell them to listen here. Spaceships don't come with rear view mirrors.
Mhm.
I do the weirdest things, man, because yo, we live life so long trying to please others, trying to be accepted by others. Yo, the way I'm rocking is that man, get out of here, man. Guess what? I like to have fun. I like to enjoy life. You know what I mean? I like to solve something. When somebody calls me, I like to solve the situation, get to laughing, and let's move on, man. You know what I'm saying? Jumpstart that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Don't be scared to have fun. And I'm telling you, that's why I fart a lot. A fart is funny. Believe it or not.
A fart is hilarious.
That mean like at times that you being so, stuck on things and that. I'm telling you, just that.
I like when the cats fart or the dogs fart.
Yo,
'Cause
listen.
it sounds
Yo,
like
the
a
more
person.
love you listen, my kittens, right? When you show them love, they get comfortable, come around you and fart.
Right.
You where they fart at. It's like, come on, man. I'm get feeling all mushy. Ooh. They like getting under my bed. Then they'll cut under it, and yo, you can literally hear it. Come on, family. In my bed.
Pets are another good one, man.
Yo.
That's another good have fun. I just like to sit and watch them. Just watch them. Wild out, body slam. So we have 3 cats and 2 dogs. So the girl cat, I call them the twins. The girl cat and the boy cat, they like to body slam each other. They like to fight. They like to get zoomies. And the girl, Missy. So we have Missy Elliott, Fat Man Scoop, Remy Ma, and Rod Digger. Those are our babies' names. You like that?
You ain't shit.
You like that? Yeah.
You ain't shit.
You like that? But I just like to watch them. And it's
Some
like,
tell me. Hold on. Is Rod Digger the the calico?
nah, she's a pity. She's a black pity.
Oh, jet black, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Now
Remy Ma's brown. Yeah. We love music, man. We love music in my house. So my wife.
which
let
one
me,
can't stay out the litter box? Who in the litter box the most? Remy?
Diggy. Diggy's in the litter box. Rod Digger. Yeah.
Well, that's Project Life, Ratchet. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
And
Remy
that's so
came up out the
gross.
projects.
They love.
Yo, that's
they
crazy. You
love
named
kids.
all your cats rappers,
Yep.
and don't none of them get along, huh? Except for when they feel like it.
Nah, they get along. Everybody gets along. Except Rod Digger. She's Diggy. She's the
I mean, she got kicked out of flip mode, so she's still feeling some kind of
right.
way.
She's the alpha. She wants to be
Mhm.
the alpha. And we gotta put her back in her place and let her know the chain of command. You know what I'm saying? You don't run nothing around here.
Rod Digger's still going through that in real life right now. Like,
Yeah.
shout out Rod Digger.
I wish I
It's
had
gonna be
some,
all right.
some sound effects. Ding ding. I'm gonna get that today though.
Oh,
Yeah,
lucky I ain't bring my
let's
tablet
have
down
some
here.
fun. Let's get into it. Let's get into a game. So I made this game up yesterday, right? It's called Lame, Legit, or Legendary.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you something, and you tell me, just as simple as that. Is it lame, legit, or legendary to you? You ready?
Gotcha.
The faux hawk.
What is that?
The faux hawk.
Yeah.
It's the fake mohawk haircut. With the sides are usually shaved, and then let me see if I can pull it up real quick. You don't know the faux hawk?
Oh, you saying like the faded mohawk instead of the straight skin, the line.
Yeah. Lame, legit, or
So
legendary?
you said what's the options? Lame. I would say legit, depending on the person, because guess what? I ain't gonna hold you. I was finna get one of those before this show. I never had it done, and one of the barbers had it, and it looked ill. And I said, you know what? I ain't never did that before. You get what I'm saying? I might just go ahead and do that, just for the look of, it's when it's done right, it look official.
Yep.
So it was like, yeah, I would have went with that. So it depends on the personality and the
Legendary, yep.
wardrobe you rocking. So
I'm
it
going
can
with
be legendary.
I'm going with
It
legendary.
can be legendary if done right.
I'm gonna
At
tell
minimal
you why.
legit though.
Let me tell you why. I can see legit because it has to be done right. But the faux hawk has been around, what, 20, 30 years now? It's been around for a long time, and it's still a trending hairstyle. So I'm going with legendary all day. But I can dig legit. I get it because you got to have the right head shape. You got to have the right fade, you know? Chad is talking about legend too. Legendary. More forehead than a mohawk. All right, you ready for the next one?
Yep, let's go.
Cryptocurrency. Lame, legit, or legendary?
I know nothing about it. All I do know is so many people invested into a whole bunch of stuff and got robbed. Now, I know I could be a conspiracy theorist, but I think it about makes sense. I know that we as humans put the value to money. That's us. Value, money ain't nothing but a piece of paper they print. So we put value on things. So for me, I can't speak on something that I've never experienced, or I don't even know nobody who's delved in it. I don't know anybody who has a Bitcoin, or you know what I mean? Like even on my Cash App, when they offer me a percentage, I just swipe by that, man. I don't want to bit nothing. You get me? Know nothing about it. That's like, to me, it's like, all right, so now to me, it's like putting credits on a video game I know nothing about. Nah, I'm good.
Right.
I'm good.
So you give it a lame?
I'm good. I'm not gonna say lame because it may be official. You know what I mean? And I don't want to make nobody feel bad.
But
I
it's
would
your
just
opinion.
say, yeah,
I'm going with lame.
Lame is a hard word to go with. Like that's corny.
I'm going with lame.
All right,
I don't understand it.
Okay, so to fit in, I'm gonna go with lame too.
Yeah.
That's just a harsh ass word. Because what if, like, to the person who believes in it or created it and it's really working, I just don't know what they're doing and understand their vision, so I can't call it lame, you know?
That's why I call it lame, because it's not easy to understand for me. I need something a little more tangible. It seems imaginary. It seems like cloud money to me.
Yeah. It's what it is really CeeLo money or craps money, but you just doing it digitally, that's all.
Right.
You investing in the bank. You investing in the crap bank. Somebody could knock that bank and somebody, you know how it go.
Right.
Somebody crack that bank, everybody broke.
Some people.
That's basically what it is. I don't know nothing about it.
All right.
I mean,
so got a lot of lames.
I'm the type of person that, look, the day I got released, my grandson, coming from I was in Washington, that prison, they got the damn what it's called. Like, anyhow, it's a big ass shopping area with all of the outlets, right? So we was gonna stop by, automatically step out prison, get some brand new gear. My grandson, like, Grandpa, I want to get an outfit. Now, how much you want? He said $50. I'm like, damn, $50. But it's the outlets, whatever. Yo, you get the cards. You get the cards from they give you a debit card, prepaid debit card when you leave prison. So he asked me about it, I handed it to him. By the time we get to the spot, we'll do whatever. I'm not thinking nothing of it. We on the highway headed to the crib. He like, Grandpa, look. So I'm looking at the game. He talking about the outfit. I know I'm the last thing I'm looking for. I don't know what to look for in this thing, But when that little jackass showed me, he just spent $50 on an outfit on some dude on Roblox, or not even that, Minecraft, whatever game that was.
Right.
I had beef with that little man now, man. Like, you can't be serious. You ain't just do that. You ain't just do that. You ain't just hit me for no $50 to put no outfit on no dude on no game. You ain't just do that to me. Nah, you ain't just do that. Woo, them was fighting words. And he was 9. Nah, you ain't do that. So that's where I'm at in the digital world. Like,
That's funny. That's too funny. He got you.
Even with Cinemax now, you can't even just what you call that? Pay for the monthly app. Now you got an option. You can get Cinemax with or without the commercials. I never even know Cinemax had commercials.
Right. Oh, speaking of commercials, do you ever watch Black Mirror?
Never heard of it.
On Netflix.
Nope.
No? Oh, that was a good one. I'll tell you
Black
about
Mirror?
it offline.
That's
All right,
your
let's
name.
get back. Lame, legit, or legendary? You ready?
Yep.
Reality TV.
that kind of bothers. I don't know. That's real right there. See, I feel two kind of ways. I believe that reality TV should have never happened. I don't think so. I think that right there was the beginning of entitlement and perception. You know? So I would say lame. Lame. It never should have happened. Nope.
I can dig that because when reality, so I think about like the Real World, right? When that was reality, kind of reality TV. And it was cool that it seemed a little more controlled, but then reality TV just started going left. And now
Yeah,
people
for
are
shock
just
value.
wilding out. Yes.
Yeah, just
So that's kind of hard. I'm gonna say legit because kind of like you said with the faux hawk, if it's done right, reality TV can be really good. But you can
okay. Now
quickly get lost in the weeds and the
I
garbage.
can agree if there's reality TV to an extent, meaning there's a driven goal, not just we filming the chaos.
Right.
Nah, like making the band. I can see that, or because there's a goal of everybody is trying to make it to become an artist. But in between time, these are all of these trials and tribulations that they must, get through in order to accomplish the next level. I can understand things like that.
Yeah.
Other than that, nah, just the camera on you. That's why I can't get to the point where I'm just filming myself talking, pre-recorded or not. I'm not there yet. I can't sit here. I don't care how much equipment I have. I can't sit here in front of a computer and be like and just say funny stuff and then tell myself, yeah, that was funny, right? Yo, chat, you hear that? That was funny. Ain't nobody here laughing with me? Nah, man. I ain't there yet.
Okay.
Nah. See, I'm
So
one of
you
them
gonna
people
go.
that see that. When I see people content, I be sitting there saying, like, now is anybody paying attention that this dude is in the room by himself? Bugging. You know what I mean? Imagine how the
Right.
children feel. And they like, Dad, they want to have the same fun with you. And you like, quiet, I'm online. And you having a great time in here by yourself. They like, is Daddy all right? Ain't nobody in there. Who is he talking to? And he's laughing. Yo, that's just my thoughts. Like.
All right, let's start some trouble. Lame, legit, or legendary? You ready?
Yep.
Batman.
Legendary. Hands down. That's Batman.
I knew we were about to start some. I'm going with lame. I do not like Batman. I like the Joker. Love the Joker. But Batman is just a regular guy with money. Well, he's not a regular guy because he's got money, but he's just a rich kid with a whole bunch of cool gadgets.
And he got a mean suit that can't nobody.
Yeah.
It ain't even about afforded. If you had them gadgets, everybody would do the same thing, man. I could jump off the roof, fly through something. Man, come on, man. He had the bat suit. I think all the superheroes was. I thought all superheroes was legendary, man.
Nah.
Ooh, she got beef with Batman. Damn, Snotty, you got beef with Batman?
I ain't got beef with Batman. I ain't got beef with him. I'm a Spider-Man fan.
So you like Bane?
If you can see my, you can't see my.
And yo, Batman to beat the shit out of. Come on, Snotty.
I don't know. Cause Spider-Man is quick. Spider-Man got the webs. He can flip. All Batman can do is use his look.
Batman will break Spider-Man in half. No problem, man.
No, I disagree.
You just keep punching him in the chest, knocking him through walls. And you got to get his spider web. Punch him through another building.
No, don't talk about Spidey. Spidey's the man. And there's like 1,000 different Spideys. There's
and he got a cave.
Batmans
That's right.
there.
And he got the digital cave. Like, come on, man. That's Batman. Now I can't now when it comes to Batman and Superman, I'm going with Superman. You know what I'm saying?
See,
Superman.
I'm going with Batman. I'm going with Batman over Superman.
Yo, you can't switch up.
Superman. I don't like Superman at all. He's my least favorite.
That's your least favorite.
Right?
So who your favorite?
Yes.
Who your favorite superhero?
I just told you. I like Wolverine. I like Spider-Man. I like Venom. Deadpool's cool. Yeah, that's what I like. I think the funnier ones, the ones that have a little bit of comedy with them. And Batman's not funny.
You used to
You got
read
any
comic books,
process?
didn't you?
No, I didn't. My brother used to read comic books.
Oh, I never read comic books neither.
Yeah. He
Well, that's
said
all
they
right.
fought and he almost killed him. Batman almost killed him. Don't.
You know what? Let me keep it 100 with you. I ain't watch what you call them things? I just said comic books because we ain't never have them. I mean, once in a while you had them, but when you had them, they was old as hell. But you know what just went through my mind when I said superheroes and I was saying my favorite superheroes? Yo, I used to read Scholastic News and you always got these little characters from the dentist office and all that. And I remember them
Yes.
superheroes, Toothbrush Man and all that. You know what I mean? Damn, I was ghetto and broke, man. Yeah, but I remember them
Scholastic
superheroes
was
too.
the shit.
Scholastic News.
Man.
Mad different superheroes that what they ain't make it to DC or Marvel. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Scholastic was, it had the games, it had the
All the games in
comics.
the back.
Man.
You know what I mean? A little bit of knowledge in the back, little quiz in the back.
Man.
Yeah, bro. They ain't understand why we used to be able to ace spelling bees and
Right.
all kinds of Scholastic News.
Do kids still do that though? Are they still? I would
I
say
don't know.
no. I would
I
imagine
know
they
this
in
much.
their
School ain't even
phones and
school no
shit.
more. Yo, you know how they say go back in time? Yo, if we went back in time and went to school like how it is now, I don't think we would survive. We'd be in the principal's office immediately.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Scholastic. You
They
just
took
brought me back to a good
dodgeball
one.
out of school. That used to be come on, man. Every bully. Yeah, what up? And then you know when they get hit with that red ball, it got that
Yep.
high pitched sound.
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah, what up? Bing. Oh, bully is out of here. You know what I mean? Everybody get the bully as soon as he come. Go get boo, 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 boo. Yeah, we
Right.
make the bully mad during gym.
Right.
Yeah, you gonna be man. All you got is 3 o'clock. And then guess what? We know how to run fast. Ain't catch me
Good
neither.
times, man.
Slip,
Good
fail,
times.
bust your ass. You just looking stupid, bully. And now tomorrow, guess what happened? Dodgeball again. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, you can't do that no more though.
No. No.
Mm-mm.
That was
I've been
like
seeing-
our way of justice. You know?
Yes, it
getting your
was.
Revenge.
You know what else was justice? Kickball.
Ooh, I love some kickball.
I'm talking about knock somebody dead off their feet. You ain't never hit somebody in their head and their feet turn when they run.
Right.
Ooh, bing. That's high sports.
Man.
Yeah. Blow them straight off the whole lot. Bills. You get up. Yeah, you got dirt. Out.
Kickball.
Damn right you out. Look at your face.
Man.
Look at your face throbbing. Out.
And big ass
Suck it
red
up.
balls.
Yeah.
Do they still have
Ain't no
those
juice.
anymore?
Ain't no water. Ain't Guess what? You coming up again. Don't worry about it. That's it. Yeah. And you know what happened? You just automatically stop crying when it's your turn. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now you waiting for your op. Go ahead, kick that ball. We gonna knock your face off. Out.
Big red balls. Do you remember in the summertime how hot they would get?
Yes, man. That's the whole point, the beauty of it, man. And yo, you know what's so crazy? Them red balls was made with the same material that we used to use as a hot water bag. Come to find out, when you found out what that was as an adult, Grandma, why you did that? It was a douchebag. It was a real douchebag. We playing with the water. Got you. Why you do that? Why would you do that to us? But that was called ghetto love. It's called a hot water bag. And guess what? You ain't care when they put some ice up in that thing and you had the headache over that thing had purposes. Rubber. And if you hit a good lick, sometimes you got beat with it. You never get smacked side one of them rubber thing, pop, pop, wrap around your face. I got beat with all kind of items, pardon me.
Yeah.
I'm from that era.
Yeah.
I'm from that era where a shoe used to run around the corner. You could run around the corner, that shoe would chase you around the corner. Yeah, parents had them kind of heat-seeking missiles when they had items. You ever seen a wooden clog with the buckle?
Mm-hmm. I remember them.
Yeah, wooden clog. She throw it like a frisbee. It turned right around the corner.
Looking like the Dutch shoes.
Straight up. That
Well, we
went with
got 2
curling irons
minutes.
The one with curling eyes and curls. Yeah. Shout out finger waves. All that went together back then. That's how you knew somebody took care of themselves. You go in the house and it smell like hair. Yeah, that's how you know people smile. Remember, you come in the crib, it smell like burnt hair.
I got a picture of me in the 7th grade. I got some finger waves, and I got
you had finger waves
in the back. Yes.
Yeah, which way you had them? Which way you had them going?
Suit
You
on.
had them going circle like a beehive, or which way?
I had them going in the side. I had like about half of my head in the finger waves,
and
then like I said,
the
I
braids
had
in the back.
Yep. The ruffle collar shirt. Remember those with the little ruffles on the. And then I had
and that
this
made
little
you
pants.
You had the ruffle shirt. What you had, the baggy socks? The socks with the booty on it, the little ball?
Nah, I didn't have them.
Remember, girls used to have their own special socks with the little booty on the back. Time to wrap up. Appreciate y'all.
It was fun. Y'all have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the Global Grief Conference 2025. We will be back about 2:00.
Nah, we are 2:45 your time, so 3:45 East Coast, 2:45 Central Time.
We'll see y'all later. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the conference, and we'll see you soon.
Appreciate y'all having us. Shout out Snotty, and thank you so much, Tony and Heat Detector. Global Grief Conference 2025.
2025.
Yo, that even sound weird.
Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Inspired by our Community Impact Center in Old Town Fort Collins, where 12 nonprofits collaborate to address pressing community issues, we're replicating this model here at the Loveland Youth Campus. Our vision extends beyond individual programs. We're breaking down barriers by creating community hubs where families can access multiple resources under one roof, and nonprofits can streamline efforts, share expenses, collaborate in new ways, and ultimately put more resources into impactful programs. Essential services like literacy support, mental health care, and access to nutritious foods will all be offered under one roof. And that's in addition to quality care for children ages 0 to 18, provided by our partners at Teaching Tree Early Childhood Learning Center and Boys and Girls Clubs of Larimer County. Our efforts to unite nonprofits and services in community hubs countywide are truly redefining what it means to be a Larimer United. When we all come together and pitch in, we have the potential to be part of something greater than what any of us can do alone. We can build a brighter today and a more resilient future for generations to come. The opportunity to thrive is the bedrock of the American dream. At United Way of Larimer County, we are dedicated to turning this dream into reality. Thank you for joining us in being a Larimer United for healthy kids, healthy families, and a thriving community.
My name is Dr. Rob Kelly from the Rob Kelly Group. We're in the addiction industry, which covers a lot more than just addiction. We're talking about alcoholism, addiction, childhood trauma, anxiety, depression, PTSD, all of that stuff we deal with. Over 10,000 patients with a 98% success rate, would you believe? Been in the industry about 25, 30 years. I know I'm getting old. Looking forward to the convention, the Grief Convention. Come on and watch us. Come and see me. RobKelly.com. Spell my name with 2 B's. RobBKelly.com. Come and say hi on all platforms, and we'll see you at the conference.
Yo,
What's going on, big man?
hold on 1 second, sir. All right.
Yeah, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh man, another day in paradise, man. Sitting back, just enjoying the show, man. You know what I'm saying? We just had Q and Snotty get off, and here we are, man. Here we are. Another day in the books.
Another day in the books. Yeah. Man, this has been really exciting. And congratulations to you for all the work you've been putting in, man, because I've been privy to behind the scenes, and I know, and just from doing my podcast and all the things that I do, I know the amount of work that it takes to put something like this together, man. And big shout out to you and all the work that you put in, man. My hat's off to you, brother.
Man, I appreciate that, man. And man, it's been a lot of fun doing it. It really has been, watching the presenters, watching what they're doing, having you on board, watching, and seeing all of this come together, man. It's been a beautiful thing. It's been a real beautiful thing, you know what I'm saying? And to be able to provide so much to the people out there listening right now. Like we got Q and Snotty had us up here dying, man. You know what I'm saying? And they actually put together a game, you know what I'm saying, to help to let people come in and just have some fun while we go through this, you know what I'm saying, go through this thing and talking about such a deep topic like grief and mental health and addiction and things like that, you know what I'm saying? Because these conversations can get pretty deep.
Yeah.
It can get pretty deep, so it's good to have people in here to and we got Michael Gersh coming up later, you know what I'm saying, with his segment, you know what I'm saying, with the comedy and everything. We got you on the ones and twos, man. So it's been good, man. It's been really good.
I mean, I've been having some technical difficulties. I could have swore that before we started on Friday that we went through the audio and everything was good.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, at the beginning, the audio was good. And I don't know what happened in between then and now, because I didn't touch any of the settings, that it would just started fading in and out, and I don't know. But I'm working on it. Look, my thoughts are I'm very optimistic that by Sunday I'll have it together.
No, man, watching you do your thing too, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you got your podcast that we're closing off with at the end of the days, and everything else, and
the show last night.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. I'm here till the stream is done.
Now, we had an issue last night. Hold on. I'm going to grab a microphone for Christinia. By the way, Christinia Aaliyah is Ayla. She just won't stop correcting me. I said hello this morning. She goes, no, good morning. I'm like, oh, okay. No, I'm just kidding. Hold on for a second. Let me get another microphone. This one in the meantime.
Good morning, Tony. How are you doing?
Well, how you doing, my friend? How you doing this morning?
I'm doing really well. It's been a good morning. My great-grandson is in the hospital, but my granddaughter and my daughter are both there with him, and they called me, and it was a video call, and it was the baby. He had major surgery.
Do me a favor. Try to stay closer to the mic because you're fading in and out. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway, he had major surgery for a little tiny guy. He had a hernia that they wanted to repair. And when they got in there, it was like 3 times the size that they thought it was. And plus, he had 3 holes in his esophagus. So they had to close those holes. Yeah. So, but he looked so cute and so happy this morning. Really, really darling. I think he's 5 weeks old now? 6 weeks? Almost 6 weeks old, I think. just a little tiny guy.
Hold on, give me 1 second, all right?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me throw on my headphones. That was Q that was just tuning in.
No, you hold that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna message him back real quick. But yeah, man, he was telling me about that, and I was saying, man, I was thinking about the little guy, man, and I was just like, wow, because no one wants to hear things like, the little one has to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Let alone have major surgery.
Yeah. So I don't know if you did catch the show last night. It was actually a really great interview, except for the end. So I challenge a lot of MCs at the end to freestyle, because especially when they really talk about the culture. And oh my gosh, the dude fumbled the bag. Horrible.
I saw it, but it was okay though, right? Because in reality, man, sometimes these things do happen, and you know what I'm saying? It's all good, man.
Nope. No, I gave him a pass last night, but no, not when it comes to that. Shout out to him, and that's why I said I know he'll be back. And I'm going
to go get my cigar and my coffee.
You didn't have to tell us.
I did.
Okay, see, correcting me again. Hold on 1 sec. Gosh darn it. Yes, dear. Hi.
What are you doing?
I'm live right now, and now you're live.
Oh, okay.
How's the baby? Yes. And I'm assuming you want me to go to Dunkin' or something.
No, I was going to see, do you know where Tino is?
No, I do not.
Oh. I need somebody to come get me.
We might get out tomorrow.
Hey.
Hey.
All
If
right.
everything goes okay, we might.
What
get
happened to my
discharged.
call back this morning when you woke up?
Oh yeah, no, I was probably sleeping.
All right.
Barely got
So wait, so you want me to come to the hospital and pick you up, or pick all of you guys up?
Oh, well,
She wants to go somewhere. She has to go and do a little bit of running around.
Okay, I'm not capable of doing that today.
I know, but I was trying to see
for Tino.
Yeah, Tino.
He took off with Cameron somewhere.
Oh, his location said he's at home.
Now they're walking around the neighborhood.
Oh, they're working.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're working.
And that's big air quotes with that. Working.
Yeah, no, they are. He had to go get on the roof of a lady's house today, one of our neighbors.
Oh, okay.
He's down the street at her. Okay.
All right. Say hi to everybody. You guys are live.
Okay.
Hello from the hospital.
Maybe I'll just take an Uber there, and then I don't know. I'll want them to take me back, I guess.
Okay, honey.
All right. See you later.
Love you guys. Bye-bye. All right, so back to business.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's just another day. It's another day in the life of Big Heat. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so when a person talks about the culture in the way that he did, right?
Right.
It stands to reason from every angle that I sit that, yeah, you're supposed to be able to do this. This is a big part of the culture. And when he wasn't able to, my thoughts immediately were like, okay, I'm about to freestyle. But if I did, it would have made the problem even worse, because I would have made him look really, 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 really bad. So I didn't. I just gave him another opportunity to come back. Because you know what? You kept hearing me kept saying, I'm a doctor now.
Yeah. Well, like I was sitting back, I was listening to you, man, and I was just like, yep, you know what? It's all good, man, because that's what this is all about, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all about the healing. It's all
I
about the
jokingly
understanding.
said, I listened to so much therapeutic stuff yesterday that I'm like, you know what? I'm completely healed of everything. You know, I jokingly said that, and I said, as a matter of fact, as of tonight, I'm a full-fledged doctor. I'm a psychiatrist now. and it was pretty funny. But all jokes aside, I did take a lot from yesterday, and I know that I will take a lot from today. There was a lot of amazing people talking about a lot of stuff. There was a lot to process, and not in a bad way. It was a lot to process. You know, I'm on a journey, and my journey also is learning, and a lot of this stuff is really, really new to me. And you are a healed heat detector. Thank you, Ada. This journey is so new to me, and the learning process is really new. So, like, taking in all of this information, man, it was a lot yesterday. It was a lot to process, you know. But like I said, in the best way possible.
Right.
Snotty, what's up?
What's going on?
What's going on, Snotty? Yeah, you know.
How are you feeling yesterday?
Say that again.
I said, how are you feeling about today and yesterday?
I feel like today was a
She
little
froze.
more we got it today. You know, we got in the groove. I'm starting to really feel it, starting to have some fun. And I know as soon as we start having more fun, it's gonna be over. You know? Because we still got a few more shows, some more entertainment, some more good stuff coming, and then it's gonna be over. So I don't make
Well,
me
I'm mad at
It's
you.
never like that's the thing about it. It's never over, right? You know what I'm saying? Because there's always things going on. Like this right here is just it's a 3-day event, and this is 3 years running. You know what I'm saying? And we've always followed the same format. 3 days, you know what I'm saying, 13, 14 hours a day, bringing presenters on and just doing more. And so, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, this is, you know, this never stops.
right.
This never stops because you never know. Next month, we may be throwing like a virtual party for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You just never know. And so there's always more to do. And Q just came back on and joined us a little bit more. You know, we had one of the presenters had a few technical difficulties, and I was like, hey, no problem. No problem. You know what I'm saying? But I see it from the presenter's point of view too. You know what I'm saying? Because they put a lot of time and effort into what they do. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's all respect, it's all love, man. But it's also a great pleasure to have you guys come back on. I got Heat, I got Chris and Nina on here, you know what I'm saying? And we're just recapping, man. We that's all we're doing. We're just recapping. I was just telling Heat, I was like, dude, you and Q was playing the game. Y'all had us up here dying, talking about Marvel and stuff like that. I was like, you know what? I'm done with y'all. Y'all fools.
That's Smoke Break Radio, man. That's what we do. We have a good time. And you know, that kind of opens the door to something we wanted to talk to y'all about. Go.
Right.
You want to head it off, Q?
She presented it so terribly. Listen, man. So terrible. That's the genuine nature in her, though. That's the genuine nature in her. You know what I'm saying? Just being shy and all that. Anyhow, ain't no damn drum roll effect and all that. But shout out Snotty Naughty, man. There you go. Yo, I like that one. That drum roll. That's in my producer joint, man. You know what I'm saying? That was if you know that drum roll, you know that.
Can I try again?
I can't sing that song right now because this is the Global Grief Network. Remember that song now? Yeah.
I do.
Can I try again?
Oh yeah, you remember, Tony, man. Okay, yeah. Come on with it.
Okay,
It better be good. It better be good.
So, you know, I've been having a great time here. I appreciate you guys letting us be a part of what you got going on. So, you know, to show our love, to show our appreciation, to spread the word and continue to do what you guys are doing, we would love to invite you to be part of our Juneteenth celebration that we're doing. It's going to be like a day-long celebration with speakers, music, a silent auction. We're going to have some spoken word. You know, just kick back and celebrate our independence as
live performances. Can't forget that part.
Live
You know what I'm saying?
performances. Yeah. And we would love for you guys to come be a part of what we're trying to do.
Say it loud. I'm black and I'm
Hey.
proud. Say it loud.
Hey, you know what? Let us know what we need to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what we need to do, and then we'll sit down and we'll figure out something. You know what I'm saying? Because it's whatever you need from us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Whether if you want it in person or virtual, because a lot of people are from across the world and things like that. So it's always ways of being able to integrate this. And yes, it would be an honor. It would be an honor. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know what you need from me, and the answer will always be yes.
I'm loving
All right. You guys had me. You guys had me at hello. You guys had me at hello, man. Well, you know, and on top of there, you know what I'm saying? He put out the call and y'all answered it and was like, yeah, we'll jump on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's Big Dog. That's Heat Detector, man. That's it, man. Bro. Yo, listen, man. For me, listen, man. It's many of people that say, yo, pull up. See, I'm a flip the scene. A lot of people, I was telling you before, I said I pull up. Blah, blah, blah. It's many of people that say, yeah, come on. You know what? I know this one. I know that one. And it's easy to create an illusion online. Very easy.
Yeah.
But as I said, yo, when you're dealing with people off of aura, things are different. So when you meet somebody face to face, and I'm talking about from the first dap, what up, bro? You feel right there if that's the bro or not. No words spoken, no nothing. But from there, when the illusion of the internet is irrelevant now, and now you dealing on pure essence, energy, and all we know about each other is what we saw on the screen. And to be able to manifest that, at different horizons without the word being spoken. Because no matter how much fun I had in Chicago, no matter what I did on stage or any of the individuals I met, they would not have came up that little ass staircase. Shout out Nash. Look. Yeah, we ain't gonna say what that means. Shout out Nash. We understood that is not an emergency exit. But anyhow, carrying on, right? Moving right along. You know what I'm saying? That was not emergency exit. Anyhow, you have to have a different kind of vibe and a different kind of aura to have the whole club want to come upstairs and rock with you.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Man.
So again, shout out Heat. I pay attention very well, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
and
yeah,
then on
man.
top of that, it's one thing to say it, do it, show it. But then when you leave and not just a bystander or a silhouette of somebody who want to be down, say, yo, don't worry about it, man. I got you, bro. Shit, that's the bro.
Yeah.
It's somebody else in another position of extreme power. So that show the love they got for you. You know what I'm saying? That ass.
Yeah,
so,
man.
yeah, man.
That
I'm here
shit
for whatever you make a call, man. I'm coming.
I'm going to
Straight
tell
up.
you, man, that these type of things really humble the hell out of me, man, because I'm on a journey just like everybody else that's been speaking, everybody else. And, I like to think that I've always been this person, but I had a whole lot of healing to do to get to the real me. You know what I'm saying? I've always been this way, but there was a lot of things that I was masking. I don't mean to get too deep, but there was a lot of things that I was masking and covering up. A lot of anger, a lot of trauma, a lot of abuse, and in order for me to really truly be myself, I had to confront those things for me. And so I'm on this journey, and I love everybody. You know what I'm saying? I love everybody until you show me a reason not to love you. And that has to be a really hard reason. Like, because I know a lot of people here in the city, in Chicago, shout out to everybody, but that doesn't mean I hang around all of them or do anything like that. Some of them I love from a distance because I can't have them within my circle. I can't have them within my bubble. Let's put it that way. I can love them from a distance, do as much as I can for them from a distance, but that type of energy I can't have around me. I can't have the negativity. I can't have all of these things that were entrapping to me, if that makes any sense before. It was like a trap for me, especially when I wasn't able to deal with a lot of the stresses and anger and shit that I've been through in my life. because all those things did was just what's the word? Enabled me, you know, and enabled the hell out of me. And then it also gave me a million more excuses to not do other things, to not be me. I was so afraid to be me, it wasn't even funny. Now I can just be me and not even worry about it, because the true inner me is, man, I said it last night, man, I'm fucking awesome. And that's not me being cocky. That's not me being anything, man. I'm an awesome individual. And I have to learn to accept that. Because even when I get compliments, man, like I'm about to tear up now, because when you come from a place where I come from, it's hard to take those kind of compliments. It's hard to take those things and realize them when you hate yourself so much, when you hate who you are and you hate where you came from and you hate all of these things and you wish things could have been different, but fuck that. Things are the way that they are. I have to love me. And I've learned to, a lot of times I say it out loud, because affirmation for me, I have to say these things out loud. I have to hear me say it, not somebody else. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna get to my point that hearing it from someone else is very humbling. And it's very hard for me to take it in. Like when I hear Q talk, man, I just like it fucks with me, and not in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? When I hear you talk, Tony, it fucks with me, but not in a bad way. It's hard for me to accept that, because I'm still fighting a lot of demons. But when I hear myself say it, I'm like, all right, you're good. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Take what they're saying. It is what it is. You know, I'm awesome.
Yeah.
I love my people. I love my friends, and I give them what I want, what I would want. You know what I'm saying? If I want respect from somebody, I give them the utmost. If I want love from somebody, I love the shit out of them. You know what I'm saying? And I accept the fact that not everybody's going to love me. I accept that. I accept that there are people that will not forgive me for things that I've done. I accept it. You know what I'm saying? And I just push forward. That's all I can do. And I tell myself all the time,
And that
man.
shit ain't got nothing to do with you or your playground, man. All that bad energy
Oh,
you tell them people,
you know
man,
what?
you know what, man? It sucks.
My playground.
I got a song for that. I got a song for that. Well, hold on, let me break a record real quick. I got a song for the and it's mental health. Look. It sucks to be you. I'd hate to be you. It sucks to be you. I'd hate to be you. Woo woo. Don't forget the woo 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 part at the end. You know what I mean?
Right. That's real shit. I appreciate you,
feel good about yourself.
I appreciate the hell out of you. I was so excited for you to come out here, man. And I was more in fan mode, man. Like because I love hip hop. Like I really, really love it. I really breathe it. I really live it every day. And when I see somebody that I not only like as a friend and genuinely care about, I really want to see them prosper. I really want to, I get more thrill out of watching someone do their thing than anything else. You know what I'm saying? And I had the pleasure.
Only thing we ain't do though, see? Only thing, yo, I'm telling you, watch. I promise you this. See, I be doing weird shit like this. Like when I first met certain individuals, I remember they had said little punchline, yo, can you put that in the song? And the first one was hurry up and buy. And I did, you know what I'm saying? And then the second one was, it's my money and I need it now. You know, the JG Wentworth. But look though, I swear I'm gonna do this, man. I swear, and hold me to it. You remember when they used to be up in the parties and they used to be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I never what did I take? Oh, say oh. Why? I'm gonna do that somehow. I don't know. I can't make the party song, but somehow I'm gonna bring that element out, man.
Okay.
Even if I gotta come with the snippet of that let me clear my throat. Ow! I have mercy, baby. Yeah,
I don't know how much coffee you had this morning, bro. More than me.
Nah,
More
coffee.
than
I
you.
ain't even get no Corona. I ain't gonna hold you. It's good energy. What it is the
No, it is.
gasoline. It's
But
good
look.
gasoline and some good Corona. I mean, I said good,
Listen.
not Corona, because I ran out of Bustelo. So
I'm trying to give him compliments, and he's just like going over.
Brewed coffee. I'm drinking brewed coffee. But this ain't even that. You know what? It's good energy. Because I ain't even got this is Jesus juice. This ain't no damn coffee. Look, I ain't got no Bustelo. And I ain't drinking no Corona. This Jesus juice. Me and Snotty been bugging out. And then look,
Yeah,
y'all
yeah.
bugged out. And then I called the bro behind the scene. And he said, pull out. Are you sure? All right, we here. We here.
Hey, when I seen that we had an opening, because we did have another presenter, but they didn't show up. So I was like, you know what? We're just gonna roll with it. No biggie. You know what I'm saying? Nothing stops except for the train when it's out of gas. You know, we ain't out of gas yet. So we just gonna keep it moving, and we're gonna keep vibing. But Snotty done something, right? You know what I'm saying? In the segment that y'all was doing, and we got an hour. And I want to call this segment, you know what I'm saying, where Snotty had brought up the game that she brought up, legend, lame, or what was it? What was it?
Lame,
Legend,
legit,
lame.
or legendary?
Yeah,
Lame.
legit, lame, or legendary. Now you got 4 players on the board right now. And Snotty, I'm going to dedicate this segment to you. You know what I'm saying? You just now got your own little segment over here on the Global Grief Conference. And guess what? You know what? Let me do this real quick.
Oh, so I guess we playing lame, legit, and legendary, right?
Looks like it.
Okay, let's go.
I'm just gonna start off by saying I'm fucking legendary.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Absolutely.
just gonna
Absolutely.
start off by that.
So let me do this real quick. Let me make sure I'm spelling everything right.
Hold on, man. I gotta go get my buttons. I'll be right back. I gotta get my damn buttons. Yeah, we can't share it on here. I know how to. Yeah. He thinks he's slick, but I found
you know what I'm
slick.
saying? Dedicated to what Snotty brought up to that last segment, man. You know what I'm saying? I wanna add this game to the Global Grief Conference
Okay.
in honor of Snotty, man. You know what I'm saying? Lame, legend, or legit. You know what? Let's kick this thing off. Explain the rules of the game, Snotty, and we're gonna play along. We got a whole hour. Let's have some fun, man. Let's
Okay.
have some fun.
I got more games too, just so you know.
Hey,
I
you
got
know,
tons
we
of
got
games.
y'all got some more segments coming on too. So
Okay. Lame,
don't tempt
legit,
me with a good time.
or legendary. Let's see. Unboxing videos. Lame, legit, or legendary.
Unboxing videos.
I think they're legit. I don't think they're legendary. I think they're legit. Unboxing videos where people have videos of them unboxing new tech or clothes or whatever the hell. I think you know who's really entertaining is T-Pain when he does the Temu unboxings. That shit is hilarious. But legit. I think it's
Okay.
legit.
Well, considering the time frame that it's been around, I'm going to say it's legendary because there's nothing else like that, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going. Well, that's me now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not. I can't have the same answers as everybody else unless you know. Like, but this is just me. I'm going to say that it's legendary because just like you said, you know what I'm saying? It's been around for a long time. I mean, since we were shorties, right? You know what I'm saying? That term, unboxing videos. It takes me back to a time where Hollywood Video was around, Blockbuster Video was around, right? You know what I'm saying? We used to go to the store before Redbox, before DVDs, before this whole streaming thing, right? This is the things that we used to do as shorties. So for me, that's what I'm going with. I'm going with legendary, man. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because
used
that
to
just
sell
brought me back
knockoff
to my
DVD.
childhood.
Yeah, I've been
That's what
selling
I'm talking about.
movies since VCR tape, karate flicks, all that. Yup. So you ain't have to
That's
go
what
to
I'm
Blockbuster. I'm
talking
telling you, I
about.
had them clear. Little numbers running at the bottom. Yup.
There was
Crazy way to
some of the
invade
first,
that conversation, but
first millionaires on YouTube were some kids that their parents started recording them on. I think it started from them undoing their Christmas gifts and birthday gifts, and they turned it into a whole unboxing thing. Those kids were making $4 million a year, and all the
yo,
parents were
watch this.
doing
I got a question.
unboxing.
I got an if you black
They
question.
would buy
I
toys
got an
and
if
then
you
unbox.
black question. This how you know if you black. You ready? And grown. Now you know it's a lot of things that come with black. Anything that ain't white. But guess what? If you live in the hood long enough, even if you white, you black now too. Especially if you got the same PO, you black now. You ain't know that. There's a little loophole. If you got the same PO, you black now. But anyhow, I I just thought of this right quick. If you ain't got a knockoff DVD in your house somewhere right now, a knockoff DVD, a knockoff tape, or an old school knockoff karate flick, then you ain't black.
Oh,
I don't even know what that means. Because everybody, this is 2025. Everybody's got to knock off something in their house.
Damn right. I'm talking about an old classic tangible item that you could really still go to jail for.
Purses, knockoff Nikes, knockoff everything, bootleg everything.
Yo, you know what? Yo, hold up. Let's, since we on a topic knockoff, people got knockoff lives. Woo, Jesus, speak to him. Lord, you see that?
Bootleg lives.
Yo, people got knockoff lives.
That's
Yo,
the
for
internet.
real. People got
Bootleg
knockoff
life.
lives. They get on the internet and be like, "Hello, I am the boogeyman."
You seen the
I
the one trick? You take the toilet seat and you go outside and you put the toilet seat to the side like that, and it looks like you're looking out the airplane window.
Oh shit! Hell no, I ain't never
Seen
seen that.
That was there was a Netflix show talk how to make an influencer, and they were showing all these little tricks that people do to make it look like they're somewhere when they're not. Bootleg lives. You're right, Q. You're right.
You know, before we get too far, Snotty, ask the next question. Come on, let's get this thing started. Yeah.
Lame, legendary, or lame, legit, or legendary. Let's do IKEA.
Ooh.
IKEA.
What? The furniture?
You know,
You talking about the
I'm a
furniture?
former mover. Yeah, the furniture. Yeah, I'll have to go lame.
Legend.
Nope. Yeah. Okay.
If you could put it together.
Why the lame? Because I'm going with legend too. I'm going with legendary. Why the lame?
Well, because it's so much. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that we had to put it together. I used to move furniture. I moved furniture for like 24 years, right? And we had a saying about IKEA. If we move it once, you might as well go ahead and replace it, right? Because it's going to fall apart. You dig what I'm saying? It's going to fall apart on you, and it's not going to be any more good after that. So I'm going to have to say lame, because, you know what I'm saying, for the amount of money that they ask for it. Well, you know, for the amount of money that they ask you for it and everything,
Tony,
you want something that's going to be able to last, man. So I'm going to have to go lame on that one.
Tony, let's be honest. I can tell by your glasses that you did not read the instructions, and that's why.
You know, I probably
Jason,
that was great.
No, man, look, and somebody like myself, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm used to
furniture all my life. I
saying.
know the screw ain't supposed to go here.
No, look, I'm not putting together your furniture, nor am I taking it apart. My job is to move it from one place to another. Now, if you get yourself one of those tables and I pick it up and the leg falls off, that's operator error. That's not on me. Okay, so I'm like, if you really want to get your stuff there safely, we're going to move this from here to the dumpster, and then you just reorder it from IKEA again. Okay, you know what I'm saying? They got many of them, and it don't cost you much to get it. So I don't want to. You know, I ain't knocking on IKEA. I'm just saying that it's not the type of furniture that's meant to last. It's the type of furniture to throw at people. Okay, that's what it is. Just throw it at somebody, you know. So yeah, it looks good while it's there. I'm gonna go ahead with that.
What you got, Quaalude? IKEA. You're kind of like the, I guess, the deciding factor. IKEA, lame, legit, or legendary?
I ain't never owned none, so I can just say legit. I heard about it. I've seen it. So I can't say lame. So I'm just going to go with legit. You think that's the right answer, Jason?
Jason, that was great.
Jason playing safe.
Oh my God.
Funny.
Yeah.
All right, I got one more for you. And then if you want to, I have another game, like a discussion game we can play.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Last one for lame, legit, legendary. One more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
run
let's
it.
go.
Okay, Crocs.
Crocs?
Crocs.
Legendary.
Legendary.
Legendary. Yes, sir. Crocs got so much different kicks. And yo, I love style. Have you ever seen the ACG type Crocs? Then I ain't gonna say nothing. And you and me was talking about it when you pulled out the old school New Balance with the and I say, oh, they remind me of the Sauconys, the spot built, the Diodoras with the spikes on them. Back when we used to wear tough guy cleats, that was part of hip hop. The Saucony spot built, all that, yeah. They got some joints like that just
Negative.
But you gotta see them. Crazy, fire,
Negatory.
legendary twice.
That's two legendaries.
Yep.
And right about now, I think both of you had too much.
Jason! That was great.
No. You go ahead, because I'm gonna have. It's just looking like to me all three of you guys wear Crocs.
No. See, you notice I didn't say anything.
I saw your face, Tony.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
You got some tan ones on right now. Matches hoodie.
Man, what you talking about? Look, what you talking about? Crocs what? There ain't no Crocs. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's crazy?
It's not no Crocs.
He is saying that, and he got on a pair of chancletas right now.
No, sir.
He just picked that sneaker up off the ground. Listen, he didn't go, he wasn't on earlier because he took time. You know, he Latino. He took a good 45 minutes lotioning his feet. I lochi my feet.
Hold on, let me
I lochi my feet.
They got green on them, so that they're not driving with the green screen.
I got on polos.
I didn't wear no.
Yeah, I got on polos.
I know how did he
if you
I
catch
know where
me
they, I know where they, I know where they chancletas. I know where they chancleta because I lochi
put me in the ground.
I don't
have.
I lochi me feet.
I've never had I've never owned a pair of Crocs before, so I can't say nothing about them. So I don't want to go around and
see how they look on people's feet, and I'm good.
Yeah, no, look, man, you know what I'm saying? I've never had a pair. I used to wear flip-flops. You dig what I'm saying? Like old school flip-flops that you get from the dollar store that cost you $1.75. All right.
Wow.
I used to rock those.
Last 2 days.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I got nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not even gonna get there. I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all have that for y'all say that is legend. It's yours.
You can have that. You can have that all day.
I love
Salute to Snotty and Jason for loving Crocs.
Yes. So we got probably about another 45 minutes before the next one come on up here. Snotty, you said you got another game for us.
Yep. Let's play this one. This one should get a lot of talking out of it, a lot of time. So this is called Dream Team. So I'm going to give you a scenario, and you have to build your dream team, right? So the scenario is you're building a musical of your life, right?
A musical of your life.
A musical of your life. Who would you have in it? Directors, producers, actors, musicians, performance. How would it be? What type of performance would it be? And who would you have starring in it? Anybody you want. Dead, alive, fictional.
See, Q done jumped off. He didn't want to play the game, so we're gonna have to wait for him. No, when he jumps back in, I'll let him back in and everything. So you say a musical?
Mm-hmm. A musical of your life.
Musical of my life.
Or a movie of your life.
Martin
Scorsese
is going to be my director and producer.
Nice.
Who would play me? No, wait a minute. So what is it? I got to have singers and shit?
You can have whoever you want. Dead, alive, fictional.
I'd have to play myself. I'm sorry. First, my acting chops are pretty damn good. I'd have to play myself. I can halfway sing, so I can't sing, and I can't blow no ditty. but I can hold a note, but I'd have to play myself. I don't think there would be anybody that could capture my aura. If you dig what I'm saying. But yeah, so Martin Scorsese, I would star in it, and I would have to say, like, to write it, I don't think I could write it, but I could definitely orientate it to someone. And is orientate a word, or did I just make that shit up? Sounded good though. Anyways, Mr. 20%, John Singleton to write it.
Yep.
'Cause I think he would understand my mind frame while I'm telling him my story. So Martin Scorsese, John Singleton to write it, me act as myself. But I would act as myself, but you know what? They would have to do the voiceover, and I would have to have Luther Vandross sing all of my parts. I think that would be dope.
If I had to do it, I would want Morgan Freeman to do the narration, the voiceover. Seriously, because it's not. Come on, man. You ever hear Morgan Freeman? Narrate those nature shows.
You are not Morgan Freeman.
No, but I'm not saying I'm Morgan Freeman. I said I would like to have him do the voiceover. Forget you. Okay, this is my musical, not yours. All right.
You're right. But
I can have whatever I want.
I'm Universal Studio that's putting this movie out, and I'm just looking at you going, Tony, sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds great. We love it. We love it. Yeah. How about we go with someone else?
No, I gotta go with Morgan Freeman. There's something about his voice, man. You know what I'm saying? That's truly legit about him. You know what I'm saying? And I like that. Let's see. Far as the story of my life, man, I would have to get the dude that wrote Labyrinth. You know what I'm saying? I would have to get him. I can't remember his name, but yeah, you ever remember that old show Labyrinth?
Yeah.
I would have to get that dude to write it. And far as somebody playing me, now do the person that play you, do he have to be living or can he be dead?
It could be anybody. It could be a cartoon character.
All right. You know what?
Say that.
I would have to get the dude from Afro Samurai. You know what I'm saying? I would have to get him. And then, you know what I'm saying, as far as the other little characters, I would have to get the characters from Boondocks. Because my life would be hilarious, okay? If people knew all the stuff that I went through, you know what I'm saying, the things like that, to put it into a musical, it wouldn't be nothing else like it. We have Morgan Freeman narrating it. The cartoon character from the guy who wrote Labyrinth, the cartoon from Afro Samurai, and then the little dudes from Boondocks. Okay. I think that's going to be legit. Okay, that's going to be legit, and we just going to let it run out the way that it does. Okay.
All right, my turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with John Singleton, like IKS for the direction. For the soundtrack, I have Kendrick Lamar do that.
Oh.
For me, I'm thinking Taraji. That's who I'm thinking would play me.
Ah, nice. I could see. But could she pull your aura off?
I think she could, because she's an awesome actress. Like, I think of Empire, and then I think of like the Tyler Perry movies, and then I think of the funny shit she's been in. I think she could do it all. And then I would probably have. I've been racking my brain on who I would have write it, and I think I would have Donald Glover write it. Childish Gambino, because he's a really creative dude, and he's funny. He's real insightful. Yeah, so I'm going with John Singleton, Taraji, Kendrick, Donald Glover, and I said John Singleton, right? it would be like a comedy hip hop type of. Yeah. Would y'all
I
watch
like your
that?
style, kid.
Most definitely. Most
IKS
definitely.
got a dream team over here. Did you see what he's got? He's got some John Singer. Red Fox would play his papa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like this whole James Earl Jones as the narrator. Halle Berry.
Played a 70-year-old man when he was 45. What the fuck?
Right.
Yes. That's a powerhouse of a lineup right there. You know what I'm saying? John Singleton as the director, Red Fox as his Paul, James Earl Jr. and Halle Berry. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of jealous that you came up with Halle Berry because, as a child, that was every man's fantasy, was Halle Berry. So, yeah, kudos out to you, my friend. Kudos out to you.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, I got more. I got a little funny things we could talk about. All right.
Come on with it.
Random questions. Y'all do music, right? Both of y'all do music.
No, I don't do music.
You don't do music.
He does music.
Be careful. I'm an aficionado.
That one's music. Okay. If you had a warning label, what would it say?
A warning label for my music?
No, for you. If you yourself, your person, if you had a warning label, what would it read?
Wow, that's tricky.
I'd have highly flammable on there for sure, because I got a little temper on
yourself?
me. Yeah.
Highly
Got a little temper
flammable.
on me.
You're highly flammable? Wait a minute. Let's dissect that for a second.
Do not operate heavy machinery.
All right.
Good. That's good. Who said that? That's pretty funny. Oh,
my
shit. That's pretty funny. I don't know. Slippery when wet.
Oh, jeez. I ain't mess with you.
I mean, that could. Well, you know what? Let me retract that.
Please do.
That was a little out of here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna have to retract that one.
I've already taken it back. No. I don't know that I even want to answer. Can I plead the fifth on that one?
Yeah,
Nope.
you sure can.
No.
Oh,
You
no,
ain't
you
getting
can't.
out
I'm
of this
sorry.
heat.
I'm sorry, you can't.
No.
can't.
If we gotta answer this, he gotta answer it too.
Oh, wow. You know what? Handle with care. There you go.
Nice.
Handle with care. Because it is highly flammable.
Right.
Got to handle with care. And slippery when wet. It's going to be multiple. You ever get a box from somewhere and it has like flammable, fragile, you know what I'm saying? Fucking heavy, like all of that. Yeah. 2 people got to lift this, and you pick it up and you go, oh, it didn't take 2 people for this. All right, I don't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead. My bad.
What's your
Waiting on you,
Tony?
I'm thinking because I'm trying to think what would be my warning label.
Proceed with caution.
Sharp edges.
Well, I could do that. I could say that, but I'm looking at my personality and the things that that I would warn people about me. I would say my warning label would be be careful. Yeah, step with caution because I will drop a weight on you and blame you for it.
Damn.
Yeah.
I will. I mean, that's not violent, right? Say it's not. I say I would drop a weight on you. I didn't say I was going to kill you, but I will. I'm like, boom. And then I would make it look like that I mean,
so proud. Hey.
Because you are enough.
Damn.
You are enough. I am. I will get you. I will. Just because I think it would be funny. I do. Right. I mean, you ever been hit with a 5-pound weight?
See,
it's not going to kill you.
It's going. I said slippery when wet, and then everybody got all crazy. You talking about bashing people over heads?
I didn't look. Don't be putting words into my mouth. I never said I was going to bash you upside the head with it.
What I'm seeing.
Did you ever see that guy that was like, it was a cartoon that used to come on, Johnny Bravo. He used to have the little spiked blonde hair with the little glasses on and stuff like that. You ever see the stuff that he would do? You ever see his little infomercial where he had the weights and the weights would fall off one side? That I would make it look like
unbalanced.
Yeah, most definitely. Really unbalanced. Mr. 20. Oncoming traffic.
Excellent.
See, we got people tuning in. My friend over here on Instagram said, "Proceed with caution."
I may have to use that question, Snotty. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is freaking hilarious. No, but I mean, other than that, I wouldn't know what my no, because I can't put that out there because people were really just looking at me like, oof. I've seen and
see, how did I know that?
I wasn't trying to bring that part up, but thanks for the reminder and everything. But no. Maybe I should change mine.
Yeah, slippery when wet.
No, I'm not doing slippery when wet. That's not me. That is not right. That's just not right at all. I would say proceed with caution. I will kick you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just
I think I would go with that one.
Get too close.
No, just proceed with caution. Okay, and the reason why I say that, right?
Will kick.
I would kick you, but not when you think I would, right? Because and I learned this from my son. I used to mess with him all the time. And when you're a kid and everything, you can't kick too high, so I'm going for your shin. So shout out to all the little people out there. Proceed with caution. I will kick you in your shin. Yeah. That's me.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not doing too much damage, but I think it'd be funny just to watch you limp.
I changed mine. Just add water.
There's something wrong with y'all, man. There's something wrong with y'all. We over here having a blast. Q is back and everything. He dropped out and he came back. Here we go again. Snotty came up with a new game.
Q, if you had a warning label that came on you, that was on your shirt, or everything you wore, everything you put on to warn people about you, what would your warning label be? Is he frozen?
Gas.
What?
Gas.
Just gas.
Gassy.
G-A-S?
Gassy. Oh, gassy. Background. Bag up. Warning. Gassy.
Must wear mask.
Wow.
Must wear mask. Yeah. Gassy.
Well, Tony's is don't come nowhere near me because I'm going to kick you.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's my warning label. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think it can get any more straightforward than that. Don't come near me. I'll just kick you. Right? It could be a lot worse.
I'm going to change mine again. Do not pass go.
Do not pass go.
Do not pass go.
No, he did. He done brought out the Monopoly term.
I don't know. It just sounds good. Do not pass go. I don't know.
Q is gassy.
For external use only.
For external use.
You know what? That's not right. That's not right at all.
Well,
if I can always say, handing out free throat punches. I think that's funny.
Handing out
Throat chop.
Throat chops. You know what I'm saying?
No, Diddy, please.
Okay. Well, look, think about it this way, right? Have you ever been in a conversation with someone and they're just talking all kinds of nonsense, and the first thought come to your mind?
And it's the
What would
perfect time
happen
to
if you
throat chop
throat
their ass.
punched
Go.
them?
I
Yeah,
tell
what
my
would
girl to
happen
do
if
that
you
to her daughter all the time. Straight up.
Throat punched anybody for real in real life?
Yeah.
I have too.
Real just went real quick. Like, I said,
I mean, okay, so think about it this way, right? All of my friends have kids. It is my job to get them prepared to go out into the world. And so my friends know if your kid come around me and they act like a little butt, I'm going to throat punch them. You can't get mad at me. You chose to bring your kid around me. I'm handing out life lessons. Life is not easy. It's hard. There's people like myself that would throat punch you. You got one or two choices when I do it. You can either get mad or you can either accept it. Get mad if you want to. I got whole pocketfuls. I'm like a kung fu master. You ever see those old kung fu movies?
Did you used to hit people with spitballs?
Yeah. Remember
There we
when we
go.
used to have
Shout
those
out.
long straws, those long big straws and
shout
stuff
out.
like that?
Everybody thought
Yeah,
I was
I
crazy.
get
You're like spitballs. Hell yeah. Crazy. That was a
No.
go-to on the regular. I'm typing
Man,
motherfuckers
look.
before the class start. I'm balling up little pieces of paper, man. So I got a crazy clip. I'm about to lick off in here.
Yeah. Get you right in the
Yeah.
side of the neck. You know how you
Right
okay,
in the
so remember
eye.
back in class and
The goal was to hit him in the eyeball. That was the goal, to catch him with the spitball dead in their eye. But the best spitball ever, and I never did it, I seen it happen, was to catch somebody while they talking.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I ain't mess with you, Q. I never went that route, but I would get people like, you know what I'm saying? Like I would catch them, especially in the classroom, and the teacher had their head turned. I was and get them in the side of the face or something like that. And then when they turn around, you know, you just looking at the teacher going like this, you know. I mean,
Nah, we ain't used to just pick on people. See, like I give you an example. My target, like any target, was, you remember back in the days when you give out your little Valentine's Day, be my Valentine's cards. Remember, you used to have a whole box of them, and it was a joy the night before filling out, because you was personal. You wrote every name down and you said what you wanted to say. Everybody ain't deserve a happy, like, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes you just gave them like the shout out. They ain't get the special ones. You know what I mean? Just like when you used to be when you went around in the class and gave out what you brought to class. So you was able to give people either the good cookies or, the broken ones. You know what I'm saying? Remember that? But back then, when you used to be able to, like, you send a letter, word up, you send them the letter, be my Valentine, whatever, circle yes or no, and then circle the no and blow it up like you know what I'm saying? That's a target. That is a target right there. Yes, sir. Spitball all day. On recess, clothesline. On recess, clothesline. Dodgeball, you getting it first. Everything changes while I'm heartbroken. Yes, sir.
Yes.
That was just, kid petty things we did. You know what I'm saying?
This is my friend D, you know what I'm saying? She's probably over there cracking up right now listening to us. And those that know me, you know what I'm saying? I got a sense of humor. I love messing with people. I love making people laugh, just like you said, Q. You know what I'm saying? Laughter is key to healing, and that's what we're doing right now. You know what I'm saying? We're sharing smiles and hopefully bringing back some childhood memories.
Yo, did you fart when you just coughed right there? I'm dead serious. That cough, that double cough sound like you definitely farted, bro. That sound like you did it.
I did not do no farting. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do no farting. And I mean, at this present point in time, Q, I really wishing I would have. You know what I'm saying? I would have said something. I was like, yeah.
I asked Richard Taylor yesterday when we was all stressed out, getting all deep. I said, yo, bro, you fart and relieve stress. And he thought about it. He said, you know what? Yeah, you could. You definitely can. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. It's
straight up.
With y'all.
Some type of stresses and say, you know what? We turning around right now and going home. Fuck the vacation. We turning around and going home now. In the right fart at the right time and have you giggling and say, yo, man, you know what, man? Roll the window down, man. Let's ride.
Snotty, what you got for us next, girl?
Let's play top 5.
Come on.
So top 5 things you wish you knew how to do, but you don't.
That's great.
Top
And you got to say 5 of them?
Do
Yeah,
that I don't know how to do.
Oh, that's grown. That's grown stuff. Yeah.
That
Is this
can
a
go really
manipulation
deep, Snotty.
strategy too?
You
Yeah,
can
that-
do 3.
Because you
Top
asking some
3. Top
deep,
3 then.
deep stuff.
That
man.
can, yeah, that's deep, Snotty. I mean, all right, let's
Snotty
do
might
it
be
then.
doing
Let's
a
do it then.
She doing some of this for one of
Oh,
her
you want me to go
classes.
first?
She going deep as hell.
I
Yep.
wish I could fly.
That was my top one. That was my first thought.
Yeah, I wish I could type.
But you could learn that.
I've been
Like
trying to
super
learn
easy.
how to type I took typing 4 years in high school.
Okay, now I have to
Can't
question
type.
your brain now. Snotty.
Man,
Now I
I'm a
gotta-
little special.
Your motor skills. Got to question your motor skills.
I wish
Hold
that I
on.
could roll my
You gotta do
R's.
this one. D, you know D, girl, that's good though. Seeing some people don't want to leave the room.
Roll my
Oh my
R's.
God,
I wish
that
I could
was
roll
good.
my R's.
What?
Roll my R's. I can't do that. I've tried my whole
What you
life,
mean?
and I can't roll
What
my
is
R's
that?
like a Spanish word, like arroyo.
Arr.
I can't do
Arr.
that. I sound
Arroyo.
like mad American.
Nah,
Chase the deal.
you got to do like this. It's like the lawnmower. Do like this. You start like this. That's what you got to do. And then just put a Spanish word with it. That's it. Just do that and then put a look. Get some Spanish word in
Motor
front of you
skills.
and just do that sound and you'll be able to say it out. Just try that out. You know what I'm saying? That's the ghetto way to learn it. Just go
I've been
and then
trying
say
my whole life, man. 47
say tomato.
years.
Tomato. Don't it sound Spanish? Tomato.
This could be very offensive.
Let's
Yo,
see, I
mind your
got
business.
2
Nobody's
more.
talking to you right now because ain't nobody being offensive. We over here laughing. See, you
So
troublemaker.
I'm
Damn it.
about to
see,
give you
Snotty,
some weird.
Woo.
Snotty
I wish-
started this. She done came with this one. And they can go in a very deep direction. So Snotty, you did this one to yourself. All right.
You know what? No.
Like,
Nah, you know what? So to help Snotty out, I'm gonna switch up heat detector. Can you please bring out our one and I know you never introduced him to the global network, but I'm gonna ask you if you could knock on that back door downstairs around the corner by where your mural is and ask Beto if he got a little time for us right now, because we need somebody from a pure Latino that even you respect. You know what I'm saying? Because he coming with the chancletas and all that. That's what we need. We need a real Latino right now. Because I'm sick of Heat. And I ain't come up with the right name yet. Because I said I ain't calling him Heat no more. But I ain't coming with the name yet.
Oh, okay.
There you go, Beto. There you go, Beto.
You don't need me for nothing.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, bro. Because Heat, we was tired of Heat, man. We was tired of him. And I told him I was gonna change his name because we
Snotty, you
I'm
see what
tired
you
of Heat.
started?
He ain't
Snotty,
embraced the
you see what you
Latino
just
side.
started?
I'm tired of Heat not embracing the Latino side. I said something about chancletas and he dissed them and pulled out some Jordans. So Beto, I needed your love, man. I needed to holler at y'all, man. How you?
Snotty, you see, Snotty, you're responsible for this. Okay.
You need a hug, bro. You need a hug.
I didn't know, Tony.
Yes.
I didn't know neither. I didn't know.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yo, Beto.
You just started all of this, right?
So this right here, this is the Global
Please,
Grief
please.
Network.
'Cause I want, come here for a minute. Come here. You don't
You
look a
gonna
mess.
get the
Come here.
green suit?
Come, please. Mia,
Yo,
come
you know
here.
he got the green
I
bodysuit,
know.
right?
Come here. I'm
Dead
asking.
serious. He got the
Come here,
whole green
Chris.
bodysuit, turning everything invisible except for his face.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
this. Few weeks ago. Come here.
No, man, this like I was sitting up here, I was thinking, man, you know what I'm saying?
Say happy birthday to my daughter.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy
All right,
birthday.
No.
And guess what? Hold on. Pull it back real quick.
You don't want to come. They want you back.
We got something else to say to her.
She doesn't want to come back.
She needs 3 seconds, please.
They're asking for 3
He
seconds
ain't
of your
coming
time,
back.
Mia.
You see how
Yeah.
struggle
Because
it
it's
was
deep
for
in a
her to
happy
come the
birthday.
first
It's deep in a
time.
happy birthday. We got to put the stamp on it real quick. It's deep in a
Mia.
happy birthday.
Nope. She says nope.
See?
Well,
It was
guess
a
what,
struggle
Mia?
the first
Drum
time. She
roll.
was like,
We all seen her. So this is a
Yes,
different
yes,
happy
yes.
birthday. Shout out to the new mother. She just
Hey,
had a
she's getting
baby
all the
boy.
love from the people right
And
now, right? You know what I'm
she's
saying?
learning how to be a mom right now. You know what I'm saying? So she's not
I
just,
bet her.
baby heat detector. She is learning how to be a mom, doing a great job at it. And yo, listen, while we was out there doing the celebration thing, she was busy being a mom. You get me? 24/7. Forget celebration. Forget it's more time later. Love is first. So shout out Mia. Happy birthday and salute to being a new mom, man. Yeah.
You hear that?
Most definitely.
Yeah. Shout out little
Salute
bro.
to that.
Yeah. He was with us at the show. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to bro, man. Dead ass, man. Little bro from he from New York City. Matter of fact, he from the Bronx. I forgot his name, bro. But yeah, little bro was with us the whole night, man. Shout out to little bro, man. Word. Mhm.
Oh,
But I
man.
always like
So,
to
yeah.
show love to the new mothers, man. Nowadays, it's just so normal for kids to become adults so quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And people just forget the fact that they're still children. You know what I mean? And stop giving them that unconditional, home love. Like, let a child be a child. And I had said it to him face to face right there. Well, it's one thing to see it on the internet, but to see it face to face, I said to that ass, I said, yo, bro, man, you got a beautiful relationship with your children, fam. That's ill.
Yeah.
That is ill. I'm talking about when you vibing and you looking at these two idiots like, yo, these dudes is nutty ass co-workers. Ain't no way in hell that's a father and a son. Because we bargain, having fun bright and early in the morning. Yo, I was on 0 sleep and we are having so much fun. Man, yo, I know I'm short. Little chick up in Chicago.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Chicago. This is my damn introduction to Chicago. I'm thinking I'm fresh. I'm out of town. Woo! See a chick. She came, walked by. She wearing all yellow and white. I'm telling you, she took my masculinity in 3 seconds. It was eye contact, contact. She said, I'll put you in my pocket.
Little man.
You know, man.
She really did walk by him and say, I'll put you in my pocket. Just like that. I was like,
Yo,
oh,
I had
shit.
nothing to say, man. I'm telling you, it touched me to the point where I didn't say nothing. The heat wasn't no warning. You know how I feel when you about to punch somebody in their face. Ain't no warning. Your wheels already turning in your head. You done already calculated bail. You know what I'm saying? You done already say, I wonder what kind of jail they got. Like, you done already calculated what's finna go down in your mind. Super stupid. We walk through the door. She just magically appears. And out of nowhere, I didn't mean to do it or nothing. I swear to God. And I said it to you, Heat. I'm like, damn, I'm fucked up. I got issues. I know I do. But I pressed that. I pressed her like a whole monster. I said, yo, you was finna put who in what pocket?
She said,
What you was
oh.
finna put? No, I didn't. I said, what you was finna put in your pocket? That's what I said. Out of nowhere. What you was finna put in your pocket? She said, nothing, my phone. My phone. Like, all right. But yo, on the low, on the low, she put me in her pocket. On the low,
man.
I got my introduction to Chicago they were so masculine. I got put in the pocket, and I really ain't had no other defense but put what in your pocket. She should have said you, little nigga. And
That
guess
was
what I would
fun,
have said? Guess what I would have said? Nothing.
Put you
I
in
would have said,
put you in my
yo.
pocket.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I fit. I might have had to say something tough like that. And that ain't even tough. Well, I don't think I fit.
I don't think I'll fit.
And I don't want to fight you because you look tough. Word up. That's one of them. I punch in your face and you can look at her knuckles and be like, yo, she punched mad people in their face.
Well, we know that Tony would have kicked her.
I mean,
Listen,
that's my only defense, right? My mama taught me a long time ago not to. Yeah,
that's what we'd
my
have
mama
had to
taught me
do.
a long time ago
Those wouldn't work.
not to hit women, right? You know what I'm saying? And
That
I got
wasn't
a
a
younger
man.
sister.
That was somebody Brister. That was not a
Look,
woman. That was Brister.
Look, I got a little sister, man. My little sister, she tough as nails, right? You know what I'm saying? Me and her used to fight all the time when we was kids. So after being raised by women, I learned. My mom would say, "Look, you can't be hitting your sister." I was like, "Well, my mom and my grandma used to always say, you can't
Well, she
hit
break
women."
your jaw.
I used to always turn around. Yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? And so, my excuse was, "That's not a woman, that's my sister," and I used to get beat up for it. And not even by my mom or my grandma, but by my sister. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
So she's the
how did the
youngest one, and
moral
she used to
compass
whip
change?
up on me.
How did the moral compass change? Because I said, how did the moral compass change? Because you was supposed to fight your siblings to keep it in house,
Yeah.
keep it tough. You was supposed to fight your siblings.
Look, I learned the hard way.
If you a punk in the bedroom, how you gonna go outside and talk? And the family told you
Look.
that. You know how you better shut your mouth. You know your brother in
Look,
school.
if you met my sister is the nicest person you want to be until you make her mad. Now, that's due to everything, all the fighting I used to do with her when she was kid, because I used to always tell her, look, I'm not going to be around forever. So we live in the projects. When you get out here, you're going to have to learn how to take care of yourself, because, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to be around forever. I know
Does anybody think that that's terrible that we have to teach our daughters that? Because
Yeah.
one of my biggest nightmares is that my daughter gets into a fight with somebody.
Mhm.
That is a huge nightmare for me. Not that she couldn't handle herself, but it just scares the shit out of me.
Nah,
Right.
and guess
You know
what?
what I
Let me
mean?
tell you
And
something.
I don't
Nah,
know.
you know what? This is one thing you have to understand. And I know this like firsthand from being that foster kid. And never mind, forget all that, right? Listen, bro. It's one thing to have masculinity in the household, and the foundation of, all right, I know that physically my brothers or father will come to bat for me. That goes but so far, and it holds weight, but it doesn't hold weight inside sacred doors. Meaning, all of that is known for is hold the fort, brute. But when you do what you do already, and show mad love, bro, nurturing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The feeling of a warm blanket around you, right? When a person knows that about you, let alone a child knowing that about their father or parent or sibling or whatever, the levels of how far my family go for me have gone to another level now. And instead of, as before, everything being labeled as aggression and doors are open, all doors are open now, because love is the most powerful strength. You get what I'm saying? It's no longer, yo, don't make me call my father, he'll beat your father ass. Now it's the love I know my father has for me. I know that they got my back and my best interests at hand. So it don't just come with no drama. It come with love and a solution to this situation. You know what I mean? And still equal with love. And I'm willing to do it with you. Not just direct you and scold you because of what I went through. Nah. You still show that old school, nurturing, warm love, man. So your children, I see why you got that kind of relationship with you, man. That love is so deep in that building that's what they understand. So the worries that you have, you shouldn't, brother. You know what I'm saying? The love y'all got in that household got your children in hot air balloons, metaphorically, bro. They gliding over regular people that's on the pavement that don't know what love is. Believe that. So that might be why they seem so damn distant. That might be why they seem so damn distant. You got them high on life. That household got them high on life. That's a different level of peace. Even the dog showed that, bro. Even the animal showed that. Now, you had said, that's the funniest thing. When you gave me the warnings about, people, but then the animals. And one thing that was the same was that I felt there, no, they're not aggressive. The dog may be a killer or whatever else have you. But guess what? They're guarded. Why? Because they knew the love that was in here. So they willing to stop you at the door. We don't know how to speak English, but I could feel that bullshit in you. Get up out of here. Get up out of here.
And that's exactly what well, Rhonda doesn't do anything but sniff your butt, but Boogie, my XL bully, she don't play. If you come in this house and you got bad energy, bad
he-
vibe or whatever, immediately he's at the door
That
like,
little
"Ah,
dog.
you ain't coming in here."
Bro, tell the truth. That dog didn't talk shit until I was leaving that morning, remember? I
Yep.
said, damn, you beefing now? Because
She
he was
didn't want
saying,
you to
where
leave.
you going, bro? That's what he was saying. He wanted he's like, where you going, man? You serious? Yeah,
She was like, "You just got here."
just got here. You ain't even
All
get to
right.
get none of that roast pollo.
All right, we got time for one more question before we wrap it up, because I got the next presenter that's going to be coming up here. Snotty, what do you got for us? I mean, we didn't ask you a question, and it, we kind of, Q just kind of took us on his own little journey, which was beautiful. We laughed. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, give us one more question before we begin to wrap this up. And as we begin to wrap it up, Big Heat, you know what I'm saying? Take us out with some music as we begin to go to our next segment, man. So Snotty, what you got
hold
with
on.
us?
Second.
No,
You want me to
hold on,
play
before
some?
you say that. Before you say
Well,
that.
not right
let me-
now. Not right
No, no,
now.
no.
Let's not.
We don't
ask
know
the
how to
question
do the
first.
music. Heat, can I send you I'm gonna send you a track from Snotty and me. So when you do the music, can you play our song? Please? Please?
I'm assuming I don't have a choice in the matter, but yes. I'm assuming,
Thank you.
I'm assuming that it's already in my email or something.
No, I gotta get it.
Say, can you when
coming
it's
now,
already
though.
sitting there?
Please. Thank you.
Sure.
Happy
Now, I'm only-
birthday, Heat Detective.
It is not my birthday, but okay.
Yes, it is your birthday because God said so. Happy birthday, Tony. Yeah, man.
Hey,
know what I'm
man,
saying?
every day is my birthday.
It is.
Every night is New Year's Eve, baby.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, Tony? Come on, man. This dude, man.
Okay. We can do riddles, or I can ask you how many. You can name as many as you can. We can go, let's play how many. So other than feet, name something that runs.
And an engine.
The mouth.
Oh, you talking about on a body?
Anything that runs, that's
Water.
Engine.
Water.
Yeah, river runs deep.
Tears.
True. Tears. You know what I'm saying? You're right. Your mouth. You know what I'm saying? So you got that. You got car nose. I was gonna say nose as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad to see people participating in it. Please keep those answers rolling in, guys. You know what I'm saying? This is good. This is real good.
Yeah, nose.
What up, Az?
That's a good one.
Name something
Thoughts.
other than feet.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's all I can think of. Chas got it though. The Chas really got it. Thoughts, nose.
Yeah, you know this dude.
Look, they loading them up. Water.
Yo,
Q already said that one. You know
Shout
what
out
I'm saying?
Azariah, man. I just asked my stepson, yo, man, name something with other than feet that runs. He said, your legs. Never mind.
Troy said your thoughts. We got water, thoughts, nose, car, mouth. You know what I'm saying? So they're coming in, man. You know what I'm saying? And oh my God. Yeah, that's good, man. That's
Musical
real
notes?
good.
All right. Yeah.
Singing notes?
Sentences. They run on.
Sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Let's close it with a riddle because we're about to get out of here, right?
Yeah. We got about 5 more minutes before the next presentation comes up here.
All right. You ready? What has one head, 1 foot, and 4 legs?
Hold up. What? One head, 1 foot,
and 4
and 4 legs. A bed.
Yay! Good job, Quentin.
Hold on. You got to see this one. Hold on. Check this one out. I think that one came from the running one, right? But look, check this
shout
out.
to D-Nick, microphone.
Yeah, D-Nick is here.
Oh, D-Nick. Gotta have you on it. D-Nick is a licensed counselor.
Yeah. Maybe he could, because I think the next time that you guys are up here is going to be, 2:45 my time. And you guys got a whole 45-minute segment, you know what I'm saying? 2:45 till 3:15. So yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? This It's been fun, you know,
Shout out
like just
Microphone
being
Misfit.
able to. Most definitely. So yeah, man. Heat, you want to take us out, man? Or you guys got any parting words before you take off? And you know what I'm saying,
Man.
for the people that's tuning in right now.
We will have some information for you within, I would say, 7 days time for everybody to tune in to the Smoke Break Radio Juneteenth event. You know what I'm saying? Snotty will keep y'all updated with, you know, anything that's moving forward, and overly appreciate y'all, you know, for having us and supporting, you know, definitely. And I sent you the song, Heat, with Snotty and me. So maybe before our time is up, you know, is within that range that Mr. Tony Lynch himself could go on and recognize the handle of two OGs, male and female. Y'all know what I mean?
Yeah, I already know, man. Huge shout out to the panel. You know what I'm saying? Snotty, Big Q, Big Heat. You guys already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? We've already dedicated this to the game show that Snotty came up with, and you guys see how that went. So, guys, hopefully you enjoyed the laughs. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to get right back into it. You guys already know this is day 2 of the Global Grief Conference 2025. You know what I'm saying? And we're just going to keep bringing it. Heat, go ahead and do your thing, man. Now you can't even hear him. See, I'm sitting up here trying to set him up for the alley-oop, and he done smacked it back down in my face. You did what I'm saying? Look, I'm done with him already. I'm done with him already. You know what I'm saying? He had the cue. He knew what he was supposed to do. And you know what he did?
He knew what he was supposed to do.
He said, yeah, he didn't do what he was
got
supposed
funky.
to do. He didn't. He
Hit the
didn't
button.
do it. He didn't
He
do
been
it.
sitting on the button
You know?
so long, the button done timed out.
You know. No, get up. I'm done with him already.
Oh, well, he sent me a. Hold on. I'll make this very simple. Pardon me, excusez-moi, all that. Give me one sec.
Jason! That was great.
Oh, I got a puppy.
Everybody need their own button.
The other day, man. Don't show this again. Okay, I got it. Boom. Tony,
That don't work. There we go.
Most people want to be a star. They want to be famous, but I just want the money, Most people want to be a star. They want to be famous, but I just want the money, I just want the
Niggas got the game twisted. If it ain't about a digit, I ain't with it. Picture me living like most these silly niggas. Everybody say they winning. Fuck it, be who you wanna be. Get the fuck from in front of me. Fuck a bullshit conversation if this shit don't make money to me. Snotty, let me stab him before you shoot him. Keep it lady like my niggas get excited when involving violence. Bullet holes in niggas, mamas, kidnappers, and missing fathers. 64 pounds in the plate stash with his baby mama. Kick dough, you know what it is. I shoot first. Fuck the blood, I want the bread and the work. This little lady dangerous. Make a move and get bodied by snotty, naughty crime. Life in the alliance of hobbies. Paper plate, death date. Fuck the law, if you owe me, I'm coming, gunning, engine running, wild dumping, double pumping your fucking function. Crash dummy, concrete soldier, selling cracks and shoebox stacks, 12-12s and two-tone loafers, nigga.
Most people want to be a star. They want to be famous, but I just want the money, Most people want to be a star. They want to be famous, but I just want the money,
Yo, these
niggas gotta be clueless, cause they won't get nothing from me. I guess the evil has rooted, cause I'm in love with the money. My status is official, blow the whistle on me. I got this bag of presidential, that's essential on me. You artificial, homie. I'm about as real as it gets, though. Pulling up with a chick that make the tip of your dick grow. I'm feeling like a champ, I'm amped, and if you try to, you will get a cramp. Trying to run this shit like I do. Slide through, Smiley and Quake, the hoes lose it. Puff a little hate, then overdose on the music. Money is talking, we fluent, nothing left to discuss. Respect comes with it, and fucking hoes is a plus. I'm going in, I'm going dumb. Breaking up big nuggets and smoking them till I'm numb. I'm out here chasing dollars till a nigga fatigue. So if you ain't getting dope, then I'm out of your league.
Most people wanna be a star, they wanna be famous, but I just want the money, want the money. Most people wanna be a star, they wanna be famous, but I just want the money, want the money. I just want the money.
All right. Hey, we about to see you guys in the next one. Up next, I got my colleague, my dear friend, Mir Saeed, coming to the show. Guys, you know what I'm saying? We're going to wrap this up. Thank you to my panel. Thank you to the music. Thank you to Big Heat with the music on the ones and twos. Big Snotty for the game. You know what I'm saying, guys? We're going to see you guys in the next one. Peace and welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025. See you
And
guys
brother,
later.
that was just Snotty on that track, brother. You better tune into that, man. Download that. That was Snotty and me.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. You know what I'm saying?
He went in
Most
on
def-
that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most def, man. That was dope. All right, fellas. We'll see you guys here shortly. All right.
Present.
Mir, where'd you go?
Welcome, everyone. I'm truly honored to be here. And thank you for showing up today, for yourself, for this conversation, and for your grief. Before we begin, I invite you to take just a moment to arrive. Feel your feet on the ground, your body in the chair. Let your shoulders drop and take a breath that's just for you. For those who don't know me, I'm Meher Sayed, a grief coach, a storyteller, a fellow human who's also figuring out how to navigate loss in a world that never stops scrolling. And when I thought about the topic of this conversation, I wanted it to be something deeply personal, something that resonates with me and hopefully with you. I don't want this to be just me talking at you for like 40-something minutes. I want us to connect. So please bring in your questions and comments, and let's make this a conversation. So yeah, I'll start with a little intro. So my journey into this work wasn't exactly planned. This work chose me. I lost my husband to sudden cardiac arrest, and in an instant, my entire world changed. There was no warning, no time to prepare, just a before and after. One day we were talking about the future, and the next I was trying to piece together a new reality that I didn't ask for. And I remember those long sleepless nights when the silence felt deafening. I turned to my phone, searching desperately all sorts of questions that came in my mind at that time, like, how do you survive this? Is this normal? Will I ever feel okay again? Why does everything feel so unreal? Like, is this pain ever going to go away? And that was the time when the internet became my comfort, my go-to place, my late night overthinking companion. And I found stories of people who had been there where I was, and that somehow made me feel less alone in those moments. So at that time, the digital world, it became my lifeline. But it was also overwhelming. Like, one minute I was reading a helpful article, and the next I was drowning in advice, like brief comparisons and perfect healing journeys that made me question if I was grieving the right way. And that brings us to today's topic. How do we hold space for grief when the digital world moves so fast? And when sometimes the very thing that helps us may not be so helpful, yeah? And the thing is that I know firsthand how isolating grief can feel, especially in a world that doesn't slow down. So today I want to talk about how we can create space for grief, even in a world that doesn't seem to slow down and which expects us to be fine way too soon. So if I take the discussion further and I talk about the digital paradox of grief, like, the grief and internet, they're a weird mix. Like, on one hand, the online world connects us to support groups, grief resources, and people who truly get it. But on the other, it's also a place where someone can like your post about losing a loved one and then immediately share a meme about maybe pizza. So it's this strange collision of the deeply personal and wildly impersonal. Like, one minute you're pouring your heart out in a post, and in the next, the algorithm suggests the video of a dancing monkey, and somehow that's just what it is. So, yeah, I would like to ask you some questions while we go on. So, what's the weirdest or the most unexpected thing you saw online while grieving? Now, I'm going to share my answers, and I expect you to share yours also. So, well, the unexpected thing was that I had a friend, like my BFF, and we were friends for decades, but for some reason we had a fallout, and we hadn't been in touch for, again, a decade or so. And when my husband passed away, she sent me a message. It was a heartfelt message, and I was like, okay, this is nice to see that, she has reached out. And that was a time when I took a break from social media. She sent me a message on Facebook Messenger. And after 2-3 months, I think it was 3-ish months, I took my phone one day and I said, okay, where are the people who sent me messages and let me reply to them? So the weird thing was she had blocked me. So yeah, the online world is full of such experiences, such interactions with people, but that's just what it is. Don't forget to tell me what your weirdest or most unexpected thing online was while you were grieving. Okay, so when we talk about the pressure to post versus the fear of oversharing when we are grieving. So the thing is that social media makes grief feel performative sometimes. Should I post? Should I not? Will people think I'm seeking attention? Will they think I'm heartless if I don't? And let's not forget, some people will react to your grief post with nothing but a tear-eyed emoji and then forget about it. And then there are people who disappear. Like, ever noticed how some friends vanish the moment you start talking about grief? Like, poof, gone. Turns out people will double tap your vacation photos, but don't quite know what to do with your grief post. Then there's the grief comparison trap, of course. It's like there's this kind of marathon going on that happens online. Like, I'm sure you must have seen a post where someone's tribute to a lost loved one with poetic captions and appealing words had 500 likes, 200 comments, and then you post about your person and crickets. So it's easy to start thinking, did I love them less? Am I not grieving properly? Am I grieving wrong? So let me say this very clearly. There is no perfect way to grieve. You don't need to build a legacy project or post updates to validate your loss. No, you don't. Comparison is sneaky. You might see someone channeling their grief into a book, a foundation, or a worldwide movement. And here you're just trying to remember if you've eaten today. But that's the truth. There's no leaderboard. Grief is not a productivity contest. So have you ever second guessed your grief because of something you saw online? I have. There was a time when I really second guessed my grief because I kept seeing these perfectly curated grief journeys on Instagram. Like people posting quotes about healing, smiling with beautiful background behind them, writing about how their loss made them stronger. Meanwhile, I was still struggling to get out of bed. I wasn't posting anything. I wasn't journaling daily or meditating or turning my pain into poetry, not at that time. I was just surviving. And I remember thinking to myself that, am I doing grief wrong? Am I not healing fast enough? It took me time to understand that grief doesn't have to look like an aesthetic. It's not a timeline. It's not a performance. It can be messy. It's deeply personal. It's unique for everyone. And just because someone shares their highlight reel of healing, it doesn't mean that they aren't falling apart off camera. Yeah, it does not. That realization gave me permission to honor my process, just as it was. Then one other thing that I have faced, and I have seen other people face also, that's the overwhelm of constant connectivity. It's overwhelming because, as we know, that the internet never sleeps, but grief needs rest. And in a world where we are constantly plugged in, grief rarely gets a break. Think about it. Like, when was the last time you scrolled for hours, felt exhausted, but still couldn't put your phone down? It's like we're doom scrolling ourselves into emotional exhaustion. Grief is already a full-time job, and now we're expected to keep up with notifications, with messages, and people asking, how are you? When we don't even know how to answer that. So the thing is that we are constantly connected, but grief requires space. The notifications, the check-ins, the advice can all be too much. And it's okay to say, I need quiet. I need space. I need a break. I need to step away. So, okay, let's do a quick reflection here. Well, this is one of my favorite questions. Like, if you had a grief mute button for social media, what's one thing you would silence for a while? Like, is it, let's say, unsolicited advice, perfectly curated healing journeys, success stories of other people who face loss, or just people asking you to be okay when you're not? Feel free to share your thoughts, feelings, or even just a word in the chat. Your voice is so welcome here. And yeah, since I said at the beginning that I will answer all these questions myself also, so yeah, if let's see, I had a grief mute button. I'd silence for a while when I wanted to. All those positive vibes only posts. You know, the ones like where everything is about manifesting joy, high energy, and being grateful all the time. I love all those posts. I'm a personal fan of such types of posts because they're really needed at certain times, but not all the time. When you're grieving, that kind of positivity can feel forced. It can feel isolating. Like you're not allowed to be sad, tired, angry. Like if you're not vibrating at a high frequency, you're somehow failing at life, and that's not true. Because grief doesn't fit into that mold. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is fall apart. Allow yourself to do that. And I wish there was more space online for that truth. Next brings me to a very important point. The speed of life versus the speed of grief. Yeah, both the things have speed. Grief moves at its own pace. It's kind of like that one friend who takes forever to leave a party, you know? Meanwhile, life expects us to be back at work, back to normal, when really we're still trying to figure out how to function without breaking down at the grocery store. We've all been there, I know. Grief isn't fast, it's not efficient, yet the world keeps asking us to move on. But you know what? Grief has its own rhythm. It lingers. It revisits us in quiet moments and in unexpected ways. And when we rush it, we risk missing what it's here to teach us. Because grief has its own clock. It doesn't care about deadlines or expectations. It slows us down. It makes us pause. Not because we're broken, but because we're human. And the problem here is when we try to force grief into a timeline, it backfires. We suppress it. We disconnect. And the next thing you know, we're crying over a spilled coffee because, well, it's not about the coffee, is it? So, what is social media for us? Is it suffocating? Is it soothing? I think it could be both. Because, you know, social media can be amazing. Where else can you find a support group at 2 a.m. while you're munching pizza in your pajamas? But it can also be a minefield of shoulds and comparisons. And when we feel lost or heavy, the first instinct is we reach for our phones, for the connection, for comfort, and sometimes we find what we need. We find a post that resonates, a stranger's words that feel like home. Yeah. But other times, it's just noise. Feels like that. Opinions, pressure, comparison. The digital world can be both soothing and suffocating. Because sometimes a post helps us feel less alone, but other times grief doesn't translate into words or captions. Now, how many of you have found social media helpful in grief? Well, my answer would be yes and no. Because social media has been both a lifeline and a landmine in my grief. It has been helpful when I've come across real, raw posts from others who are grieving. And those moments where someone puts into words exactly what I've been feeling, but I couldn't say, but someone else said it, and I saw a post and I was like, oh, they get it. Or it was when I found online grief spaces and support groups where I didn't have to explain or justify my pain because the people there, they already knew they had been through something similar. They could resonate, they could relate. But then there's the flip side. The endless scrolling, the comparison, the highlight reels that make you feel like you should be better by now. What does that even mean? That you're too broken in a world that seems to have moved on. That's not true. So yes, social media has helped me feel less alone, but only when I used it intentionally. When I let myself unfollow, mute, or take breaks when it got too loud. Now, the real question: how do we make space for grief? That's the real question you're all here for. How do we create space for grief in a digital world? What's the solution? Is there any? I mean, the internet is not going anywhere, and neither is grief. So how do we create space for both? Can we create space for both? Yes, we can try. We can set boundaries. It's a way to mute, block, unfollow people, accounts, pages. We can just take a break because your grief doesn't have to fit the algorithm. No. Find your safe spaces, because not all online spaces are created equal. Seek out communities that actually support you, where you can be real, not performative. Grieve on your own terms. Post or don't post. Share or don't share. There's just no rule book, despite what the social media might suggest. Then you can go for mindful social media use. Mute the noise. Unfollow the accounts that make you feel worse. No one is grading your grief ever. That'll never happen. Use social media intentionally. Log on when you seek connection. Log off when you need stillness, when you need quiet, when you need to disconnect. Then you can create offline grief rituals, personalized ones. Like, it can be something as basic as letter writing. If you don't want to write on a piece of paper, write it on your phone, make notes. Then you can create memory rituals, however you like. Maybe lighting a candle, going for a walk without doom scrolling, meditating, recalling the good memories, writing about them, having a sitting with other people, like-minded people who are ready to listen when you talk about your loved one, when you talk about the thing that you're grieving about. Grief needs grounding, not just grief. And then find balance with productivity. Take grief breaks at work, as many as you want. Well, cry in the bathroom if you need to. We've all been there. And again, I would like to share my personal opinion. I have found to be very productive when, the grief was at the peak, because somehow I was able to channel that grief into doing something productive, like putting all that energy, that emotion into something else in parallel while I was grieving. It's not this that, the grief went somewhere. No, it stayed with me. But during that time, I busied myself into something else that was constructive, that was productive. And after a while, it gave me a certain outcome, certain result. That made me feel good. That's a personal experience. So at the end of the day, the internet will keep moving, but you don't have to move at its pace. That's true. Give yourself permission to grieve in a way that feels right for you, even if that means ignoring the grief influencers and just go and eat ice cream in peace. Do whatever you want. Because the thing is, yeah, you're allowed to grieve at your own pace, online or offline. That's in a world that never stops moving. Grief asks us to slow down. But how do we hold space for something which is so deeply human in a digital landscape that thrives on speed, instant updates, and endless scrolling? Do we have the answer? You know, the truth is, grief doesn't fit neatly into an algorithm. It isn't something you can process in a series of posts or compress into a 30-second reel. It's messy, it's unpredictable, it's deeply personal. And yet, in this fast-paced digital world, we are often expected to grieve quickly, quietly, and in ways that make others comfortable. Yeah. But you know, here's the thing. We don't have to play by those rules. We can create space for our own grief, even in a world that pushes us to move on. Maybe that means setting boundaries with social media, curating our online spaces to include more support and less noise, finding the more suitable online spaces, or simply reminding ourselves that healing doesn't happen on demand. It doesn't. Grief is not a trend. It's not something to be optimized. It's part of being human. And in a world that rushes us always to move on, I just want you to know, you're not behind. You're not broken. You're breathing through something sacred. And that's the truth. Because grief is not a problem to fix. It's a love story that's still unfolding. If today's session is speaking to you, I have created a self-care checklist. Let me share it with you. It's a self-care checklist for grieving hearts. It includes reflection prompts, boundary setting tips, and simple offline rituals to help you hold space with more intention. I invite you to download it. It's yours. Feel free to visit it anytime. Use it as many times during the day. So the thing is that if I ask you, what's one intentional way you can hold space for your grief this week, despite the rush of the world around you? Maybe it's turning off notifications when you need a break. It's reaching out to someone who truly understands, and even allowing yourself to sit with your feelings without distraction. Whatever it is, I'd love to hear from you. And if I talk about my intentional way, how I can hold space for my grief this week, I'd say that, I'd hold space by sitting aside 15 minutes, quiet 15 minutes each day. No phone, no distractions, just to sit with whatever comes up, whether it's tears, memories, even numbness. I want to give it room to exist without rushing to fix it. And I'm learning that holding space doesn't always mean doing something big, doing something grand. Sometimes it's just making a little room inside my day, inside myself to feel, and letting that be enough. In a world that moves fast, grief asks us to slow down. We have to honor that request. And I have to remind you again, I'll say this as many times as this discussion will come up, that the grief does not have a deadline. You're not behind. You're not doing it wrong. You're simply doing the best you can. And that's more than enough. That's more than enough. If you want to set any more boundaries, when it comes to social media, if you want to set any more rules for yourself, go ahead, do it. So here I would like to take in some very interesting comments that I have been seeing. And let's see. John says, what you say resonates with me. Thank you so much, John. Yeah, we're doing the best we can, and we think we should be doing more. Yeah, everyone sees it like that. Maha is saying that she journals. Wow, that's a very powerful way to jot down your thoughts and revisiting your thoughts whenever you want. Soha is saying that she goes on a very long walk. Yeah, that's a very connecting with nature, one of the most beautiful ways to connect with yourself when you're grieving. Okay. I wrote my book when I was walking in my grief for my mother, I'm so sorry, who died at 95 years old, and she's still by my side. That is so sweet of you. That is so thoughtful of you. Thank you, Kaminar, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Choice Simmons, thank you so much for your appreciation, Choice. How can we make people understand grieving is okay in a natural process? Okay. Mindful Communication asked this question: how can we make people understand grieving is okay in a natural process? So the thing is that, well, the irony is that unless grief falls on someone, like a certain grief, they're never going to understand you. See, it's unique. It's a unique process. And even if the same tragedy befalls a number of people, everyone's reaction is different. Everyone takes it differently. It's how they're wired to receive grief. So we can't really make people understand grieving. Grieving is okay, it's a natural process, but yeah, we can have conversations with them. We can lightly discuss the matter with them, to make them know our perspective, like where we stand, why we behave in a certain way, why we are grieving in a certain manner, why we're behaving in a certain way when we are grieving. So this can be a little helpful, yeah. And okay. So John is saying, do you think it's necessary for a person who is grieving to regularly post their grief on the socials? John, I think it's to each their own. If you feel like it, go ahead, do it. But if you feel that it puts you, I don't know, maybe in an awkward situation, it puts you in a corner, it makes you feel burdened somehow, well, you can always go ahead and delete it, You can hide that post. But if you feel like expressing yourself, go ahead and do that. If you want it to be a very beautifully made post on Canva or any other tools, online tools, go ahead and do that. If you just want it to be a few words, it can be only that. Because it all depends upon how you're feeling on the inside, like how expressive you want to be in terms of letting other people know your situation, like if you want to express something. So that's, you're at liberty to do that. What is a healthy way to cope with grief? Okay. A healthy way would be to, first, this requires connection with yourself, What are the healthy, are you already into healthy activities? Like how many healthy activities do you incorporate in your day? Like do you, I don't know, maybe walk regularly, exercise regularly, eat good food, So these things, if you don't, then you can start by doing these things. If we're talking about health here. And when we talk about mental health, meditating is a very healthy way. Sitting with yourself, connecting with yourself, letting the emotions come as they are, seeing what comes up. And there is no rush. And yeah, just let it all be. Okay, my grandmother is sitting with me, says she listens to music, but without anyone present here. Excellent way to channel your grief. Listening to music. Wow. Yeah. Okay, I like to disconnect and go for long walks in nature. It helps me see things from different perspective. If there's an issue that's really heavy, I cry and let it out while I'm walking. Wow, John, that really resonates with me because that is something that I do. I also like to disconnect and I go for long walks in nature. And yeah, if there's an issue that's really heavy, I cry. I cried today because I had the pressure of this session, and I let it out while I was preparing for the session. This was a little part of the day. So yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I go to the gym and lose myself in the weights. This is another very good way because physical exercise, it really diverts our attention when we are grieving. Memories of us. Thank you for sharing this. Protection Fitness, I go to the gym and lose myself in the weight. Thank you so much, Tony, for coming in and putting your comment here. You go to the gym and lose yourself in the weights. Wow. Seek out healthy coping mechanisms that make you happy and that are only connected to you, not for others, but for yourselves. Absolutely. Perfect. Yes, Estelle, this is exactly the thing that needs to be done. Do things that make you happy. That's a very simple solution. That are only connected to you. How beautiful. I mean, you have written such a beautiful thing here, Estelle. Thank you for sharing your feelings here, Estelle. Okay, Soha is saying breath work and meditation is truly helpful. Yeah, both these things, they really work when you're down, when you're beside yourself, when you're grieving. I lose myself in art because it takes focus. Wow, Mr. 20%. I would like to see the art that you make. Wow, that has me intrigued. So beautiful. Alina is saying, I usually listen to music really cranked up, okay, and then I end up doing something productive. Oh, the people around you must be very happy with that, Alina. My way of dealing with that, with overwhelming grief emotion at that particular moment. Perfect. I think I also mentioned something like this during the session that I also try to be productive when I'm grieving because that really helps, you know, shifting the focus, trying to shift the focus. Because yeah, one thing about grief that I'd like to say here is that the first thing is the awareness. You know, I'm aware that I'm grieving. My husband passed away 5 years ago, but I still grieve. I'm aware of that. But the thing is that whenever the moment I chose to do something about my grief, the moment I chose that no, this is not the life that I can spend crying my eyes out, losing myself in grief. That was the moment when I made a conscious decision. And from that day onwards, whatever I do, it's a conscious effort. It's a conscious action that I take. So this is what needs to be done, a conscious effort. Whenever you are going to do something about your grief, it is going to be a conscious effort. Maha is saying, how do I let myself fully feel my grief without being solid in it? You have to sit with it. Allow yourself to just be without any distractions. And I know this is not easy, like easier said than done kind of thing. But what you can do is you can start by sitting with yourself for maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds, half a minute, then a minute, 5 minutes, keep increasing the time and see what comes up. But for that, you will have to be still. Stillness is required to feel your grief. And you are going to feel it, trust me. So what about when people don't understand your feelings or coping mechanisms? How do you deal with that? Yeah. See, the thing here is Soha. Okay. The thing here is that we can only control ourselves. That's the thing to understand here, you know. But most of the time, we are actually trying to control other people, the world, the circumstances, the things around us. And that is what makes us more miserable, you know. So why not look inward, inside, connect with yourself, right? Feel good inside. Understand yourself first. When people come at a later stage, first you have to understand yourself, your feelings, your emotions, where you are in your grief journey. What coping mechanisms are you using? You know? Okay, Estelle is saying, is really important when thinking about the loss of your loved one to focus on the positive and happy thoughts and experiences of that loved one, and not focus on the negative experience of loss. Yes, it is really important because the thing is that, you know, the thing to understand when you lose a loved one, the painful thing to understand is that your reality has changed. There has been a shift in reality, and that acceptance of reality is the most difficult thing that bothers us. It really hinders the normal setting of our life, because, you know, the equation it cannot be balanced anymore, because one thing is out of the equation and it's never going to come back. So for the acceptance of this new reality, it's very important to focus on the positive, because then you are able to accept in a better way. We cannot be in control of other people. We can, beautifully said, Estelle, yeah, we can only be in control of ourselves, and that should be our focus. Okay, so I think we're nearing the end of our session, and I mean, it's been lovely being here in this space and connecting with you all. So if today's session resonated with you, or if you're walking through your own session of grief, or you just need someone to hold space for you, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'd love to connect. And let me see, yeah. There are a number of ways you can get in touch with me. You can visit my website, you can drop me a DM, and on Instagram, Facebook, and you can visit my YouTube channel. Okay. What do I do with parts of me that feel broken? Okay. Thank you, Ada. Samina, I'm going to send you a message, okay, about this. So the thing is, you don't have to grieve alone, whether it's through stories, sessions, or shared silence. I'm here. Thank you for being here with me today, for showing up for your heart. It truly means a lot, because you're part of something quiet and beautiful. So until next time, take good care of yourself. Sending you love, always. And please don't forget to download this self-care checklist for grieving hearts. It's yours, and yeah, feel free to use it.
I had to turn my mic on. Sorry about that. We are back. Welcome back to the Global Grief Conference 2025. I think we may have got a solution to the audio. I fixed it. We are in here. I fixed it. Simple problem. Who knew? It was a noise reduction. A salute. The Global Grief Conference. Hey, Tony, I think from this point on, we don't need to do it this way.
I'm going into work on a Monday morning, sitting in traffic. It's early, sipped on my coffee. Looking in the mirror, see a car behind me, drive a light brown skin. She pretty, she in a Benz 350. Car start moving, listen to the groove. Brake lights flash and we stop again. Look to the right, the pretty woman on my side. Her lane slow, but it's flowing. She go past, now I'm hoping that somehow we can meet up at the light, yeah. When I see you at the red light, motion for you to pull over, pull off to the shoulder. When I see you at the red light, motion for you to pull over. I wanna know, can I get to know ya? Green light go, mashed on the gas. See a few cops, it's an accident. That explains the hold up. Cause everybody nosy. I'm trying to catch up to the Benz. I'm in the Beamer with the BBS rims. She right there, it's a car in the way. Get that POS out the way. Side by side in our rides, leaning on the horn, trying to get her attention. She looked over, smirked, then she winked. Sped up, then she whipped in front of me. On my way to work in a game of cat and mouse. Speed limit 60 at 10 for the count. I need speed, driving hot pursuit. Light turned yellow and she kept driving through. When I see you at the red light, motion for you to pull over, pull off to the shoulder. When I see you at the red light, motion for you to pull over. I wanna know, can I get to know ya? Stylish when she drive her jacket, say Machino. I'm trying to race her down like I'm in Gran Turismo. I'm not a gamer, I just play a lot, pulling the save a lot. Legs apart in your backseat in the parking lot. You glancing and you laugh, I know you see me waving. Watch them cones in the road. Street workers just laid in pavement. Pedal to the metal with your heavy foot. Blowing through these lights, candles on the birthday cake in Saddlebrook. I saw your face and was like, oh my gosh. If I could be your man, I use my hands in detail when I wash your car. Take it to the dealership to change the oil. I'd overprivilege you, but teach appreciation so you wouldn't spoil. Now when you driving, if you hear some wind, they did a recall on your series. The back windows detached from trim. Pull off to the side so I could tell you more. Use the right blinker. The link up, lose gravel, put your hazards on. When I see you at the red light, motion for you to pull over, pull off to the shoulder. When I see you at the red light, motion for you to pull over. I wanna know, can I get to know ya?
I'm that black SUV that be been in the block. Talking dark tinted minutes that be tearing the spots. I mean, everybody can get it, and everybody's a target, and every hit is a hit. Don't give a fuck if the logic. Streets rain pain when I spit is insane. Every man, woman, and child will get it the same, man. My brakes on anti-lock, you'll feel it in Antioch, flooring it through anti-stop. Ghost for the panties drop. I'm the cop, so I'm looking for the op. So I just got Molly Watts, so somebody's getting popped, and somebody's getting played, and somebody's getting slayed. This thuggin' started bugging, now somebody's getting sprayed. Ain't nobody said shit, seen shit, done shit. No matter what hood I hit, same gun, same clip. I ain't getting caught, they ain't looking for me. Niggas swear they mob deep, but it shook as can be.
Yeah, this that feeling you get when opening up a Nike box. These rappers like roaches, I'm spreading borax. My skin tone is the same color as Toblerone's. This music produces and triggers pheromones. The Jordan 1s cost what your moms pay the rent with. Went from a 3 to an extra 5, we about to drop to 6. Yeah, multifaceted, get punched in your abdomen. Wardrobe scarred with double R's, doctor, that's Ralph Lauren. Past due bill with a new lease on life. Living. Swore to omens, I got sight beyond sight. See that, right? A visionary, Ray-Ban frames the eyes. Don't change the dial, I'm not quite finished. God ain't sent the right apprentice. Aromatic, I'm smelling good like Sunday breakfast. Dude ran his mouth, I chased him down and I addressed him. Rose petal flows, the bars garnished with chrysanthemum. What's that? Stick to the script like screenplays made from xanthan gum. You dig?
Temple towns above the snow.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions. Just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Hello, everybody. It's Claire Schwartz coming to you live and in person on YouTube and all over the world. Welcome to the Global Grief Conference and my talk today on Allies Through the Anguish. If we could just bring up my PowerPoint, that would be great. And I'll do a little intro to myself. So I am, my irises match. That's fabulous. I am the owner and founder of Miriam's Well Healing, and you can heal your grief. I'm a grief and trauma coach, helping people heal from the hardest things in life and providing support, ideas, perspective, maybe a little wisdom if we're lucky on a good day, and just trying to walk beside folks when they are dealing with those rough patches that trip us all up, because that's what life does sometimes. And how do we get back up? That's what I'm here for, and I'm proud to do that work. So my talk today, like I said, is called Allies Through the Anguish, How to Navigate Other Humans After a Loss. And with me today is my dear friend and fellow grief coach, Jenny Diltz, who's been kind enough to just pop on and offer her wonderful perspective from completely the other side of the country. So we've got East Coast and West Coast in the house today. So welcome, Jenny. It's so great to see you.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I really appreciate your input, your wisdom, and we're going to try to see who we can reach today and how we can help folks. So Allies Through the Anguish is about dealing with how other people show up when you've had a loss. People can show up in really wonderful ways, in really hurtful ways, and then there's a really difficult category of people who just probably don't have your best interest at heart, and who it can be just difficult and awful. So we're going to walk through how to navigate all of those challenges, giving you ways to strategize and take care of yourself, who to listen to, what to ignore, and what to do in each of those situations. So I'm just going to walk through my slides here. Oh, look, there's more of my intro about myself. Here is all of my contact information. YouCanHealYourGrief.com is my website. And Tony, if you could just pop my website into the chat, that would be fantastic. And that's where you can find everything about who I am and what I do. But I'll talk more about that at the end, because I'd like to get right into the talk. So here is what we're going to be covering today. Why is this an issue? And a little bit of my story. And we're going to walk in great detail through those three kinds of folks that you're going to run across. And I developed these categories after many, many years of walking down my own grief paths. And they really always fall into these three categories. There's the angels who always have your back. There's the clumsy. They probably mean well, but they manage to say the wrong thing. And I'm going to talk to you about my 10 tall tales of grief and loss, which I'm not going to go through all of them, but some of the myths and unfortunate things that we hear and believe that keep us stuck in our pain and suffering. So we're going to clear those up and give you a little bit more truth than myth. And then there's that third category. We will get to that, but I don't want to dwell on that too much right at the beginning. And then, of course, there's the question of how do you be that best angel, that best support for someone when someone close to you is grieving? What exactly does that look like? And then there's just a little bit about after the chaos, what happens later on. And I'm open to any and all questions. If you want to pop into the chat wherever you are watching this, Tony has his eyes on all the chats, and just to let me know if somebody's got a question. But we'll have a Q&A and whatever stories you have at the end. So I'm just going to pop in here. Yes, bits of my story. Why do I do this? That is an excellent question. I get asked that all the time is, oh, grief, that's heavy. Wow, that's a lot. Why would you want to do that? Because grief and trauma are where I come from. That's something I've been walking with my entire life. And I stopped counting my own losses at around 40. And I don't mean when I turned 40, because that was already a long time ago, but at 40 losses. And I count all sorts of things other than deaths that are close to me, because that can be, a death can be, a loss can be any number of things. It can be a job. It can be when you move. It can be a diagnosis. It can be really any major change in your life has a grief aspect to it. And I've been through quite a few of those. And so it's a long road when you don't have the tools. And I didn't have the tools at the beginning, because who does? The big dividing point in my life is when my mother died, and that was 30 years ago now. I can't believe I'm saying that. That was 30 years ago. And that really started my quest into figuring out, why isn't there better material out there for grievers? And I tried to get good information. I was going to counseling, and I just wasn't finding it. And there were other personal reasons where things were lumpy for me, but I just didn't find it. And so as my journey has continued, and as I have learned, and for my own path of healing, and now I want to be, and hope to be, the support that I didn't have. So that's my ethos for everything that I do in my practice. And I hope to be of service in that regard with folks. Because my overall approach really has to be about providing that support with compassion. Very often there's a lot of judgment that comes into play. There's a lot of, oh dear. There's a lot of, oh dear. So we try to clean up as much of that as possible, and offer tools that actually work, and a place where people can be heard and bring all of their emotions, whatever it is. So that's what I try to do in my practice on the daily. So why is this an issue? Every griever has a story of great support. And right alongside that, every griever has a story of terribleness. I'm not sure that's a word, but I just made it a word. Terrible things that people have said, upsetting comments, uncomfortable choices, different priorities. And these things have a huge impact on not only on relationships around you, how stressful a situation is, as well as how we heal from that particular loss. And because when you do have those difficult circumstances and comments, those stick, and it can make your healing that much harder and create even new traumas. So big category of things, right? So Jenny, any of this resonating from your work as a grief coach?
Absolutely. And one thing that stands out to me in all of it, both the excellent stories and the not so excellent stories, is that every story is different.
Mm-hmm.
The external situation may be exactly the same for two different people.
Yes.
But their internal stories can be completely opposite.
Yes, 100%. And that's why I say in this quote, I'm glad I put this quote here. That dovetails quite nicely. This is a huge category, right? Many layers to it. I'm quoting from my book, which I'll talk about at the end. But the folks you keep around you during these immediate hours and days can be your rock and your salvation, so you must choose them carefully. On the other hand, family and friends can be very loving and well-intentioned right before they say something terribly hurtful. And I'll just sidebar, they may not be aware at all that what they're saying is hurtful. It can stab you, and the person next to you is mystified as to why you're upset. So even standing in the same spot, completely different perspectives, right? So I'm going to tell you what to listen to, what sorts of folks to have around, and what to do when those hurtful words come flailing at you, because they will. That's just the nature of the beast, right?
Can I add
so
something?
This is, yeah, go ahead.
I I'm looking forward to hearing that. And I would also like to add a caveat of don't be afraid to try something new. Because what may work one day absolutely will not work the next day.
Right.
And so as things are moving internally, externally within your world,
Yes.
don't be afraid to experiment.
Yes, and pivot and listen. The listening is like the most important part, right? And that's what I talk about here is that the listening is the most important piece. It's the first thing I wrote here, right? I'd like to give you a couple of stories since I mentioned my mother's passing, because this is where I really started to figure out who those people were who would have my back. And I do call them the grounded givers. When I lost my mother, it was one of those phone call at midnight situations. We had been estranged at the time, so we were not in touch. And literally my phone rang a little before midnight in 1995, and my uncle just blurted it out, because how do you say such a thing? That my mother had died and was 600-700 miles away, et cetera, et cetera. And so what the heck do you do, especially as a kid in your 20s? So I knew I needed help, and nobody in my age group had lost a parent that I could think of. So what I had the presence of mind to do was to call my friend Mary, who's older than I am, not only because she's older and more experienced, but because she had also just lost actually both of her parents right on top of each other. So she was the first person I thought of. And I called her probably, I don't know, 1 a.m, something like that. I don't, time got very squishy that night, but I called her and woke her up and told her what had happened. The only part of that conversation I remember that she said was, "Oh dear." And she stayed on the phone with me until somebody else could drive to my apartment, and so I wouldn't be by myself. Don't remember much else from that night except being in shock, and that I probably should have been in the emergency room, but yeah. What did I know? Like I said. And then the other person that I was so grateful for in that equation was my friend Beth. I had hundreds of decisions to make. I'm an only child, and was completely unprepared for something like this. So trying to navigate all of that, and suddenly realized the night before the funeral that I didn't have anything appropriate to wear. And bless my friend Beth's heart, I called her, and the one piece that happened was I forgot how to drive. My hands and feet did not know what to do. I didn't know where I was going. And I had told people, don't let me get behind the wheel. That's a bad idea. I gave my keys to other people. But the night before, I said, I don't have anything to wear. And my friend Beth, bless her heart, dropped everything, came and picked me up, took me to the mall, took me to the couple of places I needed to go. And I just showed up. And I'll always be grateful for that. Grateful for her, grateful for Mary. I'm still friends with both of them. And really amazing human beings. Amazing human beings. And so what do some of those angels have in common? They listen to what a griever needs rather than imposing what they think should be done. Right? Beth didn't tell me, oh, don't wear that, or you don't want to go there. She just listened and went with me. Being patient with unpredictability is huge, because grievers sometimes can't wrap their heads around what's a good idea and might be a little bit nuts, because I was nuts. I'll tell you, I was not on the planet There's big chunks of that period of time that I have no recollection of whatsoever. And so not judging is absolutely massive. And they're also naturally empathetic human beings without trying to advise or push or change the grief, without telling me what I should or shouldn't feel. They meet you where you are. Those are the people you want around you. And I talk much more about this in the book. But that's a sort of a framework of what I think. Oh, yes. Thank you. In the comments, talking about someone else who wrote the book after losing his mother. Losing a mother is massive, regardless of the relationship. It's a big change in your universe. So, yeah. So thank you for your comments. Keep those coming. Anything about these grounded givers that you want to add, Jenny? Can you hear me now?
I can't. I'm just thinking. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sometimes I pause so that I can
Gather.
gather my thoughts, sift through my experiences and stories that I've heard with other clients.
Yes.
Another thing that I would like to add about the angels and the grounded givers is no request is too small or too big.
Mm-hmm.
If it's, I just need a no questions asked hug.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's as important of a request as my life just fell apart. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the flip of that can be true also. For some people, touch can be too overwhelming. So, and a lot of people just sort of reach without thinking, oh, maybe that's too much. So I've actually heard the opposite as well. Don't touch too much. I can't. Could you make sure nobody hugs me? That's great example.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I've learned with my daughter to ask first, do you want a hug or do you want to be left alone? And sometimes it's a hand hug. Sometimes it's a one finger touch on the shoulder. Sometimes it's a head bonk. And I never know. So I always ask.
Gotta ask. Yeah. And especially in those circumstances where people are very heightened, everything is on 11. So people may not respond in the way that they normally would. It might be the complete opposite. So you can't really assume if someone was a hugger before that they're going to be a hugger right now, or that if they don't want to be touched before, now all of a sudden they really need a hug. So listening, asking is absolutely key. So exactly. So we're going to get into the thornier category, the clumsy cultural copycats. These fall in two general categories. There's so many platitudes out there about what to say that actually can make things much more painful and much worse for folks. And these are just a few examples. Your loved one is in a better place. You'll get over this. Oh, I want to take a scalpel and remove that phrase from our languaging. Just the whole category of get over anything. Completely not useful. Let's just call it not useful. And as well as faith assumptions, saying something religious to someone who may not be of the same belief system. So unless you're really sure, it often is best to just sort of sidestep that, just in case. And you also may not be aware of the relationship. If someone has passed, you may not, let me put it this way. The whole grief industry, if you will, is geared towards the loss of someone who was beloved and you don't know how you're going to live without them. However, that is often not the case. A lot of people have a lot of lumps in those relationships, especially in close families. There can be, I call them, somebody leaves a lumpy legacy. There's some good, there's some bad, and it's all part of the grief process. But you may not know that story. So assuming that someone feels a certain type of way may actually be stepping on their toes and be quite painful. Not that you've intended that, but that's how those hurts happen. So just to be mindful of what not to say, which gets into my 10 tall tales of grief and loss. There are 10 things that I mention in my book, and there are many, many more. These are just the 10 that I chose. I was like, if my book is going to show up on, oh, there it is, show up on the camera. Putting Out the Fire. If you look for Putting Out the Fire on Amazon and just put my last name in it, that's where you will find it. And so the 10 tall tales are things we believe ourselves and things that we get told about the grief healing process. And I just picked out a few of these because these are things that you may hear in the beginning stages of your grief journey. Time heals all wounds. Very, very tricky. Very, very tricky. Because just waiting around for healing to happen is not how that works. And does it take time? Absolutely it does. But it matters how you spend that time. And if you are leaning into the healing process instead of just staring at the calendar and hoping it gets better. Folks come across a lot of shoulds and a lot of shouldn'ts. I certainly had that. I've had that with pretty much every loss I've experienced. Folks have all sorts of ideas about what you should and shouldn't do. And again, there's that judgment thing. There's that assumption thing that just makes things so much harder. I know that I made some decisions about, I had to make a lot of decisions about my mother's funeral because we never talked about it. So it was entirely left to me. I threw out a lot of traditions because of what I wanted in the service. And so I got a lot of hairy eyeballs from my family about that. And I just said, no, this is what I want to do. And all those decisions were mine. So would I have changed any of them now? I don't know that I would have. But hindsight's 20/20, right? You do the best you can in those circumstances. So again, people can leave their judgments at the door. I know how you feel. That's such a big one where people, you want to feel like you're having a camaraderie with the griever, you know, that you know where you are. And I've been there, I get it. Yes, but you don't know how you feel. You don't know how the other person is experiencing that particular loss. I have run across so many folks who've lost a mother, a parent, and they are all different. So you can say, I lost my mom too, I'm so sorry, but you don't necessarily know what that specific person is experiencing. So I want you to be a little bit careful with that particular phrase. Because you can also make someone really angry and say, you have no idea how I feel, actually. And then you can get into a conflict. So perhaps leave that phrase out of the equation. Jenny, any thoughts on the shoulds or the time heals all wounds or any of those that I just mentioned?
Again, going back to experimentation, the shoulds can be flexible, and the should nots can be flexible. And there's no prescribed way to grieve. Not for one person,
Right.
not for one loss, not for one season of one loss.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a fluid thing, right? Grief is not just this stalwart thing that, you know, it's a box that you unpack. It's a living, breathing process, is what I've discovered. Yet another thing I didn't know when this all started, but it's a living, breathing thing. It's almost got its own entity to it. So even after the dozens of losses that I've been through, it doesn't mean that I don't have issues or difficulties, but I have tools and I have some resilience most of the time when I'm dealing with a loss. So, and again, lots more ideas in my book. So here are just some direct solutions so that we don't stumble into being a clumsy cultural copycat. Some things that if you are experiencing that as the griever, this is the flip of that. If you're experiencing the cultural copycats as the griever, and someone says something that is, they're well-intentioned, but it doesn't come across right and it rubs you the wrong way. So some options that you can have are, I appreciate you trying to help, but my story is different. So, and you can just sort of let that trail off perhaps. But you know, I'm not sure that's helpful. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. And you know, you can judge on a case-by-case basis whether you are going to remove yourself from the situation, because all of a sudden you can go, oh, hey, I need to go talk to Cousin George, and just remove yourself from the conversation if it gets too difficult. Because it's just, when you're that raw, those uncomfortable things can just, yeah. So another option is to have a friend who is your trusted guardian who can help you get out of the situation. That's awfully handy. Don't start an altercation in the middle of a wake. Never recommended. So those are some ideas of how to manage that if those things come at you. And this is the most painful subject, is when somebody says something that is just so super painful and inappropriate. It happens. There's no way around it. It may not happen at every loss, but I have heard some things that would just make your hair stand on end, and can just, you know, oh, wow, okay, you just made it worse. Thanks. So one of those areas is, of course, judge, like I said before. Judge what you're doing or what you're not doing, or the person who has passed, or the dress you're wearing, or the, you know, some people will just find something to judge about. So that's one area. Another thing that can happen is they make it all about them. They go and talk about themselves. Their loss is worse. I, me. Okay. And they may need to do that for their own reasons, but you are not required to stand there and listen to it. So again, you can remove yourself from that equation. It's one of those universal truths that I have found. Losses, funerals, those difficult things, they bring out the best in some people and the worst in others. And it is just one of those, because humans are messy. So it's just one of those painful truths. So you're going to possibly run across all sorts of different people. Also, family tensions, old rivalries, bitterness, all of that can come in during a family gathering like this, and that can lead to indignance and resentment, because very often at funerals, and actually at weddings too, but you've had gatherings of people who may not see each other that often. So everybody's in the same room. Okay, and there's that everybody gets along perfectly? Probably not. So those things can leak into the equation also. As I said here, seek mending and support later, because these can last beyond one day or one incident. They can be repaired. That does take some intention and some work. Again, don't get into open disputes. Stay level-headed and keep level-headed people around you. That's huge. And do the best you can to steer clear of direct conflict. I've heard some truly painful things just be brought up at the wrong time. Things about money, things about history, things about what somebody said last Christmas, things about, there's a whole category of what happens if the person who passed, how they passed is perceived as their fault. That can be really difficult if the person died by suicide or from addiction or something that is seen as preventable. There can be a lot of tongue wagging about that sort of thing. Not the time, really just not the time. And you can't stop people from thinking what they're thinking. Okay, but when it comes flying out, ouch. So, if that happens, that's, again, try to avoid that. Try to avoid being around those people, remove them from the situation, or just walk away, change the subject, talk about the weather, whatever it takes, but to turn the temperature down so that that friction goes away, because you've got enough on your plate. You don't need to be dealing with that. And I do love, and someone mentioned this in the comments as well, have an ally, a spokesperson, somebody who's level-headed, who's by your side, who can sort of run point for you. So, yeah, in case you're not grounded enough yourself. So those are some thoughts about that. Anything you would like to add about this category, Miss Jenny?
I do. We talked earlier about conforming to society and being a cultural copycat. One thing for people who are experiencing grief is you don't have to be that cultural copycat. If you need to step out, if you need to stand up and walk out, give yourself permission to do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Nobody in the world can take care of you like you can.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And the ugly might happen.
Probably.
Yeah. It really, we wish that it wouldn't, but that's just the way some folks roll. And the only thing you can't stop that, but you can have some ideas and some tools for how to manage it, because it's so, that moment when those comments come flying at you and there's that half a second of, did I just hear that? Did it really? Wow. Yikes. And it'll hit you right between the eyes. It could stop you flat. What did I just hear? What do I say to that? And it depends what they say, but the calmer you can be and the most grounded you can be, and removing yourself. If you have to, you have to. You have to get through the day with your sanity as close to intact as you can, and don't give those situations permission to add to the difficulty of the day. So yes, I absolutely agree with that. Remove yourself if you have to. 100%. 100%. So people are always asking, how do you support someone who is suffering? Because there's always that question. And so I wanted to put this together just as a little summary, is respect personal space. Jenny had the great comment about the hugging. That's completely dead on. And don't impose. Let folks express whatever emotions they have without criticism or judgment. Just the sidebar is that there's often judgment about whether you are laughing or making jokes or getting angry. Emotions can run the gamut, and sometimes they're just coping skills. So if somebody is making jokes, that doesn't mean they're not hurting. It means that they're diverting how they're feeling into something that's less pressure filled. So jokes can actually be a great stress release. So
And that judgment needs to be applied to ourselves too in the grief.
You bet.
I can't laugh. My mom just died. Well, if something funny happens, laugh about it.
Of course you can.
If that's what you need to do to process your grief,
yes,
fantastic. Laugh as loudly as you can.
Yeah, exactly.
Or however you like to laugh.
Yeah. A light chuckle is okay too. But that's absolutely true. And that guilt can really be heavy that people carry. I shouldn't be, see the should slips out, right? I shouldn't be feeling that. I shouldn't be enjoying myself because my loved one is gone. These are not, both of those things can be true. Yes, your loved one is gone and you're laughing. So that's okay. They're both okay. They're both okay. Especially if you're helping out with a griever, keep an eye out for what is needed and volunteer to do it rather than constantly asking, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Grievers may not know what they need. It's so common that folks say, I'm here if you need me. Okay, but check on them and ask them. So, hey, I see there's dirty dishes in the sink. You want me to bang those out? Can I take care of those for you? Or can I walk the dog? Can I pick up something? Can I get somebody from the airport? So just give them something specific that they can think about rather than just the blank slate, right? So just quickly in summary, keep the folks around you who listen and who get it and support you. Put hurtful comments in their proper context. Folks usually don't mean to be mean, but they often just don't know what to say. And if truly negative people show themselves and interfere, gently remove them from the situation or remove yourself. Compassion, compassion, compassion. There just has to be, and mostly what I mean here is compassion for yourself in this process, compassion for others who may just be clumsy. You're not necessarily required to have compassion for someone who has said something terribly hurtful. But the more gentle you can be with the process, the easier the loss will be. So, because it's a long journey and it's okay to not know what that looks like. Compassion, gentle, one step at a time, one breath at a time. So, and I've seen all sorts of people popping up into the comments. Those have been great. I'm a teeny bit short on time, but if anybody has any questions, comments, anything about this topic, we can't help but run across other humans when we're dealing with things. And sometimes it can be very shocking what people say, and it can be the opposite of what you thought. It can be the person that you thought would be super reliable suddenly is not. And then somebody you never thought would have your back is 100% there when you need them. So yeah, staying flexible with all of that, right? So just a real quick redirection to my book. That's what it looks like. That's what you're looking for. Putting Out the Fire. It is available on Amazon as well as on my website, which again is www.youcanhealyourgrief. And happy to send a personalized copy if you order from my website. You can also order from Amazon if you would like, if that's easier for you. Yes. Don't feel guilty about remembering those beautiful, funny moments. Yes, 100%. Thank you, Estelle. That's great. And so here's just all of my contact information and all of my bona fides, grief and trauma support for individuals, families, and organizations. So I want to thank Tony for having me at the Grief Summit, the Global Grief Summit for 2025. And thank you to my dear friend and colleague, Jenny Diltz, for her wisdom and kind support. It's always great to see you. So thank you, folks. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Stay tuned for all of the next presenters, and be gentle with yourselves. Be well.
We are back. Welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are your entertainment once again. It is Snotty Naughty and who?
It is I, Richard M. Nottingham. Yeah, it's Quay. I'm in the building. Had to switch shades up. Can't go to gangster shades. Had to go on some real elegant thing real quick. Switch it up on some, dumb it down.
Those are nice.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Tony was gonna hop
It kind of emphasize on the light skin OG thing going on.
It looks good. There he goes.
Turn me into an uncle. Oh, who goes there?
Yeah, just come
You
in.
turn-
You already
right here,
know,
turn
I
me into an
am
uncle.
Robin Hood from the forest. Yes.
You definitely look like
How
Robin
you guys
Hood.
doing?
Good. I'm exhausted.
Quite all
though,
right.
man. I am really
You exhausted?
tired. Yeah, with just life and then the streaming. I'm not used to this, and we've been streaming. So I think about when you did streaming twice a day for like 8 hours a day, man.
Well, it's been going 13 plus hours a day. I think last night we shut it down around 14, almost 14 plus hours.
See?
So I've been sitting behind the scene watching everything transpire, you know what I'm saying? Just loving the vibes, you know what I'm saying? And he closed it out with the Unwrapped podcast last night, and man, I've just been excited. I'm on cloud 9 over here, man.
Right.
You
But
know,
I'm over here talking about 2 hours. You've been doing this all day for 2 days. You and Heat Detector. How are y'all feeling? What do y'all need?
man, you know what? I'm good, man. Look, check it out. I got my BCAAs up in here. You know what I'm saying? I got my amino acids. I'm staying fluid. I just got done eating like 2 oranges. I'm sitting back. I'm loving everything that's been going on. You know what I'm saying? Like I know all the presenters.
Amino acids.
Huh?
Did you just break down your medication?
Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I drink amino acids and stuff like that, you know, so that's like how
sometimes you hate getting old when like you just got to bring that up for no reason. That used to be the stuff that used to be nosy and find up in the medicine cabinet. And now it's
that
yours.
ain't even medicine though. It ain't even medicine. Like it's just amino acids for the body because I like outside of here, I'm getting prepared to compete in a bodybuilding show. So, you know what I'm saying? I got my creatine, I got my pre-workout, and I got my
you know how to do the curl.
acids.
Do the curl, bro. Do the curl. Do the curl. Do the real
What are you talking about?
Ain't the real curl, man.
Yeah.
Ain't the real curl. That's when that's like when somebody's father told him, "Is you strong?" I'm talking about, you know, when the rep, they be like this. They the grip be coming, they be like this, right? And then they turn their hands a certain way, right? And the thumb be in the fist, and they be like,
oh, yeah. See, I'm not about to do that.
They do the twist and all that, and then it come around like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you gotta do that, bro. If you gonna say you a bodybuilder.
You know what? I ain't got no, I'm not doing no posing right now. Okay, I'm not doing no posing right now. I'm not about to do that. You know, like, because there's a lot that goes into it, man, that people don't know. Like, I do ballet class and stuff like that outside of here, too, just to help out with the balance. Because as I grow.
So that's even easier. Stand up and give us a quick 360 real quick on your big toe.
I'm not. Look, I ain't messing with you, Q. I ain't messing with you.
Oh, hold up.
Right?
Hold up. You got to pair them. You got to pair size 13 steel toe sensitive foot ballerina shoes, the tippy toes.
No. I don't do none of that. I go barefoot, and you know what I'm saying, and like I don't do all the little pirouetting and stuff like that. I use it for balance and stretchability because the bigger I get,
your big toe by itself, your toenails and all that grip the grain strong enough that you can barefoot one big toe twist around like a regular ballerina.
See, you trying to hurt me. You know, as the older we get, I ain't breaking no hip, okay? You know what I'm saying? That's how people don't recover.
It's 2 moves that go with ballet. If you can't do them, then it ain't ballet.
Look.
The one is the spinning around on the big toe, right? And the second one is running across the stage, doing the flap with the both legs. They go like this. Blah. You got to do that. That's ballet. Running and then flop.
I ain't messing with you, brother. I ain't messing with you, fam.
Yeah, you gotta do both. You gotta do the spin, run, flop, spin. That's ballet, brother.
Snotty, what you got to say about this? Like, you did this, okay? You created this monster.
Man, listen, yo, I'm just telling you the stone cold truth of it, because if you're not doing that, then what you're really doing is you're just a big man in a bodysuit stretching out on stage. That's it. It's not ballet.
That's all I'm doing. Yep. You summed it up right there. I'm just a big man in a bodysuit stretching out on stage.
Somehow you're trying to do it.
I'm not doing all of that.
Do it on
the beat. Hey, check it out. Mr. 20% said he come like that. Yeah, I know.
Yo,
since I met him, he
I ain't
been
gonna hold
like
you, bro. That might be an exercise. That is a real exercise that might really go down properly, man, because that is mental health and humility all at once. If this is an exercise class, but you can't dress regular, you got a ballerina bodysuit it.
I'm gonna switch over to my headphones real quick.
Go with it. Damn, Snotty. He said he do ballet and he could spin on his toe.
Right.
All right.
Y'all ready for some fun? You
hold on.
Heat detector in here, so y'all.
I got one.
I
got one question for you, Snotty, on your game.
What's that?
What is it's called? Lame, legit, or legendary, right?
Yes.
Dude meet you for the first time. Crazy punchline. Hey, baby. In your mind, you like, yeah, you know what? I really like this guy right here. And he like, baby, you know what I do? I could really spin on my toe. Barefoot. Watch this. And then he step off from you in the parking lot, right? Spin on his toe and run past your car real fast and do like this with the legs. Bloop, and then pop back like, how you like that, baby? Yo,
that shit is legendary all day.
Legendary.
I ain't mess with y'all, man.
I don't know how many people like that's the story to tell. That's bizarre. I don't think too many people can do that. That's talent.
But look,
that's talent.
But look though. But and does it? How does that go with the punchline though? Do you really take the number, or you like, yo, hold up, let's just stay internet attached because this is different?
Look, I'm calling Snotty out. I'm thinking she gonna take the number. That's what I'm saying. She gonna take.
I hope you know. I hope you know. In order to fly through the air, that means he had to walk away from you, go all the way down the end of the parking lot, and run back, get some speed up, and run past you and do like this.
I mean, that type of confidence. That type of confidence is worth. I'd be like, this dude is crazy. You know what?
I got something. Have you ever seen ghetto ballerinas? And I want to see somebody do that in a parking lot with rock salt everywhere.
Oh man.
Yeah, no level ground. No level ground. Rock salt, dirt, you know what I mean? Trash, everything, just ghetto ballet. In boots and sneakers.
Yeah. I think he's taking a little break right
Tony.
now. Huh?
Okay.
You on to something, Tony. You gonna start the first ghetto ballet.
Tell him off of something.
Man, no, listen, man, I'm looking forward to that. We're gonna push for that. We need to see at least a 1-minute video of Tony in the ghetto ballet in a project parking lot. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, we look.
I tell you what, Q. I'll do it if you do it with me.
Why wouldn't I? I'm bony. I'm bony. So
you got yourself a good time there, man.
Yeah, let me look. My weight competition, everybody gonna be in because they're gonna be winners. Look. All you need is that kind of muscle.
Hey,
everybody, I got one of them.
I'm not even gonna bring mine out right now. I'm not
pull it
even
up.
gonna bring mine out, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still.
Look.
I'm still in the process, man. You know what I'm saying? I got
I'm doing lip curls. I'm doing lip curls, finger flicks. I said I'm doing lip curls, finger flicks, and eye jitters. That's my exercise.
Eye jitters.
Lip curls, finger flicks, and eye jitters.
Q, man, you know what, man? I got you. Yeah, I can dig it.
Yo, it's
Snotty, what you got for us, baby? What you got for us, baby girl?
I got the Blockbuster game. So we are going to talk movies today. That's going to be our game. You can't see it because it's blue and my green screen is up. But that's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a topic, and you have, I believe, 30 seconds to name as many as you can. So we'll just take turns, you know. We're not competing. We just having a good time. Who would like to go first?
Tony Wood.
You know what? Go ahead, lay it on me.
All right. How many movies can you name beginning with S? You ready? Go.
Sinister, Sex and the City, Sin City. Star Wars, Star Trek. We got Starship Troopers. We got Sinners. Shout out because they just came out. Stuart Little. Smurfs. Come on, guys. Come on, bring it on up in here, okay? Help me out in the chat a little bit.
He on the roll.
Yeah. We on the roll. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? We got
That's 9. That's the timer.
That's 9.
That's
right,
9. Okay. So from here we can either play the same. You can do the same one if you want to, Q, or we can give you another topic and you got to beat 9.
Yeah, I'd rather have a different one.
Okay, it might be
It
harder.
don't matter. I'd rather go with a different one because the S is how you stuck on that zone. I was thinking with him. Got me for one. You know what I mean? I was going to bust him. If we was going 1 for 1, I know one that he ain't say that he should have known. Selma. Look, black card.
Hey, you know what?
Black card.
I didn't even think about that.
Revoke. Yeah, now don't worry about it. It's just a temporary revocation. You know what I mean? That's all temporary revocation, man. You ain't no Selma. Oh man, your family.
I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think
Don't worry
about
about
it.
it.
That's the thing.
Listen here, next time you go to church, you're gonna be reminded of it. You know your family gonna tell you that of all the things that we done taught you, boy. You ain't no Selma.
Hey, you know what?
You got a aunt named
my
Selma.
family jumped me.
You got an aunt named Selma.
Hey, Scotty, get him with the
ready?
thing, girl. Get him with the thing.
You got to beat 9. Your topic is game shows. You ready? Go.
Man, I thought you was gonna say movies, man. Oh man, all right, man. Damn, man, she a cheater.
Oh, I
right,
can
let's
pick
go.
movies. It's just topics. I can do movies. That's what the card said. Let me get you. Okay, here we go. Movies.
I thought you. What was the
We're
question
gonna
you
do
just
movies.
had for him? But just change the thing.
Change the letter.
Yeah, whatever that was. The
Okay,
question
we
you
can
had
do
for
that.
him, he went with. I
We
want to
can
play
do
the
that.
same game.
Let's do that. We'll give you the letter D as in domino. You ready?
Yep.
Go.
Die Hard. Doogie Howser. Deadpool. Help me out, ass. Goddamn, man. Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber Part 2. Death Valley. Destination.
You only got 6.
I should have just
Even if
started
we
making
get you
shit up.
to 7.
Demetrius. I said, yo, I don't know why something told me just to say Demetrius. Like, fuck it. I'm throwing it out there. So what's the wrong name? Demetrius. Part 2. Demetrius 2. Yep.
Well, you forgot Dune. You know what I'm saying? Mr. 20.
I don't be
20%
watching those kind of,
Dune.
yo, see, my boy be watching those kind of crap. I don't be watching those like alien movies and all that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, he hit with the Damon. Ooh,
Oh, Damon.
yeah. Damien,
Remember that?
the
That was
little
Yeah, you
creepy
right.
kid.
It wasn't no Damon. It was Damien. Damien.
Yeah,
You
well,
missing a
you know,
letter.
Damien, you know, hey man, at some point we from the projects, you know, we shorten people's names all the time.
Hold on. That's one thing that we ain't played with because even back in the days when we was in the house, we had homemade Family Feud. So guess what? That would have been a wrong answer. That was Damon. It wasn't Damon. It was Damien. Don't forget that. We used to lay on the floor. We used to lay on the floor and play Monopoly for the weekend. Go to sleep and take your money with you. Yeah.
Man.
My turn in the morning. That was us. Mm-hmm.
Whew, yeah, man, you'd have brought up the game that has separated families. Monopoly.
Man, listen though.
Ooh.
That's also the game that, believe it or not, the same motherfucker that used to always lose after like the second round, they sitting on these steps right now in life. Like,
Hey, we even got
Yes,
the audience participating with us. They said, come on now with the S's.
yo, look. Yo, imagine that. You see that metaphor? When I say, yo, the same ones that used to always foul out after like the third lap, they really sitting on their steps in their neighborhood where we was raised at. The next time you see one of them individuals, right? The next time you see them, you pick the piece and just say to them, should have been a thimble. Yo, they're gonna be like, what? Yo, what up, bro? Man, you should have been a thimble. I'm telling you, man. Life just
Man,
would've
look,
been-
like as if that was going to make a difference. That was
Yo,
gonna
it don't
make a
even
difference.
matter. Yo, ain't this the Global Grief Network, man? Guess what? You should have. You know, you right. Damn. Guess what? You know how many games it took me to beat a car? I had to earn that place, man. Again, you should have been a thimble.
Woo, man.
You quit.
You know what?
You quit too early. Every time they couldn't win in Monopoly, what's the game they used to play? Sorry. Every time.
Ooh, man. Man, what you got for us, Snotty? What you got for
All
us?
right.
Baby?
Round 2.
Round 2.
Since
Right.
you won, Tony, you can decide if you want to go first or you want to go second.
Tony got to go first.
You know
'cause
what?
he's a man.
You know what? I'm gonna hand it over to Q. Q, go ahead and take the lead on this one, brother. I got you.
That ain't fair. All right, so
Okay.
watch this. I'm gonna spin it back real quick. Teamwork,
You
make
ready?
dream work. Yep.
All right. TV shows. Movies with one word titles. Go.
Flash. Transformers. Equalizer. Beast. Oh, that's 2 words. Breaking.
I'll give you that one. That's 4.
No, breaking was there. I was gonna say Beat Street, but that's 2 words.
You want the same
Disorderlies.
one? You want
Damn.
the same
that was
one,
it.
Tony?
Yeah.
Go ahead, break it down. But look, Estelle over here calling me out, talking about I'm over here, you know what I'm saying, cheating and everything.
Yeah, he
Estelle, don't be
typing
calling
it
me
in. He
out, all right?
Googling it. He Googling it.
No, I ain't even Googling it. Snotty, go
That's how
ahead,
he
lay
got
it on me,
9.
girl.
All right, you ready? I'm going to give you the
Yeah.
same one.
All right.
No,
on.
let's go TV shows with one word titles.
TV shows with one word titles.
Go.
It's only one.
All right.
It's only one.
We got Reacher. We got Jesus Christ. Yeah, we got Reacher. We got that's not one. Gilmore Girls. That's not one. You know what? I'm lost. And you win this one, Q. Forget you. See, she just switched it up from movies to TV shows
Yo,
on me.
look. Come on.
Martin,
The number one,
Cheers.
bro, the number one word movie. I mean TV show. MASH.
MASH.
Dude, I don't watch a whole lot of TV.
Even
You know what I'm
with
saying?
movies.
I don't. Yeah, see, you with
Friday.
movies and stuff, and then you switch it up on TV. See, Snotty be cheating. I'm calling you out, Snotty. I'm calling you out, Snotty. See,
don't do me
see,
like
you
that.
gave Q
I
the
just
easy
told you that.
one.
I
Then
said
you
that
caught.
before you. Snotty be cheating. Yep.
Yeah, she cheated. She
Am I
cheated.
cheating,
Hold on.
Chat? Am I cheating or am I
Let's
being
switch
a
it up.
good game
She cheated
host?
me, bro. I'm
Let's
supposed to
switch
be
it
the
up. No,
co-host.
no.
I'm supposed to
You
be the
wanna do
co-host. If she cheated me, why she not gonna cheat you?
What you
Yep,
talking about?
man, shoot.
Yep. Told
That's
you.
all right. That's
I
all
ain't
right,
cheating,
Snotty.
yeah.
You know
All right,
what?
so hold
I
on.
ain't
Watch this.
cheating,
Watch this.
yeah.
So hold
Yeah,
on.
you
Watch
cheated.
this.
I'll go
Tony,
get you. Yeah.
Tony, we both just witnessed
Yeah.
what went down. So let me ask you this: in the words of Snotty, lame, legit, or legendary? Huh?
Well, right now she's going down as a
teaming
legend.
up on me now.
What
No,
would you
no,
say?
no.
What
Look,
you
she's
say?
going down.
Y'all
Look, look, look.
teaming up on me now.
I'm gonna say she's going down as a legend because look, hey Q, check it
She
out.
Buddha sniped us,
She's
right?
going down as a legend because not only did she do it to us, but she did it in front of everybody watching across the world right now. And
And
if she didn't even do nothing
maneuvered
wrong.
it delicately. She maneuvered it
She act
delicately,
like
like putting an open purse on the pew.
Look, and act like she
I don't
didn't
know
even
what
do
y'all
nothing
talking
wrong.
about.
She sat up there and she took a deep breath and she rolled her eyes and didn't even blink about it, right? Like, what did we do? Naughty.
They put
What
the
is
microphone
girl?
right up in the congregation with the only thing that we had to say. As soon as she put it there, I said, you said, okay.
Man,
We're gonna
look.
go on to another game, something y'all
Yeah,
are a little better at.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
blaming me because you're
We
not
blaming
good
you
at the
for the
game.
fun. We blaming
See,
you
this
for the
is like
fun. That's a beautiful
Monopoly.
blame.
Girl,
That's a beautiful blame.
Starting arguments and whatnot.
you started this.
I
Don't
don't
be
know what
acting
y'all
like you
talking about.
innocent. You just started
It's
all of
not an
this.
I don't
argument.
know what y'all
It's
talking
called a
about.
laughment. It's called a laughment. That's different. That's different.
Oh my God.
Welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025, everyone. We are your entertainment for the next, what we got, 20 minutes?
Yeah,
I
about
gotta
20
get a
minutes.
new app. See,
I
I
hope
thought I had
everyone
downloaded
is
this
enjoying
app.
themselves.
I thought y'all was gonna be so. I thought I just downloaded the app that was supposed to make my teeth look like veneers. It lied. Oh, it lied.
Oh,
no.
God. It's so
Okay.
cute. Oh, now they want to put it. Look, they was in here cheating for you. Estelle, look, you was supposed to have been helping me, Estelle. I had TV shows, you had movies. How you gonna put Equalizer 1, 2, 3, and 4? Right? You ain't helping me. You know, Estelle. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Snotty, lay it on us, girl.
All right. So the next game is called Lyrically Correct. I don't know if you can see it. Nope, because the thing is in there. So in this game, I'll read it to you. When it comes down to it, do you really know your lyrics? Lyrically Correct is a game to see who truly knows the lyrics to some of the hottest songs. So this one is 90s and 2000 hip hop. So I wanted something, you know, y'all might be a little more familiar with. I didn't want to do like new stuff.
Is this what you showed me, Snotty? And I'm like, nah, you ain't just do that. Even though I was supposed to know everything, I knew nothing of it. Remember?
No, I think that was
with
a
the white
different
people
game.
voice. With the white
No,
people
that was
voice,
a different
remember?
game. I remember. What
Oh man, you gotta play that. You gotta play that with him before you have to.
Okay. I gotta.
Tony,
I gotta
that other
think
game
on
is
that one.
mind-boggling, bro. It's gonna make
Is
you
it?
question yourself. Like, nah, yeah, it's all hip hop, but watch, man. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah. Hey,
Snotty always
just
got
for the
fun with
audience
it.
out there looking, if y'all are wondering how this came about, if you guys have been watching or just tuning in to the Global Grief Conference, so Lame, Legit, or Legendary came from the last time that they were on. You know what I'm saying? We had a few people, you know what I'm saying, that couldn't make it. And we turned this, Snotty came up with this game. And so we just been implemented it into it. And it's been fun so far. Everybody's been able to engage and have fun with us. You know what I'm saying? So give big shout out to Snotty for even coming up with this game and, you know what I'm saying, allowing us to be able to implement this into the conference this year. You know what I'm saying? If you guys like these type of things, man, we could do so much more and things like that. And they also have an announcement coming up too about the Juneteenth. All right?
Shout out to
I gotta
Tiffany.
find that sound. So every time somebody say snotty, like I'm gonna find that sound. You know, the sound like somebody blowing a mean boog out their nose, like snotty, naughty. Word, man, I'm gonna find that sound. I'm telling you, it's sound like a hard booger splash, like platter. Snotty, naughty.
Mm.
Mhm.
Oh
I
my
hope
God.
y'all are having fun. I hope the chat is having fun, man. We're just trying to have a good time, you know. Smiles, laughter is definitely a coping skill, right? So let's
Most
do
definitely.
it. All right.
Tony, when the last time you picked a good booger, Tony? Just a hypothetical question. I'm
Man,
talking about
I
good
can't
digging and
call
got you
it.
a good booger.
I can't call it, man. Normally my nose is running, so I just blow my nose and keep it moving.
All right, same question for you, Snotty. A good dig and a nice. I'm talking about the nice one that you get, and you like, yo, all right, that was an accomplishment. That. When was the last time you got
It's
you a
probably
good dig and
like-
accomplished a good booger?
I had to be a kid. I haven't picked a booger in
You
quite some
lying.
time.
As an
I have
adult,
a-
you really haven't like
That's
felt
what I
that
have
like you go
tissue
like this.
for.
Oh, something in my
That's what I
nose,
have
and then
a-
you. But the tissue
I
can't.
like to use
You know what I mean?
Q-tips. I like so I
Oh,
got
so you
that
don't
from.
like
I don't know if
booger.
it's like a
Alright,
a South
damn.
thing, but my aunt used to put Vaseline on the Q-tips. You know, she would
I
clean
never
her
heard of
nose
that.
with the Q-tip, and then she would put Vaseline on it and rub it in her nose. So that's just one of them country things I do.
So hold on,
Yeah,
say
we used
that.
to
What
do
you
that
do?
when I was a
Do
kid
that again?
too.
Yeah.
You do what?
Take
So
some Vaseline and put it on the Q-tip and put it up in your, you know what I'm saying, wipe your inside of your nose with it, keep it moist.
Yeah.
And it get all the boogers out?
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
it
I'm
keeps
saying.
it from forming.
Yeah, I clean it out with some Q-tips because I want to stick my finger in my nose. That's just not
That's
me.
because you ain't
That's
got no
what you
pinky
do.
nail. That's why, man. You ain't got no pinky nail, man. You gotta get a good nail. Come on, man. Come on, man. You ain't gonna make me feel bad.
Oh my
Shout out
God.
to the booger diggers, man. Yeah, because that is a thought process, you know, and it take time, and it's only you, and that you can't. There's no way to see it, so you just dealing on thought, and you dealing with the real spiritual powers that God has given you because you want to treasure hunt. You know what I'm saying? And yo, it is so satisfying when you catch that thing and you like, all right, there you go.
Something is wrong with you.
That's what I'm saying.
so
Look,
silly.
hey, but you know what? That's why we love Q, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he be coming with some things, and you know you're gonna
Random
laugh
thoughts.
as soon as he open his mouth, right? You know what I'm saying?
It is.
And that's a
How many
blessing in
times have
itself.
you looked over and seen somebody in their dig in traffic?
Oh,
You
I
gave
seen
him the
that
beep
just
or
2
whatever.
nights
They didn't
ago.
look over.
Right.
Yeah, and what was your
Yeah.
reaction?
I
Did it make
looked
him
at
feel
him
bad?
and
Or
look,
give him
look. Okay, so I'm gonna share this little snippet, right? So you know what I'm saying? I was driving, and it's raining. I look over, and there's this female sitting next to me, and she's just up in there. And she's not paying
good
attention to
dig.
me because I don't think she
Good
can.
dig.
She know that I see her. She turns around, looks at me. I look at her and give her a thumbs up, and she just drives off.
Yeah, embarrassed. Good dig, baby.
I was just like, hey,
Good
you
job.
know what? Well, hey, do your thing, girl. You know what I'm saying? If it's in there, it's in there. But she was about knuckle deep.
Yo, I'm be quiet right now because I know Snotty, you got to do your thing. Watch this. This is something that I learned to disarm correction officers with. Like in Clinton, like coming out, you get to shower 3 times a week, right? So, you know, I mean, you can shower every day if you want to rock in the yard, you know what I'm saying, when the weather nice. Well, even in the winter, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. You can if you want to shower in the yard. But yo, I learned how to disarm them. And I'm talking about the extreme racists, the ones with the thick boots, the high heel boots. You know what I'm saying? The rib breakers. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yo, the back heel is like that. The front is like this. No exaggeration. It take a regular CO that's 5'5", all of a sudden he's 6'1". They them boots. Right? Yo, no exaggeration, man. You could be coming from the shower. That's your most compromising position. So police like to say a lot of slick things, whatever. You know, you always in the boots, but you know what I'm saying? You wet. Get to your cell, you know? But how I would say to disarm, I used to be like, yo, when the last time you flicked a book on your steering wheel and keep it moving? By the time they kick in, what? I'm gone, man. I'm down and out. Now. You know what I'm saying? Little things like that. Believe it or not, man. Come by his joint. They talking, yeah, good dick. Always silly things. Booger, fart. Something that they can't borderline write down, even if they wrote it down as a ticket. How you gonna really say he disrespected me? He asked me, did I sneeze and leave a booger on my steering wheel? You serious? You wrote him up for that? But you get what I mean? So I said little things like that, but it disarmed the human in most hostile environments. You know what I'm saying? And before you know it, after years of this, when I pull up, COs is disarmed ready. They're like, he just doing his bid, man. Leave him alone. Because he gonna get us upset. And you know what I mean? He don't care. So yeah, that's a natural thing, man. Just
big shout out to Estelle, man. She put a comment, or they put a comment up here. You know what I'm saying? Congratulating you guys on breaking this up and showing people how to laugh, especially those out there who are actively grieving right now. You're showing them, and this has been awesome. You know what I'm saying? They're like, dude, this is awesome. So thank you, Estelle, and everyone else who's been tuning in. Hopefully, you guys are getting a great laugh out of this. But you know what I'm saying? We're going to let Snotty give us this next question. We're going to get into that. Please participate, you know what I'm saying? And hey, put your answers up in the chats with us, right? You know what I'm saying? Snotty, go ahead.
All right. So lyrically correct. I'm going to give you a question, and we can play it as the first person to answer it if you want to, or we can take turns. I'm going to ask you because I be cheating, right? So
You've been cheating. Look, take accountability.
No, following your rules. Go ahead, Snotty.
Yeah,
no matter. Go ahead. No matter if you cheating. We're gonna figure it out. We don't care if you cheating because we're gonna cheat too, and we still gonna get it.
Okay.
We're gonna play by your rules. What's your rules?
That's why we got the chats. Yeah.
Tony, here's the first question. If you don't get it right, everybody gets a chance. And buy you a drink. What is T-Pain on?
He on some bullshit. Yeah. That's.
Hold on. What you mean by that? Oh, you saying in the video?
You got to finish the lyric. In buy you a drink. What is T-Pain on? T-Pain on. So you have to think about the lyric and answer the question. I'm gonna buy you a drink. Ooh, you.
And see somebody out there.
I'm on Napa. So get like me.
See, Snotty.
I'm on that Patron.
There you go. There you go. Look at Quad Lude coming in with the answer.
You got to sing the whole damn song for that little part.
No, see, you got to sing the whole song. I'm not supposed to sing the song. You
because I had to know when it came in. Luckily I know the parts, man.
Okay. Tony, it's your turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
In We Belong Together, what did Mariah Carey lose when he left?
Ooh, her sanity. Yes.
I remixed this
I'm
myself.
already look. Yeah, see,
When
y'all
you
got
left,
get some
I
advantage over
lost
here.
a part of
There
me.
you go.
You know what?
Oh, I thought you were gonna finish
All
it.
right, keep it up. Keep it up, Snotty. Keep it up. All right.
He's doing
Cheat.
good.
Now you and Q both
Okay.
cheat. Uh-huh.
Since he got 2 right,
Nah, man.
I'm gonna give it
Guess
to
what?
you again,
You are
Tony. You
losing
ready?
your black card little by little, because how you don't know we belong together. Damn it.
When
Ooh.
not one of me. Yeah, that's so. All right.
Yo,
Tony,
I did
you
the
ready?
craziest remix to that. Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear my remix?
Mm-mm.
I'm talking, yo, I gangstified it. I said, yo, my chorus, it said, when I step like a fucking G. Keep it silent with my team. Guns blast, chest has knees up. We don't play with paper. Don't need nobody to lean on when my dope knee cut. Don't need no. I know I said my G's only shoot through teeth when them guns come up. Truth, I shoot your face and watch it come out your head. Bodies dropping dead. We don't play with paper. Did it up in my heart with the knock on my side. Got a call on my cell phone.
All right, Tony.
Say it for me.
Yeah. Lay it on me.
Down 2.
Hold
Q
up,
is in the lead.
Well, I knew that was going to happen.
You got to think about the lyric. You got to like sing the lyric to yourself to find the answer. So
Man.
where did Jagged Edge tell her to meet them?
In his bedroom. No. All right. Hold on. At the altar, wasn't
Second
it?
chance.
Yes.
It was at the
Thank
altar.
you.
Go, man.
I have so
Come
much
on,
hope
man.
for you on that one.
Meet
Good
me
job.
at
You
the
know what?
altar.
You know what?
Your wife,
Don't be
baby.
having hope for me because
We
I'm going
ain't
to
get no
disappoint you
young
every
man.
time,
We gotta
okay?
set you up.
Are you ready for the next one?
Come on with
This is
it.
your turn,
Let's
Q.
go.
What
All
does
right, let's go.
Johnny Gill want her to put on? Let me start over. What does Johnny Gill want her to put on after her red dress and high heels?
And some of that sweet perfume.
Yeah.
just
I wish I had a
wanna
round of applause.
look at you.
Oh, man, look, you know that's the
Girl, you
jam
look
right
so
there.
fine.
You know that's the
Yeah.
jam right there. Gotta put it on. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so
Gotta
hold
throw
on,
some of
Snotty.
that
Hold on,
perfume.
Snotty. Ask him another question in that same song.
Okay.
See if he
How about the challenge question? What is the next line?
That show good on you.
I'm
Keep
trying
going.
to find the
Girl,
I
you
can't
look
find
so fine. I'm gonna help you out, bro.
Yeah.
I can't believe my
Oh
eyes.
my, what was that?
Mhm.
Did y'all
And
hear
look,
that?
at this present point in time, I'm making up Johnny Gill songs as I go. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It all sounds good in my head until I say it out loud.
With many more to come.
Okay.
And I'm so happy. No, I'm so proud to be with you. I just wanna let you know you got me. My. See?
Man, y'all
That
better
barbecue
stop,
shit.
man.
Yo, thank
Look,
you right now.
y'all
Yo,
gonna
this
have
whole-
me
you
sit
see
back
what I'm
after
saying? The whole
the
whole
conference.
damn conference. That was the epiphany right there. That felt good right there. We were singing my together. Ooh, you think that?
Mhm.
You think
You already
made me
know.
adjust my
Look. Somebody else is over here. They over here singing it in the background. Mr. 20%, my.
Got
Yeah,
me
we
singing
know.
my. Everybody know that.
Yeah.
That's different right there. That's different. That's make sure that the baked macaroni and cheese is cooked right. Yes, sir. That make you enjoy a different
man.
kind of bite with that paper plate. Got you saying my. How you doing, Grandma? Love you, baby. Yeah.
Are you ready? So
Come on with
it's 4-2, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And Quaalude just had that one, so it's your turn now. Are you ready, Tony?
Yeah.
Jodeci will give up their money, house, and cars for what?
Damn. Look, I'm over here. I had to draw a blank.
Me too, because I know that first part.
Ooh, y'all don't know what it is?
To be the telephone man. No, Mr. 20%, that is not it. That is new edition. You know what? You stay out of it, all right? You giving people all the wrong answers and everything. You just embarrass us up here. Oh, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm just gonna say,
Can you hold on? Can you re-say the question? Can you re-say?
Yes, I can.
The question?
Jodeci will give up their money, house, and cars for what?
Damn, my girl even thinking of that. She don't listen to nothing but on.
Yeah.
Yes.
My money, my house, and my cars for one hit of you.
Oh, that was
it all.
It all.
Didn't I sound good when I sang it?
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. You know what? Snotty.
What's that?
That's one of the lyrics that us in the black community never knew. That's what you call the shower version.
Right.
All we knew was
we are not the only ones that did
when it comes to that word, when it comes to them words, this is how we pronounce it. Oh, babe.
Right.
Look, check it out. We even mixing up songs over here. Mr. 20% Sweet Perfume. We was just talking about Johnny Gill. You can't put that one in there.
I can't sit down. Yo, see, we done took IKS to the foam headphones, man. His headphones acting up. You remember that? That's back when we loved music so much, man. Yo, you listen to your music in a Walkman and it only played in one ear. So what? New tape. Remember that? Yeah.
It said it only played in one ear. Oh my God. You know this song.
Damn right.
I ain't messing with you, man.
I ain't stop no music. Yo, shout out. I remember my first cassette player only had one speaker. It had the tape on this side and the speaker right there. And it was like this big. Baby boombox. I knew I was somebody. Crazy with the radio dial on the top. Yeah.
Here's a blast from the past. You know what I'm saying? You remember the big old boombox that you had to have on your shoulder that like the B-boys used to walk around? Remember back in the day, motherfuckers
the JVC. The JVC. When my JVC vibrate the concrete. Yeah.
Look, man, you know what I'm saying? People don't know about that. They don't know about when you used to bring your little cardboard with you. Everybody had their own little piece of cardboard, throw it down. You know what I'm saying?
If you had your cardboard right, you had the tiles glued on the other side, folded up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
JVC,
you already know.
These batteries, boy. Yeah, that's what the purple button with the alarm on it. Dual cassette.
Ooh.
That's right. 12
I mean,
inch.
you was talking about the Walkman.
Yeah, man.
Look. Look, Mr. 20% want to throw in his little question. You know what I'm saying? Look, what does Tony Tone? Oh, I guess this is for all three of us since Snotty been cheating the whole time that we've been up here. You know what I'm saying? What does Tony Tone say on the hook of Just Me and You?
That's another
Just
shower
me
song.
and you.
I don't think nobody knows.
Us two. Then me, no, and I don't need nobody else. Just
She
me
Googled
and
it.
you.
She Googled it. That's what
My
it was.
hands are
She
right
Googled it.
here.
But your hands was down.
Tony, you know that's the shower version. Because all we know in the black community is just me and you. Just me and you.
Right.
Hey,
I don't know what
back
it
in the
is.
day, that's all you needed.
Come
on, man.
You got it wrong. He said,
What
nope,
is it,
she got it wrong.
IKAS?
There we go.
Tell us what it is. Educate us on
That's
the
right,
Tony
education.
Tone.
Hey, check. Who remember house parties?
Yeah, I remember
Original house parties.
All three, man. Bumping the table.
Man.
To my kid and play.
Yeah. So that's what I was looking at these over here. I was like, man, look. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Look, check it out. Yeah, because that's the song that you use to scam the women. Hey, you know, that's sometimes that's all you.
What song?
Hey, come on, Snotty. You already know. And the women out there know too. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
Q,
hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. I gotta give myself a shout out because she just said, because that's the song that you use to scam the women, Q. Ain't that a yo? Watch this. Let me tell you something. I love the fact that she said that instead of me taking offense to that, because yo, shout out my group. I got an R&B group called Raggedy Legs. And the only way to introduce yourself to my group is if you can't sing at all, like me. So we put notes together that Jesus put together and make them sound right. So if I could let my lullabies go, and she said that my sexy, I could sing my way and lullaby the ladies with that raggedy. Shout out, man. That was my first shout out. That was my first genuine shout out, man. That was my first, that's my first fan in real life. Raggedy Legs in the building.
Woo! Hey, we got to start wrapping this up. We got about 2 more minutes. I got my man Michael Gersh in the back room. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Quaalude and Snotty for bringing these games and having some fun with us at this year's Global Grief Conference 2025. You know what I'm saying? We've been having a blast. They invited me on twice. Before we get off, though, Snotty, tell them what you got coming on the Juneteenth thing, man.
On the Juneteenth, we're going to have a celebration. I'm trying to get some speakers in there, some live performances, silent auction, some games, of course. Just the time to educate people on what Juneteenth is and why it's so important to our community, So trying to get Richard Taylor there. Oh yeah, Tony Lynch. We're trying to get Tony Lynch to speak. Yeah.
Don't forget about the live performances. We're gonna have some live performances for y'all too. Some good musical entertainment. You know what I'm saying?
So the date is unclear. It's about a month and a half away. So as soon as I get everything together and I sit down and talk with you guys, run some ideas by you, see what works, then we'll push forward and I'll have some more solid information for you.
And we want y'all to look forward to Heat Detector. He's doing a flute solo. Yeah. So y'all look forward to that. That's gonna be beautiful.
All right. See, Q ain't got no damn sense, but Q, tell people what you got going on too, brother.
Man, I mean, I got a bunch of beautiful things going. Look forward to some videos coming up soon, some new shows for the embracement that y'all done gave me out there in Chicago, man. It's crazy, man. But so yeah, I got a lot of forward movement with that, man. And shout out Uncle Beats, shout out Wild Style, Crucial Conflict, man. These people they didn't have to just meet me and leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? They could have did that, but it's been a regular communication thing, and they believe in what we doing, and we all grown. So, and I can't say nothing, but it's hard to say because everybody's showing me love. So all I'm doing is I'm doing what they tell me to do. You know what I'm saying? What you add me to, or whoever add me to, you know what I'm saying? And trying to share the movement. In all reality, I don't really know what I'm doing. I just got good energy and some music and some opportunities happen. So I'm trying to pull the people around that really got structure. You know what I'm saying? And that's about it, brother.
Most definitely. Mm-hmm. Look, we're gonna do this again. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We got Michael Gersh in the back room. You know what I'm saying? We got comedy.
I heard that name
Stand
before.
Up to Grief. Yeah, you probably have. You know what I'm saying? He's out there doing big things too. He knows I'm gonna speak up on him because he's a good man. You know what I'm saying? I met this man a couple of years ago, and we've been rocking ever since then. And he's just been out here doing some amazing things in the world. You know what I'm saying? For everybody else, keep tuning in to the Global Grief Conference. Big shout out to Snotty. Big shout out to Q. Big shout out to Heat Detector. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep doing it.
Big shout out to Unwrap the Podcast, man.
Unwrap the Podcast. Man. Follow them on YouTube. Yeah. Check out the podcast channels. You know what I'm saying? Everything is in there, guys. You know what I'm saying? And guys, thank you again for all the love.
Look forward to our new show coming up, man. Heat Detector and Quaalude, man. And hopefully IKS and Snotty Notty. I'm gonna throw it on the table, man.
Hey man, we're gonna make it happen. Because you know what I'm saying? I still gotta put on the hey Q, I still gotta put on a little ballerina Tyson go jumping past Snotty.
No, you gotta say it right, man. You gotta spin on the toe, then you gotta go walk down the thing to the end of the little Burger King, the sidewalk, and then run fast and then be like and do the know what I'm saying? And land right. And yeah, that's what you gotta do.
Hey, fam. You know what I'm saying? I love you both, man. And so we're gonna catch up on the other side of this thing, man. And love you. If I don't speak to you the rest of the night, you guys have a great night. Get some rest. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. If anything, you know what I'm saying, for everybody else, keep tuning in. All right. Fellas. Love you, man.
Yo, appreciate you, big bro. And yo, we'll be you'll see us again tomorrow. We got 2 more shows, Snotty and Quay, man. Smoke Break Radio. We're gonna be putting up with y'all. Some more great energy, man. Yo, have a great time, and thank you too, Tony.
Yes,
thank you
most
too,
definitely,
Heath.
man.
Thank you too, Snotty.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Thank
guys
y'all.
in the
We
next one.
appreciate it.
All
Y'all
right.
later.
Peace.
Inspired by our Community Impact Center in Old Town Fort Collins, where 12 nonprofits collaborate to address pressing community issues, we're replicating this model here at the Loveland Youth Campus. Our vision extends beyond individual programs. We're breaking down barriers by creating community hubs where families can access multiple resources under one roof, and nonprofits can streamline efforts, share expenses, collaborate in new ways, and ultimately put more resources into impactful programs. Essential services like literacy support, mental health care, and access to nutritious foods will all be offered under one roof. And that's in addition to quality care for children ages 0 to 18, provided by our partners at Teaching Tree Early Childhood Learning Center and Boys and Girls Clubs of Larimer County. Our efforts to unite nonprofits and services in community hubs countywide are truly redefining what it means to be a Larimer United. When we all come together and pitch in, we have the potential to be part of something greater than what any of us can do alone. We can build a brighter today and a more resilient future for generations to come. The opportunity to thrive is the bedrock of the American dream. At United Way of Larimer County, we are dedicated to turning this dream into reality. Thank you for joining us in being a Larimer United for healthy kids, healthy families, and a thriving community.
Oh, hey, I'm on. I had no idea I was going to go right from commercial right into me. So good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Michael Gersh. I'm very happy to be here. I am a speaker, comedian, photographer, and author. I will be with you for the next 26 hours together, and we'll see what happens. If you were watching the previous segment, I think before we move on, Tony, who I never thought was a power lifter, because all we ever see is like his neck up. And I'm thinking, well, he has good traps. That's pretty nice. But I think we all want to see him lift like a dumbbell with a ballerina twist while picking his nose. I think that would be fantastic. And if you weren't watching the last segment, you have no idea what the hell I was talking about. But I am happy to be here. Hopefully we're bringing some humor into this. As a comedian, usually I have an audience to hear laughter, but I don't have anything. So it's just me talking to myself, which is what I usually do on a daily basis. So if you laugh, put it in there for me, put a smiley face, LOL, ha ha ha, whatever. Happy National Dueling Dinosaurs Day. I have no idea who the hell started that one, but fantastic. If you're a dinosaur, go for it. I'm very happy to be here. I'm also very tired, and I apologize if I seem low energy. I got a phone call waking me up at 5 a.m., letting me know that I am now a father, so I'm pretty excited about that news. Thank you very much. Yes, I am happy to report that phone call was the wrong goddamn number. Woo! Because there's nothing better than starting off your day than crapping in your own bed. That's fun. Look, it was a number I didn't recognize. It was a 330 area code, so I answered it, and it was a girl that goes, "Hi, Dad." Hell no. Click, no. And I'm 54, and the girl sounded like she was 20, right? So it could be possible. Thank you very much. Probably no. I know the comments are coming in like 5 minutes after I say the joke, so that's always fun to do. And if you are a parent, congratulations. I don't think I could be a parent, probably because of the whole potty train type of stuff. My age at 54, if I'm changing diapers, they're going to be mine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the whole potty training stuff scares me because I walk in my friend's bathroom and they're potty training the kids. In the back of the toilet bowl is a box of Cheerios. I'm like, oh, look, snacks. I'm going to be here for a while. And I didn't know. So I go out and go, hey, Brian, why are there Cheerios in the back of the toilet bowl? He's like, well, it's for Will's aim. And if you're a parent and you tried this for your son, because Lord knows it's not going to work for the girl because you got to, hover her back and forth over the toilet bowl. But for your son, you throw the Cheerio in there and it's for his aim. Now, at that age, that bowl is like an ocean for your son. If he can't get it in, he's going to have issues later on. And the issues I'm talking about is you're using the Cheerio method, right? He's going to get married one day. And his wife is going to be very nice. She's going to pour him some Cheerios for breakfast. He's going to drop his pants and pee in the bowl. It'd be your fault, parents. Oh, yeah, that's right. Soggy yellow Cheerios. That's no doubt. So parenthood is not for me. I am doing this from an undisclosed location in Northeast Ohio. I'm not originally from Ohio. I'm originally from Miami, Florida. I chose to live in Ohio for the weather. Yeah, I make sound decisions in my life. I earned a swimming scholarship to Ashley University, which is a small school in Ohio. I went on to earn my master's degree from the University of Akron in higher education. So the fact that I went into comedy right afterwards was not the best financial plan in the whole entire world. And people will ask, hey, Michael, with all that education, why did you go into comedy? Simple, 2 words, childhood trauma. Because when I was 4, my parents forced me in a Speedo and they threw me in the freaking pool and they go ahead, survive. Yeah, that's trauma for you. I am a proud graduate of Miami Palmetto Senior High School, where we graduated some other people that you may have heard of. A couple of years before me, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos graduated from Miami Palmetto High School. We had the Surgeon General is from Miami Palmetto High School. The newest Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown, is there. So let's review the top 4 grads from my high school for a second, shall we? We have Bezos, we have the Surgeon General, we have the judge, and you have me. That's it. And that's why I'm here and they're not, okay? The judge, Ketanji, was my class president, and people go, hey, did you know her? Did you hang out with her? Did you have the same classes? No. She was smart, and she was in all those AP and honors classes, and I was in detention, which is why I do comedy, and she's on Capitol Hill making policy for you and me right there. I'm 54. I will turn 55 this year. I hope to have a good party because when I turned 50, that was during COVID, right? And that sucked because I got screwed out of 2 things during COVID. Like a lot of us did. I got screwed out of a real birthday party because remember how we celebrated birthdays during COVID? We all lined up in our front yard and our friends did that slow drive by and they honked and they threw the gifts at us and then kept on going. We're like, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, happy birthday. And then back then, I was dating a vegan at the time, and she goes, don't worry. She was going to give me a birthday cake, and she goes, don't worry, Michael, you won't be able to tell the difference. Yeah, bullshit. People who lost their sense of taste during COVID could tell the difference. Yeah. And no offense, vegans, but I'd rather have another kidney stone than ever eat something vegan again. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And if you never had a kidney stone, let me tell you what. I'm Jewish. I was praying to Jesus for help. Yeah, that's how bad it hurts. Okay, yeah, I don't know if you can put in the chats who's had one, who hasn't had one. But if you're a mom and you had a kidney stone too, let me know what hurt worse, the giving birth or the kidney stone, because mine got stuck between my kidney and bladder for a whole week, and I had to get an emergency operation to get it out. And that really scared me because the doctor used 2 words in the same sentence that no man should ever hear, laser and penis. Yeah. And the last thing I wanted was a team of doctors playing Star Wars with my pee-pee. I'm like, back off, Han Solo. No thanks. And I wasn't paying any attention, right? So of the operation, so they wheeled me in the operating room the day of the surgery. And They went, Michael, put your feet up in the stirrups. So I had a C-section, and it's kind of nice. What can I say? When I'm back swimming again, the Speedo covers it right up. It's fantastic. And isn't this a beautiful thing that we're doing from all our homes? And did you ever, and none of the speakers, I guarantee you, are wearing pants at all. So thank you very much, Tony. I mean, we only see you in the sweatshirt. You know, he's just flexing, you know, in between, you know, speakers. He's probably doing some ballet type of stuff. It's fantastic. I am Gen X and also a member of AARP, which is great because I'm bitter about everything and I get more excited about air fryer recipes than I do sex these days. It's fantastic. You know, it's just one of those things. I remember back then when I was cool, I used to have like a really cool box for my cassettes. You know, now I have a really cool box for all my meds. It's fantastic. I wish I could meet someone who can invent, you know, I don't eat the same things anymore. I can't, not at my age, you know, spicy foods, forget it. And I wish someone would invent a Pez dispenser, but for Tums. I would love that. That would be fantastic to have at my age. I am single at age 54, and probably after the last few minutes, you probably went, oh, we could tell. I wish I could meet someone the way my parents met. My dad was a school photographer at NYU, and he was shooting the school dance, and the only person looking at him in the photo was my mom. That's pretty romantic, right? You can't do that today. I can't walk into clubs or bars and take pictures of strange women anymore. Yeah, back then it was called romance. Now it's called harassment. Who knew? But it's fun. You know, being single is nice, but there's also some cons to it, especially when you have like a medical type of procedure. I had to go to the dermatologist not too long ago, and she goes, did you see this mole on your back? I'm like, no, it's on my back. And she did what she had to, and she goes, well, make sure someone takes the bandage off, you know, and changes it. I go, I live by myself. It's not like I could grab a 6-pack of beer and go to my neighbor Chuck and go, hey, Chuck, want a beer? He took the whole 6-pack. You gotta love Chuck. It's always nice. I live by myself. I think college ruined me living with someone. My college roommate, Sean, who I love dearly, is hairier than Chewbacca and Bigfoot combined. But what Sean didn't tell me back in college was Sean likes to sleep naked. Yeah, you know that show Naked and Afraid? Yeah, he was naked. I was freaking afraid. Still am. I always miss the red flags when dating someone. And if you put in the comments who else, you know, misses the red flags all the time. I was dating a woman one time, and she was going through a divorce, and her daughter was so upset. She lied and said her dad touched her, and the dude almost went to jail. It was a total lie. And all my friends were like, oh, Michael, don't do that. It's a red flag. I was like, no, it's fine. I got it under control. And I met the daughter for the very first time, and she's like, can I have a hug? Oh, no, you can't have a hug. Get the hell away from me, you little demon child. Not happening. So, you know, dating is just one of those things that we all have to deal with from time to time. I know women, you get out of control. You don't like the pictures that men put up on the dating apps, where they're, you know, you complain that men are topless or they're hunting, they're fishing, whatever. Women, you get out of control with all the filters too. You look like a rabbit, a mouse, a little puppy. Yeah, it's very confusing because you know how embarrassing it is dressed up for your first date like a furry. If you don't know what a furry is, look it up on Google, and you know, hopefully put in the chat if you know what a furry is. Say I do, because it's very interesting that you have from that. I love pizza, by the way. But I think the pizza companies are getting out of control. You know, they're with the notifications. For instance, they give you a notification like a text or an email. Usually now it's a text. They give you a text when it's being prepped. They give you a text when it's in the oven, when it's out of the oven, when it's on the way. It's like an Amber Alert for your pizza. So that has to stop. Like my father, I'm also a photographer. And I like to go out and shoot nature and wildlife. And living in Northeast Ohio, you have to pay attention to the weather, because this week we had 3 fantastic spring-like days. Yesterday and today feels like fall. So, I went out early to do some shooting, and you got to pay attention to the weather. And not too long ago, I was watching the weather guy, and he's like, "Hey, be careful out there. There's going to be some snowflakes hanging around." And I thought he meant people who get offended too easily. That's the smartest joke you're going to get from a University of Akron grad, people. Okay, that's about it. But language changes certain things, or because in photography we say we're going out shooting, which we know is another term for something that's a lot worse, and people take it the wrong way. A couple of weeks ago, I was with my friend Ray, and Ray's a people photographer, and we're in Panera's in line to get our food. I go, "Hey, Ray, what are you doing this weekend?" And she's like, "Well, I have to shoot my neighbor's dog, I have to shoot a bridal party, and I have to shoot a baby." And when she said shoot a baby, the woman in front of us turned around and gave us a very weird look. So I'm going to have some fun for a second. I go, "Hey, Ray, when you shoot a baby, are they laughing? Are they giggling? I mean, what are they exactly doing?" And 5 minutes later, the cops showed up. Yeah. So the moral of the story is mind your own business, people. That's just what happens. My father, and I got to do this tomorrow too. So if you're tuning in, it's going to be the same jokes tomorrow, just hopefully a little bit funnier. I can't tell how well I'm doing. I just know not to call out Tony anymore. And I see college trauma, and I see a fanny pack. That's a whole different kind of. Is there like a male? Seinfeld had a good bit about that on his show. But I know I have 10 minutes left, and I want to share this with you. Humor is my defense mechanism. And I think if you can make someone laugh and make a difference in someone's life, then we're doing something pretty special. And I've been blessed enough to do that. So throughout this whole conference, you've heard people with amazing stories, right? And everyone, there's so many counselors and mediums. They all have this nice, soothing voice. I'm like, that's very nice. I don't have that. I might have somewhat of a New York accent. I was born in New York. 8 weeks after I was born, my family and I were hit by a drunk driver. We were all taken to the hospital. My brother didn't have a scratch on him. My dad had to get stitches from the windshield hitting his face, and my mom was taken into surgery for her injuries. And as for me, at 8 weeks old, almost all my bones were broken. My skull was completely fractured. So the fact that I am 54 years old and hopefully making you laugh is nothing short of a miracle. And I'm very happy to be here. Just like when I woke up today, I was very blessed, because I know at 8 weeks old, I should have been dead. I was with all my injuries, I was life flighted to another hospital in New York. I had to be lots of blood transfusions to stay alive that my aunt lost count of. But I know, look, with all those injuries, I grew up to be a competitive swimmer. Being a comedian, is the only thing I ever wanted to do as a kid, or be Spider-Man. I'm still holding out hope for that. But the fact that I can make people laugh and make a difference in someone's life is nice. Now, unfortunately, my mom, who was 28 years old, died due to her injuries. So now you're looking at the mother's child who never knew his mom because of a drunk driver. I never had a chance to run home from school and say, "Hey, Mom, look what I drew for you. Hey, Mom, what's for dinner?" Or, "Hey, Mom, I love you," because someone made a wrong decision that day. That car crash put me on this path to make a difference. And, grief, trauma, a lot of times, gives us purpose. And it was in high school where I found my purpose, because I was like, okay, I don't want other families to go through what my family went through. So for about 30 years or so, I've dedicated my life to sharing my story, which is a fun way to do it, with humor, and also, to try to stop impaired driving, because it's an important thing. And we've all, 2 out of 3 people will be impacted by drunk driving in their lifetime. In 30 years, I've spoken to high schools, colleges, military bases, and courts, to DUI offenders. And I've been in front of many audiences, and I will say the DUI offenders is probably my most favorite audience, because it's an audience I never thought I would ever speak in front of. But if you can make a difference in someone's life in an hour and a half, especially those people, that's an amazing thing right there. And it's a beautiful thing that you have to do. And that's what this conference is all about in terms of how we, through our stories, can help you as well. And for me, I do it through humor. In fact, and I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me because I say I'm Jewish Jamaican because a few months after the car crash, my grandmother hired a woman who was supposed to be part-time to look after me and my brother as my dad worked. And this beautiful woman named Dolly, what was supposed to be a part-time job turned into a lifetime. She raised me and my brother as her own flesh and blood, which is fantastic. That's why I say I'm Jewish Jamaican. She'd be 94 years old this year. Don't tell her that I told everyone her age because she will still punish me, very much so. So when I had a good buddy of mine heard my story for the very first time, his name is Greg Morton. You may have seen him on America's Got Talent. And he made me write a book. And this book is called The Magical Life, A Son's Story of Hope After Tragedy, Grief, and a Speedo. I'm not wearing a Speedo now. That would be kind of weird, but it's my story. It's anyone's story who has gone through trauma and grief, and you can find it through Amazon. You'll laugh, you'll cry, but it's also that good feeling. And going through grief counseling myself after my father, my aunt passed away a few years ago. For those who are watching and you're on that bubble and you need help, I would say go ask for help. And it's a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. And as Tony and I have talked many, many times, also with John, who you saw earlier the other day or this morning, yesterday, for men to open up and talk about grief is very, very empowering. And it's very nice to have friends like that where we could talk about grief and trauma, and it's like talking about the sports game, right? A Dolphins game, or which I'm a little bit more trauma over with the Miami Dolphins, but it's a sign of strength. And someone asked me, I was doing a podcast not too long ago, and someone asked me what was my best decision, and I said asking for help, going to grief counseling. And I thought I was going there for my dad and my aunt. And my counselor asked, hey, let's talk about your mom's death and how that impacted all your relationships. And I was like, I'm not here to talk about my mom. I'm here to talk about my dad and my aunt. She's like, no, you're not. And I was 47 years old. And for the very first time, processing my mother's death. And that's what I like about all the different people in this conference, because you're hearing all these different stories. My story, for instance, and if my story helps with humor, and it's a very interesting chat with boogers going on, which is very weird. But, we have to use humor. We got photography as well. But humor is that one thing. It's my defense mechanism. I saw it with other people today in the chat where we use humor, and we have to because it's healthy, first of all, and it won't give us a hangover. If anything, it will have people hush us at the wrong time when you use humor, even if it's a dirty joke, it's fine. But we do those type of things, and it's pretty awesome when we bring humor into other people's lives. And I know I have a few minutes left before I get out of here until your next speaker, which is also very important. So I want to bring Tony in if he's there. If he's not, lifting right now, doing some sets for the next couple of 4 minutes right there.
No, I am here, my brother. I am here, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting back watching and just enjoying everything as we're going through another year of, just having fun and bringing hope and support and love to all of our community out there, man. And having you here this year has been a blessing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, because I know you've been busy traveling the world photographing eagles and everything else. I'll
Yeah.
be watching you.
Yeah, I do that in Northeast Ohio, and in my mind, I'm traveling the world. But if I don't have that right license, that right driver's license, I'm not going anywhere pretty soon. But I also want to point out the enjoy life part behind me. My brother got for me, and I met Dan Marino and a couple other football players not too long ago. But I think that's a purpose of this whole conference that you put together about enjoying life and overcoming our grief and processing it. And I don't think we ever overcome it, but it's how we process it and how we deal with it, on a day-to-day basis. And I just want, thank you very much for hopefully allowing people to laugh a little bit at my inner voices that came out today, and to take a little fun with you. I'm sorry, but after that last segment, I was like, this is some interesting stuff that I never knew about Tony. And but the weightlifting, because I swear all I ever see is like here up. I never knew that you were like, let's see some poses, dude.
I try to keep things, really simple in my life. People that know me know, I'm in the gym 3.5 hours out of the day, every day, twice a day. And I do, you know what I do during the daytime, run a nonprofit podcast, and I do all of that. And, I'm also, at night, doing that as well. So people always say, Tony, you never sleep. I go, well, if you had the life that I had, you wouldn't want to miss a moment neither. Right? Because it's exciting. The people that I know, yourself, everybody who's tuning in, it's an amazing journey. And I go by a quote that was said by Eric Thomas. I don't want to miss the opportunity to be great at something. So I'm always educating and learning and things like that, exploring life and just allowing it to take me where it needs to take me.
Yep, that's what we do. But I appreciate the time. I will be back same station tomorrow, same time.
Same station, same time.
Same jokes for the most part, but so hopefully the same people don't come back and go, I already heard this. It's not funny anymore. I'll try to mix it up a little bit. But I know you have the rest of the day speakers are fantastic. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And I wish you well with your grief journey and laugh away, man.
Man, thank you, Michael, for tuning in. We got Tracy Ulcer up next, guys. And, so we're just going to keep it moving, man. Thank you guys for keeping that momentum going, and showing your love and your support of this day 2 of the Global Grief Conference 2025. Check Michael out tomorrow. He's going to be here same time, same bed channel, and we're going to rock it out, man. And take the time, guys, his information. Michael, before you go, tell people how they can find you, man.
Oh, I don't want these people to find me. Oh no. Oh, you mean like online, not physically? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. They can find me on michaelgersh.com. You can find me on Facebook, GERSHE. You can find me on Instagram where I post a lot of my pictures. It's GERSHEPIX. I sound fancy for that, Gersh Pics, but michaelgersh.com. You can find the link to Fine Art America, my photography on there too. And then also the Amazon for the book. If you want autographed copies, just email me directly and we'll figure that part out. I'll sign it and devalue it for you, which is nice. But michaelgersh.com and that's where you can do it all.
I love it. Michael, again, thank you for everyone else who's been tuning in. Guys, get ready. We got Tracy also coming up here. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Brother, I love you. Have a good day and be safe. Get some rest. And let me know if you need me, man.
All right. See you soon. See you tomorrow.
All right. For everyone else, I'm going to see you guys here in the next one. All right. Peace.
Hi, everyone. Life, just like grief, we have to adapt. I was set to do this presentation today, and I had my office all ready to go, and the door to the building that I use wasn't turned on. And so 10 minutes ago, I realized that I get to do this presentation from my car. So for anybody that is wondering what I'm doing in my car, there are some people that are going to be in trouble with me on Monday. But you know, this presentation is important, just as all of these speakers that we've had so far this weekend. All of their work is important. And so even though I may have really bad lighting right now, yeah, I wanted to get on here and I wanted to talk about some things that we just don't talk about. One of those things being loss due to suicide. So my camera's a little wonky. I apologize for some jiggling. Just bear with me. If you are trying to survive grief by suicide, just know that I see you, and just know that you are not alone. I know that it probably feels like that most of the time. And I know you've probably had people say, oh, you are not alone. And it just kind of sounds cliche. But I assure you that you're not alone. Unfortunately, we lose about 6.2 million. I'm sorry. We lose about 50,000 people a year in the United States, and 135 people are affected by one loss. And so we have approximately 6.2 million new loss survivors every year. So there are 6 million people that lost someone the same year that you did. So we know there's people out there. The problem we have is finding them, right? And then in lieu of trying to find people, we still need help for ourselves. And so that's why I'm here. So my name is Tracy Ozer. I lost my daughter to suicide in 2006. We're coming up on 19 years in December, which just doesn't even seem possible at all. And I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot in the last 18 years, almost 19, that suicide is totally different. The grief from that is totally different than other loss and other grief. And I mean, certainly there's similar parts, you know, there's still, we're sad, we get depressed, we cry, all of that's the same. But when we're talking about suicide, we end up adding some other elements to that. So one of the big ones is stigma. We know that there is a ton of stigma that surrounds suicide and suicide loss. And unfortunately, that stigma impacts what we do in the grieving process. And so, you know, it's hard to explain what this grief is like when we're just talking to people who haven't gone through that. But, you know, like I said, there is hope. There's 6 million other people out there like you, just from their losses in the past year. And so some other elements to suicide loss, you know, people lose their faith. They may have a faith in God or whoever they worship before the loss. And then once that loss happens, then there's the questions of, well, why did that have to happen? We spend a lot of time just feeling guilty because, you know, either within our own head or with people out on the street, you know, there's the questions of why. We get asked why. We try to understand ourselves why. And sometimes there just isn't an answer to why. Sometimes it's just a matter of understanding that, unfortunately, these things happen. Unfortunately, the prevention services we have just aren't enough right now. And some people go on to end their lives by their choice. And we don't always know that that is their plan. So, you know, that's really tough when we're trying to understand what happened and how we're going to put that into perspective. And so over the past 18 years since losing my daughter, I've gone back to school. I've learned, psychology, and there's still not all the answers. I mean, if we had all the answers, we'd prevent it from happening. So I hope, that we're trying to make a way to eventually this doesn't happen to somebody else. But so in my grief, I went to peer support. That was very helpful for me. And in talking to other people, I realized that there were a lot of similarities between their stories of suicide loss and my own. But still, when I talk to other loss survivors, there's a lot of anger at how the system works. There's a lot of anger at how therapy services work or don't work. And so I took it upon myself to just sit down and kind of assess what we have that works well. We do have some things that do work well, and what doesn't. And what I realized was, we can take an element of coaching, and we can take that grief due to suicide, and we can help so many people, especially if we have people who can't find traditional therapy, or they can find therapy, but they can't get in often enough. I don't really believe that an hour a week is enough time for therapy. But unfortunately, that's our system. So I developed some coaching programs specifically for suicide. And then I sat and I thought, okay, part of the reason that our stigma still exists is because we aren't talking about what suicide loss really looks like. What we have is just utter devastation at the beginning, right? Our world is turned upside down. We don't understand how this could have happened or what, our part in that was. Then, we start asking these questions of, well, where do I go now? What do I do? And so I took these concepts and I put them together in my own 4 phases of suicide loss that I am trying to put out to our behavioral health community to say, let's tweak our thought process a little better, right? But in the meantime, that still leaves us with gaping holes of treatment. And we're all different. My philosophy is we can't have a one-size-fits-all treatment plan for someone who's grieving. What helps me may not help you, and vice versa. And so, for this conversation today, I just want to give you some ideas of what I used and what might help you while you're still navigating through what new loss might look like for you. One of the main important aspects of grief is taking care of our health. And I know that sounds just totally, strange when we talk about health, right? I know when I lost Chelsea, it was enough just to get out of bed. I didn't want to try to function, go to work. I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd go to bed. And my health took a toll with that. So, I know it's hard. I know that this isn't, eating and sleeping. It doesn't even sound rational to some of you, but it is so important. And you're gonna thank me later, because, like for myself, I ended up with a hiatal hernia from the stress of holding in the grief. So our bodies, the book, The Body Keeps the Score, go find that one, because it's true. We do that. And our body is not only reacting to this trauma, because it is trauma, we're exhausted, right? our brain is subconsciously working when we don't even realize it. And that takes up a lot of energy in our body. I know we've had other speakers talking about energy this weekend. And, you know, if our health is off, I believe our energy is going to be off too. So resting is important. Getting this grief out is important. If we can't talk to someone about it, you know, I recommend journaling. I tell everybody, get a journal, write down what you're thinking. You're the only one that needs to see it. And I have people say, well, I don't know how to journal. I don't want to do that. And I say, well, just do it anyway, because you have the ability to rip it up and throw it away. I've had some people feel better because they wrote down how they were feeling and then they burned the paper. You know, everybody has something different that works for them, but you want to be good to yourself. I guarantee you that if you can be good to yourself, find ways to help alleviate this pain, over time, it does get better. We don't forget the person that we lost. We don't, you know, nothing diminishes there. The pain's just a little softer. And, you know, I will have people come up to me that have only lost someone within the past couple of years. They're like, you know, I can't get through this. Well, you know, being a long-term loss survivor now, you can. You can get through this. Does it suck? Absolutely. And it hurts. It hurts for a while. But it's all about finding that support that you need. And like I said earlier, you know, I found peer support where I had other loss survivors who had lost someone by suicide. Just helped me tremendously, because there's a lot of power in not feeling, you know, like you're alone. Because we feel very alone. For, like I said, 6 million people that go through this annually, it just boggles my mind that we feel so alone most of the time. But just know, you know, I'm here for you. Our other coaches are here for you. If you find a coach that you don't feel is helping you, find another one. Find another therapist. Find what you need. You know, advocate for yourself, because that's how you get through this. Same thing with therapy. I'm well aware that we have therapists who have not been trained in the different aspects of suicide loss, and not their fault. It's just the way the system is. I spend a lot of time trying to bring training to our behavioral health folks so that they can be effective for other loss survivors. But sometimes, I mean, it's just, it's daunting, because like I said, there's so many nuances. If you've been through a suicide loss, you know, there's so many nuances and so many just isolating elements to this type of grief that, you know, it's not trained for in college. I mean, we have trainings that, you know, people can get after they've already been licensed. But, you know, when you're a new survivor and you're trying to go out there and you're trying to find help, we don't have a way right now for people to find the people. You know, we need to do better at people finding the people. And so, you know, like I said, some people like books. There's many good books out there. I've written a book. It's called The New World of Suicide Loss. You can find it on Amazon. And it's just a short book for people that have a new loss and have no idea what they're even trying to navigate through at this point. So I recommend that one. There's many great books about suicide loss. But then you have some people that don't like to read, or because there's such a aspect of brain fog related to suicide loss. They may not be able to retain information. They may not be able to understand this information as they're reading it. And it's normal. It is normal. It's kind of freaky, but it is normal. And we do bounce back from that eventually. But well, yeah, I tell people I used to leave my keys in my freezer because I forgot that I'd left them in my freezer. So there's books, there's video. My website has a YouTube channel and we have videos on there. I have a 5-part series on losing the relationship to suicide, because we don't just lose a person, we actually lose a relationship. So I lost a parent-child relationship. I talked to people who lost a sibling and that relationship, someone who lost a colleague, another person who lost their best friend, another person that I know who lost a child as well. And, you know, these are things that just people out there that haven't gone through that don't necessarily understand. There's a lot of cliches, you know, they're spoken like, oh, they're in a better place, or you know, you just need to move on. And I absolutely hate those because it's not true. It devalues how that person is feeling. It adds to the stigma, basically. And so anyway, like I said, check out my YouTube if you're interested in different relationships with people and how they have gone through their own grief journey. And maybe, again, it's not, you know, maybe books, maybe video still aren't the thing that can help them. And so, you know, for me, podcasts, like, you know, like Tony's podcast, like many of the other podcasts from our great coaches you're meeting this weekend. You know, I have a podcast called Journey Through Your Suicide Loss. And they're just short, you know, 10 to 20 minute audio podcasts that just say, here's what this feels like. Here's what it's like to have a holiday. You know, we just had Easter. You know, I know that there's tons of people out there that, you know, they didn't get to go Easter egg hunting with their kids again. Or, you know, church wasn't the same anymore. Or, you know, families got together for Easter dinner, but it was hard because, you know, they knew that person was missing from the family dinner, but nobody wanted to talk about it because it was a suicide. It's just so many different layers when we're talking about suicide, and, you know, things that we don't even think of. So again, you know, audio, video, reading, finding, you know, going and finding speakers. There's speakers out there nationwide who go out and talk about their own loss. I was speaking to some people, about 200 loss survivors a couple weekends ago up in Columbus, Ohio. And, you know, it's heartbreaking for me to hear the same stories over and over again about how they, you know, nobody understands them. And so I'm hoping that they came away, you know, from that presentation understanding that, no, there really are, you know, there are people like us who do understand what you're going through. So, you know, going forward, I'm looking to work with other coaches in the grief and wellness space to start training about what suicide loss looks like, because I know that other coaches that train on grief and loss, you know, they're getting these questions as well. And I want to make sure that they're fully equipped with what they need. But, you know, it's all about finding a village. It's all about finding the village that helps you. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, they have community walks every year, and in every state. So if you go to afsp.org and look up community walks, You can see where they are, nearest to you. And I went probably on those community walks, I want to say 6 or 7 of them, towards the beginning of my loss. And just to have people there that, you all get it, right? You're all in that same space. And you know that if you're crying, you know why they're crying. It's very healing. It's very powerful. They also have an overnight walk that's about 18.5 miles in the middle of the night. I participated in one in Seattle and then one in San Francisco back, 2010, 2013. And I was totally out of shape and I didn't make it through the whole thing. But just to be there and just to feel that energy and that power of healing, transformed my healing process. So if you're not finding what you need, just know that what you need is probably out there. It's just a matter of making the right connection. Yeah, I welcome people, and I'm going to show you all my links here in a few minutes, but I welcome, anybody. If you can't find something, just reach out to me, send me an email, ask the question, where can I find something? And I'll help you where I can. And again, because it takes a village, it takes all of us holding each other up and, finding those little glimmers of hope, right? That you're going to get through this. I know for years I struggled with, not having Chelsea here for the holidays. I struggled with not being able to go school shopping because she was 16 when she died. So, I couldn't go school shopping like we always did. The holidays weren't the same. So it really is crucial and important to find that support system, whatever that looks like. And so, like I said, I went on to create the coaching. Now I have group coaching opportunities. Sorry, I had to shift my hand and the camera moved. I created some group coaching opportunities. You can find that on my website too. I have 2 different group coaching opportunities coming up in May. Once a week, 90 minutes for 4 weeks. One on new loss. If you're a new loss survivor, we talk about anger. Anger is a big one. We talk about guilt. Guilt is another one with suicide loss. That, for myself as a parent, I felt like this was my fault because I didn't stop it from happening. Because she was my responsibility. And, here we are, right? It took a few years for me to understand that I wasn't in her head and I was at the mercy of whatever she told me was going on with her. So we talk about stuff like that. We talk about anger at our surroundings, the people in our surroundings, the people who don't get it. We talk about anger with the system. There may be frustration with funeral homes, police departments, legal stuff that may be involved. So yeah, we cover it all. 4 weeks. The other 4-week group coaching opportunity is, we talk about the Bible. And, if you believe in God and there's some frustration there on why this happened and maybe how other people throughout history have worked through these things. When there was a suicide, I want to say, I think there was 5 or 6 suicides in the Bible in history. I just want to talk about it. And I'm fine if you're angry with God. I was angry with God. That's normal. God's not upset that you're angry with him. But let's work through that because it still stems from anger and the guilt phase and the sadness, the overwhelming sadness, and just feeling like you're alone. So anyway, on my coaching page from my website, are the dates and times that's going to be available. I'm also starting what I'm calling a new mini boot camp. And that the information, I was hoping to have it out today, but that didn't work. But I'm going to start this new mini boot camp. And essentially it's just a set of 4 videos, 4 modules, some stuff you can read on your own. And yeah, you'll see the links to that on my website soon. But the biggest thing that I'm excited about right now is next year, 2026. I'm down here in Springfield, Missouri, and my goal is to hold the largest survivor of suicide loss conference in the United States. And, you know, I have a lot of people, you know, I even asked Tony to come down. I want Tony to come down and talk about men and grief. But it's important. Our loss survivors that lose someone due to suicide, they need to have a voice, and they need to have a community, and they need to have other friends, even if they're long distance friends. They need to make friends, because that's how we're going to stop the stigma. That's how we're going to, you know, make the programs that do help people. So again, you know, that link is coming soon. You know, I recommend you get on my website and you go to the homepage, and way down at the bottom is my mailing list. And I don't spam people. In fact, I probably don't email people as much as I probably should. In fact, I have a business coach that yells at me for not emailing enough. So please, you know, rest assured, but get on my mailing list, and then you can see what's coming up, the link for the conference when it's ready, and, you know, or just come on board and hear what, you know, even if you haven't lost someone to suicide, I guarantee you that somewhere in your circle, either in the past or, you know, unfortunately, you know, in the future, you're going to see people that are struggling with this. You know, get informed, learn what it's all about, learn how you can help people effectively heal from this. Because like I said, there is healing, but in this process, we are, as a loss survivor, we are reinventing ourselves, basically. When I do presentations, I get a big bucket of Legos. And so I say, okay, in this bucket of Legos, this represents your life. Okay, this is your wants, your needs, your vacations, your holidays, your memories, your hobbies, what you like to do. Put them all together. And then I say, now we have someone that we know or love who just died by suicide. And I drop the marbles, or I'm sorry, not the marbles. I drop the Legos all over the floor, and some go under the table, and some, you know, just disappear. And, you know, we know how Legos are on the floor. If you've ever had kids, you know, stepping on those are painful. And so, but now all of the things that we had in our life that we enjoyed, that made us happy, our goals, all of it are spread to the wind. And now we have to take the rest of our life and collect our Legos and get them back into the plastic jar. And if they're under the furniture, or the dog took off with it, or what have you, you're not going to get them all back. And sometimes you end up going out and you end up buying more Legos to add to the jar to refill your jar. So if we put that in a life, you know, if we equate that to life, we say, okay, all the things, like for me, I used to love country music. Now I don't care if I listen to it at all. There's certain hobbies I used to like to do. I haven't done some of them in years because I don't find joy in those. But, you know, I brought some new ones in. Like I never painted rocks before, but now I do, because that's kind of, consoling for me. So that's what suicide loss is like. Our Legos are all over the place. We spend the rest of our life trying to put them back in our jar and, try to enjoy them for the long term. So we're going to talk about stuff like that at the conference. We're going to, I'm bringing in some speakers that will help with grief and loss and long-term grief. We're going to feed everybody. I'm doing breakfast, lunch, both days. And, day one, I'm going to have birthday cake because Chelsea's birthday is in August. So I feel everybody should, have some birthday cake to celebrate. And we'll have it represent everybody in the audience and the birthdays of their loved ones too. Because, I think it's important. I think it's, I have some parents who have said, and I struggled with this at first also, who have said, when people ask me how many kids I have, I don't know what to tell them. I just say I don't have any kids because it's too painful to answer the question of, usually if you say, oh yeah, I have 3 kids, then it's usually followed up by, well, where are they and what do they do? And those are really painful questions when you're talking to someone that's lost them to suicide. Because if you say, oh, I lost my daughter to suicide back in 2006, then either they look at you strange and they walk away and you feel abandoned, or how'd that happen? What happened? And then they want to know the details, which is none of their business. And so for years, like I said, even for myself, it was easy to say, oh, I don't have any kids. But then I learned over time that, you have parents, you have older generations in your family that you've probably lost to natural causes. And you don't tell people that you don't have parents or you don't have, aunts and uncles from 200 years ago. Okay, well, these were your current people who have died. And I think we have a tendency to think that if somebody asks us a question, we owe them an answer. And it's really not true. I coach people to, respectfully, of course, right? But I coach people to say, I have 3 kids. And then if the conversation goes further and they say, oh, well, how old are they? Where are they? We have, one of them passed away and I prefer not to talk about it. Or just, I prefer not to talk about it. Or this isn't something I can talk about right now. Most people that are on the receiving end of that are like, oh, okay, you have permission. I'm giving everybody out in the audience, from however you lost the person you lost, you have permission to not answer the question of how did they die? When did they die? Why did they die? I'm giving you all permission to just say, this isn't something I like to talk about, but thank you for asking. And it's really as simple as that. So I hope that was helpful for you. But again, like I said, I want to reiterate that you're not alone, that suicide loss, it's a beast. It really is. It is, it changes your life forever. I can't say anything good that has come out of it. I was going to say, oh, there's some bad things and some good things. And then I stopped because I'm like, no, there really isn't any good thing. Maybe, I've met a lot of people that I now consider dear friends because we've gone through the mud and the muck together. I've made some good friends that I wouldn't have made otherwise, or I wouldn't have made if I wasn't in this line of work now. And the only reason I'm in this line of work is because I lost a child to suicide. but yeah, I mean, I would give anything to go back 18 years and just, you know, all the irritations I had of being a single mom and fighting with them over doing their homework, or, you know, making their curfew, or picking up their socks or whatever. I'd love to go back and start over. Certainly knowing now what I know now, you know, to know then. I'm just trying to see really quick if there's any questions in the chat. So I apologize that I have to not look at the camera here for just a second. Yeah, I'm seeing some comments about same thing. You know, when they're asked the question, they just answer, you know, as quickly as they can and just walk away from it without further explanation. And truly, I mean, that is okay to not talk about it at all. Let's see, give me just 1 second here. Had to get my scroll to work. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yep. The first one we blame. Yep. So yeah, all really great comments coming in here. Yeah. It's sad. It really is. And you're right. You know, the hurt is always there. And, you know, I can say that it was probably about 10 years into the loss every year when the anniversary would come up of her death. Yeah, I was like on pins and needles, apprehension, all of it for like the week leading up to it. The actual day itself, I think I was so exhausted by the lead up that it wasn't quite as excruciating the day of. So I started telling people, no, you need to check in on me for the week prior, not just the day of. And I mean, yeah, it's just, sometimes there just isn't words, right? But after about 10 years, I actually, I think I was like the day before the anniversary date. And of course, by that time, nobody's checking on me, because after a while, we know people just don't check in with us anymore because we're over it, right? And all of a sudden I was looking at my calendar to, you know, for holiday planning and whatever. And I realized, oh my goodness, tomorrow's her anniversary date. And it hadn't even been on my radar. And instead of feeling really great about that, like that was progress, now I felt even worse because I felt that made me look bad as a parent of, oh my gosh, I forgot. Well, no, I realized over time, this is just how grief, you know, works. This is how we evolve. You know, subconsciously, we know when these dates are, we know when their birthday is. But, you know, for myself, I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but for myself, I have found that those dates do soften a little bit. There isn't, for me, the extreme anticipation. Certainly, a lot of that could, you know, be due to the fact that I work in this field day in and day out. So I don't get a break from, you know, working out stuff with Chelsea. But again, get your village together. Find your village, make your village, whatever you have to do. Find me. I'll put you in touch with some villages, whatever you need to do. It's all about just working through what you can work through. I kept referring to this list I had. And again, I'm in my car, so bear with me. Let's see if I can. So there's all my contact information for Journey Through Grief. So if you want to take a picture of it with your phone or what have you, please do. Like I said, there's the podcast, the YouTube channel. Email me if you need some help. While I do have some things that I charge for, like our coaching programs, all this other stuff's free. So please, I don't want anybody unhappy because they can't find what they need. Because at the end of the day, this is all about getting through this together and creating a new life for yourself that you can still grow from beyond your loss. So I hope that I was able to share some information that was helpful. Tony, that's all I had. If you want to come back in, I'm just, glad that I was given the opportunity to come on here and talk about suicide loss, because suicide loss isn't something that we readily talk about when we're talking about grief. And, everybody should have the opportunity to find what they need to get through this life, right?
Most definitely. Thank you, Tracy, for all of that. And everybody out there, saying her information is there. Reach out to her if you're struggling. This is what this is all about. We have people such as Tracy and so many other amazing presenters out there that are out there for you guys, right? We want to help you create a really, really strong, positive village to help you navigate these losses from people. Like I said in the beginning, and I'm going to say it again, people out here changing people's lives one heartbeat at a time. And give it up for Tracy. She's in a car, right? You know what I'm saying? And she came out here and was doing it. And, you guys now know a lot more about her. You know what you're getting when you reach out to her. So you guys take the opportunity to reach out, get that support that you need and deserve, right? And like Tracy said, you're not by yourself. So, by all means, you guys, we love you. All right, Tracy, again, thank you for joining us today. And I know you're in your car and everything. And so that is truly amazing. Again, tell people about the dates and the times, the dates that you're going to be doing your conference, so they know to stay tuned on that.
Yep. So we're looking at August 2026. So come on down here to Springfield, Missouri. We have lots of entertainment stuff down here for families and kids. And when I drive through town, I see we have signs. We have like the second most popular aquarium in the United States, which, I can't argue with, I guess. But we have Branson, a half an hour south if you're into, entertainment down in Branson. So, yeah. But like I said, I want the biggest conference I can get with as many loss survivors as will make the trip, just so we can all love on you.
That's amazing. Tracy, thank you again. Guys, stay tuned. We got music coming in with Heat Detector. And after that, we got the amazing, awesome Dr. Rob Kelly, coming in to present. So guys, stay tuned. Love you. And we're going to keep it rolling. All right. You know what I'm saying? Tracy, again, we're going to see you guys in the next one.
Thanks, Tony.
What do Postvention Collective and Journey Through Grief have in common? They are two businesses working hand in hand to educate, advocate, and support people left behind after a suicide. The act of suicide is surrounded by stigma, and that stigma trickles down to those left here to grieve. I'm Tracy Ozer, and my job is to bring resources and coaching services to the moms, dads, siblings, children, and others battling through this devastating loss. Postvention Collective is the premier education company bringing suicide bereavement trainings to our businesses, schools, behavioral health workers, faith organizations, and any others who want to learn ways to eliminate this public health crisis. Our mission is to equip communities with the tools and resources so that they can go on to support their family members, their colleagues, their friends, and any others within their circle of influence. Journey Through Grief is your one-stop shop for suicide bereavement support. Whether you want to try coaching to get your personal life back on track, or hear stories of loss and healing through our podcast or our YouTube channel, there is something for everyone. But most importantly, if you've lost someone by suicide, know that you're not alone, and we've been there too. Come into our community and let us earn your trust so that we can love you through grief.
It's the Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. awake now? Are we wide awake now?
Because I'm in a room full of dreamers. Think about your dream right now. I want you to think about it and envision it.
Shout out Ants 13 in the building. Shout out the Global Grief Conference 2025.
Detector, stop fucking doing that shit. Wait a minute.
it's a moment. We go to jail for way too long and leave this earth way too soon. That's why I'm broken. I like you, trying to find some peace, trying to change my mood, trying to change my course, and the closest thing.
Hold on, my bad.
Till the wheels fall off and it still go on through the blood deep. The very end, no scary friends, don't trust in trends. Use our words, use like Eminem.
My name is Dr. Rob Kelly from the Rob Kelly Group. We're in the addiction industry, which covers a lot more than just addiction. We're talking about alcoholism, addiction, childhood trauma, anxiety, depression, PTSD, all of that stuff we deal with. Over 10,000 patients with a 98% success rate, would you believe? Been in the industry about 25, 30 years. I know I'm getting old. Looking forward to the convention, the Grief Convention. Come on and watch us. Come and see me. RobKelly.com. Spell my name with 2 B's. RobKelly.com. Come and say hi on all platforms, and we'll see you at the conference.
Welcome. My name is Dr. Rob Kelly. Great to be with you. Happy Saturday. It's around 5 o'clock here in San Antonio, Texas. Just in case you thought because of the accent, I may be somewhere in East Texas. From Manchester, England, been over here for about 19 years in Texas, loving every minute of it. We specialize in addiction, trauma, grief, childhood trauma, anxiety, depression, dementia, on-site. I mean, we deal with anything that's sight, and we have been doing for 30 years. I'm around 10,000 patients in so far, and I think I want 50 before I retire. You never know. So let's look at, over the 30 years, we've been looking at the brain and looking at the subconscious brain and the neurochemicals or neurotransmitters that are needed and what happens when we go through a period of grief, a period of trauma, a period of depression. You've got a lot. Let's take grief, for instance. Some people have been reported to me that a lot of people suffer grief feel guilty for doing it. You'll hear things like, you know, it's been 3 days now, just get over it. What you don't know, and a lot of people don't know, is it's chemicals. It's a brain kind of release on us taking the brain into a survival instinct. So you've got dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. They're the 4 chemicals that need to happen. If they don't happen, grief, depression, anxiety, all them things start to happen. So we look at the traumatic loss perceived to be a threat to the default of a survival part of the brain. So we jump back into a defensive mechanism. And what happens is we tend not to eat when anxiety or grief hits us. Now, this is the important part as far as we're concerned. When we don't eat, it affects the brain. And it doesn't affect the brain in as I'm hungry. It affects the brain like this. So when we don't eat, serotonin and dopamine, the biggest two chemicals in the four chemicals that need to happen daily for you to be happy, are created in the gut. So if they're created in the gut and we're not eating to methylate into them happy chemicals, then we are going to be depressed. We are going to stay, actually, we're going to stay in grief. So we have to look at that. The amygdala, limbic system, and the prefrontal cortex are the guilty parties here. And what happens when the grief and the depression comes, of course, cortisol, which is kind of our enemy to a certain degree. If you overload on that, it releases a lot more than it should into the bloodstream. And it could take a week to 6 months to recover. So it's really important that we're looking at the chemical side today and looking at the brain structure as a whole. When depression, let's say, for instance, happens, the definition of depression in the United States of America is lack of serotonin. That's it. Nothing else, just lack of serotonin. So if you want to raise our mood, if you want to get over grief and depression, PTSD a lot quicker, we have to look at everything in the stomach and everything in the central nervous system, and everything in the brain, whether it be the subconscious brain or the conscious brain. When grief happens, the subconscious brain kicks in, and it happens because of a couple of reasons. First of all, the chemicals are not being produced, and the oxygen is not being produced. So when we receive bad news, what happens is our breathing technique differs. We're not taking in the oxygen that we need to take in. So the lack of the presence of oxygen is the lack of disease. The more oxygen we're getting out to our body, the quicker the body heals. Right there and now. You could do this right now. Every morning we get up in the morning, we do 20 exaggerated breaths in and out. I mean, really force it in and force it out, because that helps every single cell in the body to perform better than you did yesterday. About 45 to 59% of people only walk around half to 3/4 of their capability and capacity. And why is that? Well, the stuff we're going over now, you've got to be kind to yourself. You've got to look what's going on in the brain. You know, you've got to look how to feel it and how to get around it and what's happening. I mean, it's great saying, hey, I'm sad or I'm grieving. You are, but it's not your fault. That's for sure. And 6 months later, it's not your fault. That's for sure, because of the chemical imbalance that's happening. So when your brain is thrown into the survival with not eating and no oxygen, you know, we get that horrible, horrible feeling. Everything's gone down the drain real quick. That can last months and months unless we look at it. I mean, I grieve for the loss of my children, not death, but they're taken away 30 years ago. And until 4 years ago, I'd never seen him for 30 years. That ache and that pain, the ache and pain of my dog dying, the ache and pain of a friend dying, the ache and pain, you know, and we can limit that and look at what the brain and the chemicals and the stomach is happening and what it's all about. The addiction side, when we took over the addiction side and we concentrated, I'm an alcoholic who was homeless. I lost my kids, my wife, my houses, my cars, my license to practice in the UK, and everything was stripped of me, and I became homeless for the first time in my life around 26 years old. I'd come from, we grew up on the projects, man, poorer than poor. That was us. And we managed to get out of there and buy a nice house. And then, of course, the alcoholism stripped it all away, and everything was taken off me, apart, including my 2 children, the ages 1 and 3, when the authorities took them off me. And they told me that I was an unfit father. I'd been in charge of them for 2 days, and the 2 days were alcohol fueled. They wasn't fed or changed diapers for 2 days. So I nearly killed them kids, and the police took them off me. The last thing my daughter said to me was, Daddy, please stop drinking, and I couldn't do it. That got me intrigued of why I couldn't do it, and set the whole neuroscience approach to what is happening. I was sick of going to the doctor and going, hey, I can't stop drinking, and what's going on? I'll just go to AA and just try and cut back. You're an alcoholic, is what I was, and many people call me that. Well, alcoholism is the only self-diagnosed illness in the world, that's for sure. But then we go deeper. Why could nobody help me? When we get into grief, depression, PTSD, why can nobody help me? Because we don't know exactly what's going on. The layman person doesn't know what's going on. So let's say depression. Tied in with grief, of course, depression and grief are kind of tied into each other. If I get depression, I say to my wife or my friends, I'm feeling depressed, what should I do? And they go and see the doctor. So if I go to see the doctor, while I'm talking to him, he's not asking me how my health is or how my work is or how's the family or what's your exercise or eating, dietary restrictions. He's not asking any of that. He's writing a prescription before I finish speaking and he hands it to me and off I go through the door. Now I'm stuck on that. That'll make me depressed. It'll make me anxious. Where the serotonin is the problem. So why isn't anybody asking the question, why is my serotonin low in the first place? Nobody's asking that question. So it throws it into all these kinds of emotions, and different parts of the brain react to everything that we do on a daily basis. If we see like depression, grieving, if we see somebody stuck in that for more than a month, then we go right back to childhood trauma and find out what happened here that's affecting you here. Because there's always something here that affects you here. A period, that's it. I don't have childhood trauma. Yes, you do. But because it's in the subconscious brain or you blocked it out, you don't realize you have it. You can come up in the best family ever, but you don't get to see your dad apart from one day a week when he's at home from all over the world that he's traveling to give you a great lifetime. So there's the abandonment straight away. There's all kinds of stuff that comes from our childhood background that sets us up to be more aware of any kind of depression, grief, anxiety that happens. We become very aware of it more than the other person. So if something happens to me today, I might take not only offense, but it might hurt me inside. The same thing can be said to my brother and it doesn't bother him at all. So I'm more sensitive to the trauma that I've been through. So when we go on and people die and we get alcoholism and depressed and all that stuff around us, we're more sensitive to what's happening to us. And you see this in many, many people. They take longer to grieve. They take longer to recover. They take longer to make sure that they don't get depressed because it's all tied into here. Many people, and most people who think they're tough are more sensitive to stuff around them than you would ever imagine. And again, it's all tied back to the brain. So when we look at there's three parts in the brain that really play a big part of this, apart from the amygdala, limbic system, and prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is guilty, the basal ganglia, and the amygdala. The basal ganglia being our repetition and strength and confirms part of the brain. So when we go through something here and we haven't cleared up this here as a child, this will become more sensitive and harder to get rid of or cure because we're still feeding off these emotions, whatever that is, whatever we suffered from, whether it be molestation, whether it be just being silenced by your parents, your caregivers, being told one thing and then obviously find out it's a lie and we go the other way. I mean, anything can happen here that will affect here. So the hypothalamus is very, very good at hijacking the brain at certain points. And the basal ganglia is very good. The normal person that has childhood trauma, that has grief, depression, addiction, porn addiction, food addiction, anything, the basal ganglia is our repetition, strength, and confirms part of the brain. So if you can imagine a clock face at 12, I don't know, everything's good, 10 after, let's say I relapse, 20 after, I'm on the streets, half past, the wife lets me back and the kids, and 22, I get that really, really important job interview and attend to, and I smash it all down. I self-sabotage it all down because deep down inside, the trauma tells me that I'm not good enough. But we came up with an expression here, and we really believe that if you settle for this, your life will be happier. And that is, I'm never going to be blonde enough, tall enough, thin enough, or rich enough. That's it. And the quicker I realize that, the quicker I stop chasing the things that I think I want when I don't. We have today. We don't have tomorrow. Yesterday's gone. All the miracles, whether you believe in God, Uncle Jimmy, universe, all the miracles in our lives happen today. The world and our life is today. So we have to learn to live in that day. And as soon as we get up in the morning, we need to start coping, which is our breath work, our mirror work, and teeth work, which I'll talk about later. It's very important. And all of a sudden, your body's at peak performance. That gives us a chance, like I said before, of the brain jumping into that survival activity, jumping in, which is tied to the gut, by the way. And we talked about the two chemicals. People don't look at the gut feeling. they go, well, you know, my gut feeling tells me, but I'm going, no. The gut feeling is right. Somatic experience, which is really listening to the body, is the gut feeling goes back to the tribal bits. When one of the tribesmen would get a gut feeling that something was wrong, they would either get ready to fight or they'd move location. But we don't take any notice of it today. And one of the reasons it's not prevalent like it was before is because of what we eat. We're eating plastic food today, which you know, we grieve harder, we depression harder, we addiction harder because of the plastic food that we're eating. So 90% of our food is sprayed in cornstarch. They're full of rancid seed oils like canola oil and sunflower oil and, you know, stuff like that. So if we want to get over anything, we have to start looking at what we're intaking. Coconut oil, olive oil, avocado oil, and maybe a good grass-fed butter. That's all you need. That's all you need. You don't need any of the other stuff. Again, peak performance. If we're going to go through the body, and that's thrown us straight off over here, then we need to know how to repair from inside out and outside in. All right, let's go. I've got some slides for you to look at, guys. If you get too bored, throw something on the screen. I'm sure we'll be good. Okay, so that's what we specialize in, but other stuff as well. I can say my name is Dr. Robert Kelly. I have a PhD in behavioral science and a PhD in psychology. I'm also a neuroscience expert. So that's the fields that we keep in, but we do it for all kinds of illnesses and feelings that the body goes through from top to bottom. Understanding addiction, understand the role trauma plays in the addictive cycle. It's all tied into everything, guys. So I'm talking about addiction because that's my specialty and it makes it a lot easier to understand. But we're talking about grief, depression, PTSD, all of that stuff is tied into this. So the treating the trauma as part of the recovery system changes neural pathways. If we are suffering from childhood trauma, and everybody has it, I told you that from the beginning, what happens is we have all them pathways. We have billions of neural pathways in the head, as probably some of you know, but the most of them with childhood trauma are set on default, and it's set on self-sabotage. So while it's set on self-sabotage, everything we go through, the losses and all that stuff, they linger a lot more, and they do the damage to the brain and the body a lot more because the neural pathways are off. So if 300 neural pathways that we found and we believe die every single day, then what are we creating? What are we replacing them with? These are the things what's in today. If we want to get better from anything, if we want to move forward in life, it's today. The miracles happen today. The job interviews happen today. The meeting the girl, the guy, the house, the car, it happens today. It doesn't happen tomorrow. So we just got to make sure that, again, the intersection for the grief and the trauma. Okay, substance abuse disorders, again, what I specialize in. We go through serious, even alcoholics of moderate drinking socially. There's no circumstances. We can drink, we can't, it's okay, it's not a problem. And then you may cross over to the hard drinker, which uses a coping mechanism. You'll always hear the saying, is a functioning alcoholic. Well, rather an alcoholic you're not. There's no middle of the road here. So you'll be able to stop if the doctor says, hey, you got to stop, Rob. The wife's going to leave you. If you don't stop drinking, I'm going to stop drinking or using or whatever it is, self-sabotage things that I do. And once I cross over that line and the hypothalamus hijacks and tells me to drink alcohol, not to eat food or water, that's why I can go days or weeks. It hijacks the brain. And all of a sudden we find out we can't. It's kind of the same thing with drug addiction, guys, the dependency. The thing we do on conferences that I do is I put 3 slides up and I go, hey, guys, one of these guys is an alcoholic. Can you guess which one it is? And one of them is suffering from grief. Can you tell which one it is? And they all pick the guy, the alcoholic, sat on the bench with the beer bottles. I mean, everybody was. That's what an alcoholic looks like. The girl is not an alcoholic. The guy is not an alcoholic. I kid you. The vagrant on the bench is not alcoholic. The other 2 are alcoholics and are going through grief. But our instant image of an alcoholic is the old guy, when in reality it's all around us. People around us are dying of this stuff, are dying of all the things that are happening to our body and our brain. Childhood trauma is the gateway drug to addiction, to prolonged illnesses, feelings, thought patterns, everything like that. It's prolonged 100 times worse than the average person. The emotion psychological response to distressing events, especially in childhood, which includes accidents, war, natural disasters, deaths around us. I died twice on the street, so even my death, myself, I grieve for after, because there had to be a new me completely. So the long effects from the childhood trauma disrupts the safety, which causes all the hormones and neurotransmitters to be distorted. And again, we're open to deaths around us. We're more sensitive. It prolongs. We can't act properly because our body is not used to acting that way. And we're thrown into drama or trauma. Our body responds in that shutdown, fight or flight. Then we think that nobody else around us, okay, nobody else around us is going through this, and nobody knows how I feel. The reality is, whether you have any kind of feelings, illnesses, distress in your life, the best thing you can do for another human being in you is to talk to somebody about it, man. So let's look at trauma. So grieving people, and again, depressed, PTSD, it's all affects the brain. We hold it in. We hold it in. If you've ever seen a deer being hit by a car, but not being killed, just being hit by the car and it skates across the road, what happens to it? It stays motionless for about 1 or 2 seconds. Then it stands up. What it does next is phenomenal. What it does next is it shakes violently for about 2 to 3 seconds, and then it runs on with its day. That deer could cross the same road at the same time and get hit by the car, God forbid again. And the reason why, it's got rid of that trauma. It's got rid of that grieving. It's got rid of that absolutely horrific event by shaking everything off and starting again. Human beings don't do that. So when this happens, anything that we feeling depressed and all that stuff will last a lot longer. So again, them guys that are involved in this is the prefrontal cortex. So the prefrontal cortex is our decision maker. Okay. So our decision maker will scream to either conscious or subconscious brain, I need an answer to my problem now. And depending on how much childhood trauma you've got and how much trauma you have today, depends whether it goes into the conscious brain or subconscious brain. If it goes into the subconscious brain, buckle up. It's going to be a bad day. It's going to be a hard drive. If we do certain things in the morning to get into the conscious brain, so the conscious brain is active all day, then you're going to have a good day, even if you're grieving, even if you're depressed, even if you're an alcoholic, because the subconscious brain is bad, the conscious brain is good. Now, we're on a bit of a loser when we wake up in the morning because the subconscious brain wakes us up. Why does it wake us up? Well, the subconscious brain, if a human being on a normal circadian sleep pattern will sleep, let's say 10 till 6 in the morning. That's an average sleep pattern. Between the hours of 2 and 5 is when the body is at its rest and do the most repair. It's also when people die of natural causes between them 2 hours. So when we wake up, whether that be 5, 6, 7, we're waking up with no oxygen because the oxygen is very, very low. Okay. What we got to do when we get up is you've got to fill that body full of oxygen, and then the conscious brain kicks in. It's as simple as that. Changing neural pathways to stay away from self-sabotage daily, not for life, just daily. It's where one day at a time comes from. It's not an AA thing or a 12-step thing, one day at a time. It goes way beyond that to when we found out that a couple of parts of the brain, it's actually 3, we found out. We're the leading researchers in this, by the way, I didn't mention that. Different parts of the brain reset every 24 hours. So that's where the 24 hours at a time come from. It's like in 24 hours, certain parts of my brain will reset. That means I've got to get up tomorrow and do exactly the same thing if I want a great day and move forward. If I'm replacing them 300 neural pathways that have died with negativity, sadness around me or whatever it may be, then that's going to prolong. Rather, I, walk through depression and then get positive thought patterns and positive behavior and hang around with people that are going through the same thing as you. This all spurts that dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins. Not to say you can't grieve, not to say you can't be depressed. Again, not your fault. This is not a choice you have. This is the other thing. It's like going into grief is not a choice you have. You don't decide just to grieve for a few days just to get time off work. It doesn't work like that. The chemicals in the brain are at war with each other, and they're fighting to get the sanity back, but it ain't happening yet because of all these other chemicals to the attack on your central nervous system and brain that's just happened with the bad news that you've got. Absolutely an unbelievable chemical reaction. All right, risky self-behavior. Yeah, we got that. And again, the discharge traumatic stress to show you that the traumatic event, whatever that be, death in the family, death of a friend, car crash, childhood trauma, what happens is it slips in under, again, you can see my cursor, and then what happens is it's unstuck and it won't come off stuck. So we're always in that hyper-vigilant state all of the time. And that brings up all sorts of problems: anxiety, panic attacks, hyperactivity, exaggerated breath work, and being startled or something. Hey, that kind of thing. Inability to relax, restlessness, hypervigilance, digestive problems, with the serotonin and stuff, chronic pain, and all that great stuff that's happening. Well, I say great because it's interesting we find out about that. Obviously, not to the person itself, but yeah, it's very important that we know this. Could we feel this way? Why? We're grieving this way. Why? Why am I grieving for a parent that's passed away when my brother is kind of nonchalant about it? There's a reason for that, and this is the stuff we're talking about today. So we just talked about the deer. I was ahead of my slide, ahead of my time, guys. Keen mental suffering, distress, or affliction or loss is a sharp sorrow, pain, regret. The most associated with death of a loved one or pet. The grief I went through with my pet was unbelievable. My parents passed away, but it was going to happen. So the grieving period of me was short because we had time to grieve while they were still awake. Cancer and stuff like that. So ending of relationships, we grieve for. Stopping drinking or drugs, we grieve for. Careers, we grieve for. If you think about careers, you're in a job you've been doing for 15, 16, 20 years. You do the same thing every day. You go to work, you hang around with 20 people, and all you're doing is walking on the same piece of carpet. But when that job is taken away from you, you have to grieve that job because that job is your identity. Like we had a girl, a woman, older woman, that was one of these leaders in the community. She was a HOA leader. For those guys in America, you know what I mean? For those guys that are listening across the world, I don't know how to describe HOA people, so I guess I won't. But yeah, she always had to be involved, knows there's other people all the time, trying to find out what's going on, trying to solve problems. It's race. And when she lost that job, it didn't end well for her because that was her identity. Traumatic grief combines trauma with bereavement of a grievance. Yeah, so let me talk about a Band-Aid in a second. It's very similar, grief in response to bereavement is very similar to PTSD. But the specifics are not focused on what's happened in the past. It's focused on the lost person today. So PTSD, which is a horrible thing to happen to you. I can't think of the words I'm going to use it, I'm sorry. Focus is on stuff that's happened. The grief response focused on stuff that you've heard the news of today that we carry on with. So the pain before with PTSD is in the past. The pain for us is now and going forward. It's not so much pain in the past. Obviously, anxiety issues, shattered worldview, everything seems to slide down and stuff like that. It's an attack on the central nervous system and it's an attack on the brain. So again, people that are listening, I'm not too au fait, it's an English word, with grief and trauma and stress is like, this is not your fault. Depression, it's not your fault. You don't choose to be depressed. You don't choose to grieve longer than others. You don't choose to be an alcoholic. These things are taken away with us with different parts of the brain that react to what's going on. Again, billions of neural pathways. millions of chemicals around the head. If you're taking outside chemicals going in as well, that will make a difference. So grief and trauma are two distinct emotional and psychological responses. So the grief obviously is normal. The trauma that we suffer is disabling. So you can have grief for a pet mouse. You can grieve for a pet gorilla. You can grieve for anything that's taken away that you had an emotional attachment to. So once that emotional personal thing is taken away from you, chemicals react to that and take us down on this downward spiral. Childhood trauma, again, such as death of loved ones, strongly correlates with development of SUD, which is the sadness around it. So the research that we've done around this, bereaved children ages 6 to 18 experience multiple losses appear to have elevated risk for later misuse of substances. So again, very powerful research that we did here. So bereaved children ages 6 to 18 experiencing multi losses appear to have elevated risk of drug abuse. We find the same thing as well when people are gaming. Kids come home from school and they're straight up the stairs, they're doing 6-7 hours of gaming. It's also tied to addiction. It's also tied to, again, grieving of being pulled off that game. As uncomfortable as grief is, experience a positive response to a trauma. It's a healthy outlet of what we are feeling. So a trauma, what happens, we tend to not talk about it. I don't know how old you are, guys, but I was always told as a child that everything that happens in this house stays in this house. You never tell anybody what happens in the family. So what happens there is very interesting, because childhood trauma, there was a couple of stuff that I went through that was sexual abuse or was, just horrible behavior, I thought was normal. So when we think it's normal, it's not trauma. And yet until we grow up, then it becomes trauma. When you find out that happened to you, or them losses, or the beatings, or whatever it is stuck in the subconscious mind, your relationships will fail. You multiple relationships, multiple jobs, no intimacy with another human being, and then of course depression that follows. So the grieving part of it is healthy, because we're outletting. That all of you know your grief counselors will know that the 4 or 5 states of grieving. Addiction and central nervous system, understand the brain processes trauma is important for a discussion on addiction, because of drugs and alcohol, a solution and of protection. So again, going inside yourself, pulling away from humanity, pulling away from people that you love because something distraught has happened to you is not healthy. Sharing it with that, being emotional with other people is very, very healthy. Over the past 20 years, drug abuse research has contributed to impressive gains in neuroscience. So we are the neuroscience experts when it comes to our arena. We don't mind telling you that. I have books out there, TV shows, all that stuff. I get to work with some really interesting people that think they're God's world, the actors and the musicians of this world. So the neuroscience, we're still researching. There's still a lot to go, even though we found a lot and cured all the illnesses we've talked about. It's all about advanced knowledge. What else can we find out about the brain and the central nervous system? We can train neural pathways to react in a certain way. So it's called I forgot the word. Neuroplasticity. I'm so sorry. Neuroplasticity, which is changing thought patterns, changes neural pathways. So our thought patterns can get us in trouble if they're self-sabotaging, but we can also, there's methods that we'll probably go through at the end that direct neural pathways away from grief, away from trauma, into healthy neural pathways. But the grieving, the addiction, the alcoholism, and the depression, we have to go through to keep ourselves healthy. We can't step away and be quiet and not talk to anybody, because anything inward that doesn't come out will affect you in later life. Multiple substance and alcohol because of abusing. Yeah, definitely. I was the same, man. I was the same. But just take this to get away from that. It's work, it's family, it's I'll just move away and I'll drink, I'll take whatever it is to set me away. So the neuroplasticity, again, it can change the way we think. It's like a computer in the head. We can hardwire the brain, and we can reprogram the brain away from hardwired self-sabotaging beliefs. And that's really important that we do that. Many people think if they're stuck this way, years ago, the medical fraternity thought that the brain was hardwired. It was people like me 15 years ago that was researching over and over and over again to finally find out that it's not. And we can change and be anybody that we want. We can be as successful as we want. We can be as kind as we want. We're not stuck with the brain that we were born with. We're really not. So my thought pattern of brain, which is imprinted and learned behavior and enmeshment from parents, told me that I had to do this through life. So I was supposed to get up and work for the gas company like my dad, rent a house on the projects, have a couple of children, go to the bar every night, come home, and that was my life. That was the imprint that I was left from my parents. But because I found the neuroplasticity, because I found different parts of the brain, how we can change it, how we can change that prefrontal cortex reaction to something, and all of a sudden we find our identity. Once we find our identity, all bets are off, guys. I've done this over 10,000 times with patients. All bets are off. You can recover from anything you're going through, unless it's severe brain hemorrhage. I'm talking about psych. Everything that you go through, you can recover. You can heal. You can cure. We have cured to take you through. We've been in this game a long time now. So if you can think about little roads that go up and down, the freeways, the side roads off it, think of that as you come to a Y junction in the road. Left is bad, right is good. Left is subconscious brain, right is conscious brain. You have approximately 7.3 seconds is what we've got through after 1,000 people researching, trials and testing, to make your mind up which way you want to go. Because normally it will go the bad way. It'll self-sabotage, because that is what you've been going through most of your life, probably without yourself knowing. Neuroplasticity changes that to healthy neural pathways, and it's a whole new map. So what happens ideally is what we do is you have two V's in the road, of course, good and bad, is start using the good, so the bad one gets undrivable. So if you've seen a freeway that they've built another freeway next to it, it gets moss on it, it gets bricks on it, and sooner or later you can't use that. You just can't use that. So the dopamine and the oxytocin I spoke about before. Recover from anything is possible, but you have to change. And you have to find yourself. Just running through this. I've got 10 minutes. I like to, there you go, question and comments. All right, we can take it off, please, Tony. Put me back on. Hi, guys. Great to see you in the big form again. Yeah, it's been amazing, guys, the trip and the knowledge that we're learning today, and we'll keep learning it, and we get all sorts of people coming to us, all kinds of different problems. And we never turn anybody down. We want to learn more and more about that, about what's that journey, because nothing is as it seems. If you have this element or this happen to you, so the reaction of central nervous system it's not what you think it is. It goes way deeper than that, about how the body, central nervous system, and brain is reacting to that certain thing that you're going through. And again, the childhood trauma will decide whether you're going to grieve harder and longer and be more upset than the person next to you who you share a mom with, for instance. What people who are grieving go through is they start to feel guilty, because my brother's like 2 days, he was good. Like he weeped a tear and up and going, he was good. And I'm still in that. Yeah, your chemical reaction and brain reaction are different. Nobody should ever feel guilty about the period of time that they're grieving. Never. And don't let anybody tell you that this is out. No, it's not. Each individual brain, neural pathway, chemical, central nervous system are completely different to a point. It's like a fingerprint. The brain is like a fingerprint. No two heads are the same. There are thousands and thousands of things going at the same time, just like a fingerprint. You'll never find somebody who's going exactly through you at the exactly right time, with the exactly same trauma, with the exact same trauma response time, and growing up into an adult response time from that. Each individual one is taken personally, and most of the time you've got to look deep inside yourself and find out what's going on. Like I said, when my parents died, there was a time, that I grieved, but longer than my brother. Now, when my dog died, I used to laugh at people that, You know, if I come into work today, my dog's died. I'm like, what? It's your dog. What do you mean you can't come into work? But as time went on, I got more sensitive. I worked on my own trauma over the years, and I made sure that I cured and got rid of that trauma. So I live in today. Obviously, I do have 3 dogs now, and if one of them passed away, well, 2 of them have passed away. It was horrible. It was horrible, horrible. I was there for about 4 days, but I knew that nobody could push me to recover or better. Nobody can tell me that this is the amount of period to be grieved. It's all individually different. And I don't want anybody to get into that part where they think, oh, I'm different because I'm grieving, like because I'm depressed like other people. I'm different. No, you're not. You're not different at all. It's just the time capacity with the stuff you've been through to the stuff they've been through. The attachment we get when we sort our trauma out, we become closer to human beings, closer to animals. We become psychologically available and emotionally available for our partners and our friends. We're more intimate, and I don't mean sex, I mean friendship, talking, going out for coffee. It's an intimacy that we have with the other people or person that we're with. All this matters, guys, and all this is really important that we understand this, and we don't go through in life thinking it's just me. I did that for a long time with addiction. It's just me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why am I this? Why am I that? And we look at addiction as a whole. Alcohol has 1% to do with alcoholism and 1% to do with drug addiction and 1% to do with everything else that's happening. It's not the event. It's not the alcohol. It's not the drug, sex, porn. It's not that. It's what's happened before psychologically in our brain with the chemicals in the central nervous system and how we were brought up, enmeshment, behavior around us, childcare, whatever it might be, affects us today. And that's the why every single person is different. So guys, I don't know whether anybody gets in touch with me. I don't do this stuff to get patients. I got enough patients, thank you. And I've got, like a concierge doctor today. I have a team of people that do, but we're not here for that. So I'm not going to give any websites out and say, please call me, I need some work. Got enough money, got enough patients, got enough of everything. I do these things today to be of service to another human being and try and help somebody. So if we've saved a life today, fantastic. If we changed somebody's feelings about past trauma and grief and stuff, brilliant. And if you've enjoyed the presentation, wow, even brilliant. It's awesome. I get excited about today as if I did 30 years ago when I started doing the presentations and the stuff. And because I know and I'm intrigued by how we react to certain situations, and that a lot of people have died in the past from not knowing what's going on. Broken hearts and stuff like that. My father-in-law, my father died of broken heart. There's a medical name for that. I'm not going to get into that right now, but yeah, it's a certain thing. And there's ways around that. There's ways to heal from that. There's ways to move forward, and the ways to be happy for the rest of your life. Now, I don't have bad days. However, I do have better days than others because I live in the now. And when you live in the now, you can't be depressed. You live in the now, you can't be anxious. You're a superhuman being. Any affliction or traumas that you've been through, after you heal from that, the brain turns into a superpower. It's not an affliction, guys. It becomes a superpower. And with that power, we build businesses, we build empires, we become great dads, great moms, great sisters, great children as we move forward. If we go through something here and we don't move on here with this information and knowledge, then to become a powerful asset going forward. So if you're a grief counselor and you've been through grief and you work on to work with other people that's going through grief, there it is. There's the past experience helping. Like, I don't know a lot about, well, there's a lot I know about, but if I had somebody suffering from this and I really hadn't gone through it, talking about psych again, then I couldn't really help them. So it's great if we have this asset here going forward to teach people that, hey, I'm the guy homeless. I'm the guy in the projects. I'm the guy that, I don't think I can say this on air, but stabbed my wife 3 times one night because she wanted me to finish drinking. I was that guy. I was the guy that sold his kids out for alcohol. I was the guy that's not supposed to be here today. I'm not supposed to come to America and be a success. I'm not supposed to come to America and be on TV and write books. I'm not supposed to do that from where I come from. My answer, I tell you now, guys, that the same answer as me. Says who? Who's making these rules up? Because I don't like the rules that people are making up. Are you sick? Are you this? Stop telling me what I am and let God, supreme being, or whatever it is for you, take charge and push you forward in the person that you was always meant to be. Because when we're sat in our own comfort zone, and we've been through something here that can help something here, oh man, that's the worst crime of a human being, is to sit there and not help somebody that you've already been through. We are the living proof that you can survive this. We are the living proof. No matter where you come from, we can do stuff. We can build empires. We can date that girl that we never thought. Yeah, of course you can. But I'll tell you one thing that I'd love to go through for the last 2 minutes. Our enemy is time. You don't have time, guys. So why don't you do it today? Moms are the best. 1 minute I'm waving off to kindergarten, the next minute I'm waving off to college. Exactly. Like when I started this presentation 43 minutes ago, we don't get that time back, guys. It's gone. So make the most of now. Tomorrow never happens. I'll put it, don't put it off. Why are you putting it off? What's wrong with you? Well, I've been through this. Good. Now move on to help others. Now move on and be a speaker. Now move on and be a counselor. Move on and on. And the more you help other peoples, it will also start to heal you permanently. And then you can go out to the world and heal them permanently. Because we can't do this shit on our own, guys. We just can't. That's why it's diabolical for us if we go back into our own shell and we don't seek help. You're gonna die. If that happens to you, you can't say that. Oh, believe me, I can. Because we don't sugarcoat stuff here. Get well, go through the grieving period, go through the depression period, always have that light at the end of the tunnel. Do what we got to do, share with other people. And when you finally heal from that, you've got to start presenting. You've got to start going to school for that if you need to. Because nobody can take that away from you. Where somebody's gone through a death or something that was grieving can help somebody else who has gone through right now the death is better than a Harvard degree. That stuff we've been through is like a Harvard degree. It's like a semester at Harvard University. See, you can't create that. You can't make that up. You can't learn that. You have to have gone through it, and then you take somebody else through it. That's the way the world goes, guys. And if you want to better yourself, do it. If you want to help somebody else, do it. Remember, says who? Me and my wife got married 10 years ago, and the first day we started arguing. And she said, well, that's the way marriage is. And I said, I'm not going through this stuff again. Says who? And we both looked at each other. Says who? We don't like the marriage rules. We're not supposed to. That's what we do. We dance around every day. We throw stuff at each other. When I'm on live TV, she'll throw the boots, and the boots will bounce off. It's all about fun, man. It's all about living youth. It's all about doing stuff today. Don't wait till tomorrow. Do it today. And let me tell you categorically from my experience, 64 years old, all my experience right now tells me that you can do it. Tells me that you can be a success. Because I'll tell you something. If you want to argue, you bring all your information you have that you're going to fail at something. I'll bring all the information I have that you're going to succeed, and we'll go to court. And you know what the judge will do? He'll throw you out of court. He might even stick you in prison for a couple of days for contempt, for wasting his time. And yet I've got these boxes and boxes and boxes full of papers on you to say you're going to be a success. And don't let anybody tell you different. Change the world, guys. Be you, change the world, and keep moving forward. There's only a rear mirror for looking back, guys. Move forward once you've healed from everything. And everything will start to work out, man. And you'll be happy. I'm a 10 out of 10 every day. People, how can you be 10 every day, Rob? From where I come from, of course I'm a 10. I got out of a dry bed this morning. My wife kissed me and made me coffee this morning. My 3 English bulldogs jumped on the bed this morning. That used to be homeless. I used to sleep under trees. Nobody spoke to me. My own family absolutely walked away from me, my friends and everything. I was abandoned on the streets of Manchester. Abandoned. And yet look at me now. And it's the only reason why I do this. I've said it before, guys. I'll say it again, and then I'll jump off and stop boring you with this. But the only reason why I do this is to help another human being. That's it. That's the only reason. So have a fantastic day, guys, or evening. I hope you have a great conference. I was watching the conference before. It's very intriguing, all different speakers. I just love it completely. And I'm loving the online stuff, of course, because you can hang around with a nice shirt on and pajama bottoms and slippers, and nobody knows. Thank you, Tony.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose. letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Single fathers, we are the chief cook and bottle washers of our entire family unit. It also means that we're blessed to be seen in our children's eyes as superheroes. We get the chance to participate in all the milestones of their lives. Now, the single fathering experience, it may be difficult during that parenting journey. The benefits, they greatly outweigh the challenges.
Hello, everyone. I am happy to be here. I'm excited to be here. And I want to thank Tony and his team for having me here. And I'll give you a little bit of my introduction. I have been working as an ontological life coach, and I've been speaking about my story, I'm raised by 2 alcoholic parents. I have received an award for empowerment. I have received an award for Purple Ribbon of Courage Award. And I've been on 30 plus podcasts and summits and panels speaking my story. And I am a published author in an amazing collaborative book project with other authors that are from all over the world. And so I am working with people who I support them with looking at their ways of being instead of the doing of life, because we're human beings, not human doings. So I'm really excited to be here today, and I'm going to be speaking my own personal stories. And this week alone has been just grief for me. I've been sitting in the grief. And so the tools that I've used is the tools I'm going to be inviting you to, which are similar to the tools that have already been presented here. And this week alone, 3 people in 3 days have all died from my childhood. And I'm under 50. And so it's very strange being in that life situation of so many people. 2 out of 3 are my age. So of course that leaves me pondering a lot about life. And it's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. And it goes with the presence and the mindfulness. So a little bit more about my own story. When I was brought into this world, when I was in the womb, my mom's brother had died, and I was born 9 days later. He died at the age of 20 in a car accident that he was dead on impact. And so her grief very much was present for me right in the womb. I'm certain that I was emotionally connected to her grief. I've always felt an emotional connection and a physical connection to my mom in a way that it's really challenging to explain to people. So I was born 9 days later after his death, and she had to go through scheduling his wake and his funeral because my dad did a lot of that, and I'm certain that my grandfather had a difficult time doing it. It was his only son. It was her only sibling. And so then 6 months later, now I'm an infant, and her father dies. And her mother had died even before I was even thought of, and she had found her mother at home. And the grief struck her so much that she wasn't able to make any phone calls for any kind of support or anything other than to my father. And my dad called 911 for her. And so that's a little bit of my own personal family connection, especially with my mom, of grief. And I believe that made a true impact on how I came into this world, and really is why a part of the relationship that I had with my mom. So the alcoholism, I'm not quite sure when it started for my parents. I believe with my father was when he was a teenager. He had his own grief that he was 9 years old when his father died. And so he chose to quit school when he was in middle school to take care of his disabled mother. And his siblings, his sisters were already out, married, having their families. His oldest brother was in prison. And so when my grandfather died, the prison decided to allow my uncle to go to the funeral in shackles and prison uniform. And they also invited my entire father's classroom in his elementary school. So I can only imagine the shame and the heavy feelings that he had with going through that experience. And his other brother was in and out of jail. And well, actually in and out of nun homes that were around the local area for juvenile delinquents, because he was robbing stores, stealing cars, that kind of activity. And so the relationship with me and my mom was like, I've got her back, she's got my back, in a dysfunctional way because of the alcoholism, and very codependent. And so, and now fast forward, in 2013, my mom gets diagnosed with cancer, stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And I became her caretaker. And so for 5 months, I was with her. And a good chunk of that time, I was with her daily for chemotherapy. And then at the end, 5 months later, she dies. And so it wasn't expected, actually, even though it was stage 4 pancreatic cancer, because a month prior, she was just told that she was doing great. And then a month later, I came home and found her collapsed on the bed. Her abdomen had swelled up so much that she could barely breathe. And so it happened, and it happened very quickly. So last year, I made an intention that I was going to volunteer for a not-for-profit organization to help cancer patients, including ones that are transitioning, and to support their friends and family that are with them during that time. So in this choice that I made of wanting to volunteer with the not-for-profit, I went through training, and I completed all but one class. And in this one class, the last class that I was in, I got triggered. I was very triggered. It was a visceral reaction. And we were in the class and watching a video. The facilitator was speaking about what happens when patients with cancer are more or less made to feel guilty or bad that they're not eating and drinking. Like, friends and family want them to eat because, like, especially in Western society, food is very important to us. That's how we have comfort and stuff. So, and they were teaching us based on the point of view that if we're sitting bedside with a person and the friends or family want them to eat and drink, how we can support them. My listening, however, was totally different. My listening was going back to my own experience. So my mom's last 2 weeks of her life, she stopped eating and drinking. Neither one of us had any idea what was happening. We didn't understand it. Both of us were scared. We only knew what we knew. We didn't know what we didn't know. So I did what I thought was appropriate as a caretaker, and I reached out to the hospital where she had her chemotherapy and her radiation. I explained to them what was happening. I explained that she said that she no longer had any taste. I was certain that was from radiation treatment because all of that changed when she started radiation. So what they said, well, wait a minute, I'll rewind. In the video, it said that if people are making themselves eat and drink, then it just goes right to the tumor because it doesn't have any place else in the body for it to go to. So it goes to the tumor. And that's when the visceral reaction within me really started. It really started, like I could feel the emotions getting really high between anger and sadness. And this was because when I called the hospital staff and explained to them what was happening, I was told to tell her that if she did not eat and drink, she was going to go into the hospital. So it felt like more of a threat to get her to eat and drink. And so when I'm listening to this video and I felt the reaction, I paused for a second because I was really emotional. I paused for a second and I was asking within myself, like, what is this that's happening? What brought this on? And why am I feeling this way, even though I know it's connected to my mom? And once the video stopped and the facilitator asked a group of us if we had any questions, if we had anything to share, I did speak up because I was feeling so much. It brought me back to being with my mom in those last 2 weeks. And so after her asking me some questions and me sharing what was there, her and the woman who was supporting us in this class referred me to the therapist for the organization. So after a couple of days of playing phone tag, me and the therapist reach each other. And I'm sharing with her again what I experienced, what came up for me in the video, watching the video and everything, and how I'm feeling. And it came up again, like the trigger. It was a visceral reaction again of talking about it. So she listened and she offered me some guidance on trauma and that kind of stuff. And then she listened more and she offered me like a beautiful analogy. And she gave me an analogy that a healthy person is in a room and someone bumps into them. It's a full room. Someone bumps into them. They really don't have a reaction. They can really just kind of shrug it off. They may acknowledge it. It's not a big deal. It's whatever. Then someone is in that full room. A different person is in that full room of people and someone bumps into them. That person has bruised ribs. So they have it in a strong emotional reaction because they're hurting, they're in pain. Yet nobody else in this room knows that they're in physical pain. So they don't understand why this person is having an emotional reaction. And she looks at me and she said, Kim, you have been having bruised ribs for 12 years, just with this experience of your mom, her cancer, and her death. And I felt like that was such a beautiful analogy of so many things in life, but especially in this experience that I had with my mom. And I realized in that experience, it was the first time I allowed myself to feel those feelings from that experience with my mom. Because I was so in it, that I hadn't stepped away from it and have the presence and the awareness of it for 12 years. And also, some of this is because I've been learning over the years on mindfulness, on presence, allowing myself to feel. Having grown up in the don't ask, don't tell household with 2 alcoholics, it's really been a journey for me to really be present with myself, to really learn what I'm feeling. To give you an example, the first time I felt joy, only 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I really was sitting asking myself, what am I feeling? What am I experiencing? This feels new. Like, it was mind blowing to really feel something that wasn't anger and sadness. Those two were the 2 feelings and emotions that I only related to growing up, and more so because that's what I saw my parents dealing with all the time. I mean, they had moments that they were happy and stuff, and when they were drinking, they could be very angry or very sad, sometimes both. So, what I learned from this experience with wanting to volunteer with the not-for-profit is that when I stepped out of the thing and I was present to what I was feeling, what I was experiencing, the support that I received from the therapist, I also realized the timing of all of this. My mom died in October, and I was doing this training in September. And even though it's been so many years of my mom passing, and I no longer look at the death anniversary, which is a choice of mine. I don't focus on that anymore because it brings up a lot of feelings of PTSD. It brings up my anxiety, and it brings up certain feelings, especially anxiety, but it brings up certain stuff. So I no longer focus on that. I acknowledge it, and I'll do something that's intentional that will make me remember my mom and that will help me to feel connected to my mom, more importantly. And giving myself that grace that now was not the time to be doing this. I had really good intentions of wanting to support other people, wanting to serve other people, and giving myself grace that, okay, this is not the time of year for me to be choosing to do this, because it was no wonder I was so massively triggered and having a visceral reaction to it with the timing of it. And so that was a really important lesson for me to take away from it. The other lesson I took away from this was the importance of asking for support. And as someone who, like I said, was dealing with alcoholics, and the asking for support, I don't know where I stepped into it. I don't know what had me step into it, but it was something that I learned even as a kid, because I had so many experiences that were traumatic that I felt like I had no one. I have a sibling and she's older than me, so our life experience has been so different that we just realized in 2023 when I received the one award that we had 2 totally different parents. So I felt like I had no one as a kid. And I walked into the counselor at middle school, and after having an experience with 2 guys, I walked into the counselor and I said, I don't know what's different about my home, but something is different about my home. And that's when the asking for support started for me. And it's still something I'm learning to ask for support. So asking for support from the therapist, just be able to talk to someone and to feel heard, was the biggest lesson that I've learned from all of this. And so one tip, one thing to take away that I'm offering is presence and mindfulness, to have that pause, especially if you feel a reaction. You feel a visceral reaction to something. Because for years I lived autopilot mode. I lived that everything that I was feeling, everything was real. And when I learned that presence, and my other tip, second tip, would be to be curious. To be curious, it supports to be neutral. So the curiosity will transcend any anxiety that I'm feeling, will transcend any stories that I'm telling myself. Because it's my stories that I'm saying to myself that makes it worse for me feeling than any stories that anyone else can be saying to me. So to be present and to be curious. And I really am so happy to be here sharing this with everyone. And one of the things that I also took away from, I love poetry and I love writing. And I also love Dr. Mate's work, Dr. Gabor Mate. I'm probably saying that wrong. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. So I'm also going to offer what I've learned from him, which is the 3 C's on grief: choose, connect, and communicate. So it's important what choices you're making in grief. And it goes back to what I just shared. I could choose to go continue through the training for the not-for-profit, and I could have chosen to still follow through with that. And having the presence and the awareness that, oh, it's this time of the year, I'm highly sensitive. My body remembers what I went through 12 years ago. So I get to give myself that grace for the timing, and I chose to put it on hold. So the choices are so important, and that includes holidays, and includes anniversaries, and includes when you choose to be socially active. And so the second one is connect. So grief can lead to feelings of loneliness. And for me, it's wanting to isolate. And that's how I dealt with a lot of experiences in my younger life, was to isolate. And so it's important to connect with family and friends, support groups, the therapist, what I was saying of having a therapist, any counselor that you can reach out to, life coaches, what's out there. There's so many of us life coaches out there. So the connection is so important. And then third is to communicate, to share your feelings and needs with others so that you have an understanding. There's so many of us that just want to feel heard and want to be feeling seen. And in grief, that's challenging. I know for myself, to communicate can be so hard when I'm grieving. This week, with 3 people in 3 days dying from my childhood, it took a lot of mindfulness and awareness and the choices that I made for myself. Last night I was supposed to go out and I was supposed to support a friend that his music album was released. And I really wanted to go. I really wanted to see my friends. I really wanted to have fun. And I chose to listen to my body. My body needed rest. My mind needed rest. My soul needed rest. So I was in bed so early just so that I could rest everything as much as I could. And so the 3 C's again are choice, connect, and communicate. And then, like I said, I love poetry. And so I'm going to share a poem by Rumi, who's a Sufi poet. And he does a lot of work around grief, love, loss. And it's called Bird Wings. And your grief for what you've lost lifts a mirror up to where you're bravely working. Expecting the worst, you look, and instead, here's the joyful face you've been wanting to see. Your hand opens and closes, and opens and closes. If it were always a fist, or always stretched open, you would be paralyzed. Your deepest presence is in every small contracting and expanding, the two as beautiful, balanced, and coordinated as bird wings. And I share that because I absolutely love Rumi. Rumi speaks to the beloved. The beloved can be yourself. The beloved can be your spouse. It can be your lover. And he speaks so directly to the soul and so directly to the heart. I love Rumi's work. And the other poet that really has supported me through grief and loss and really connecting with my feelings and really connecting to myself is Renee Maria Rilke. And so I'm going to read from his book, The Dark Interval, Letters on Loss, Grief, and Transformation. So the first letter was written to his friend. He also had a brief romantic relationship with her, and they maintained a long friendship after the relationship, but it's dated December 8th, 1907. There is death in life, and it astonishes me that we pretend to ignore this. Death, whose unforgiving presence we experience with each change. We survive because we must learn to die slowly. We must learn to die. That is all of life. To prepare gradually the masterpiece of a proud and supreme death, of a death where chance plays no part, of a well-made, beatific, and enthusiastic death, of the kind the saints knew to shape. It is this idea of death, which has developed inside of me since childhood, from one painful experience to the next, and which compels me to humbly endure the small death that I may become worthy of the one which wants us to be great. And I'd also like to share a second letter in the same book, because I feel like this is also profound. And I love Rilke's writing and his poetry, and he was known for writing letters he saw as just as important as poetry. So his letters are so profound to me because you could tell that they were so important to him. And I always feel like the spirit is in his writing. So this letter is from the same book, and it was written to his friend whose brother committed suicide in 1913. And it's dated August 1st, 1913. On the one hand, I want to encourage you in your pain so that you will completely experience it in all its fullness, because as the experience of a new intensity, it is a great life experience and leads everything back again to life. Like everything that reaches a certain degree of greatest strength. But on the other hand, I am very concerned when I imagine how strangled and cut off you currently live, afraid of touching anything that is filled with memories, and what is not filled with memories, ? You will freeze in place if you remain this way. You must not, dear. You have to move. You have to return to his things. You have to touch with your hands his things, which through their manifold relations and attraction are after all also yours. You must. City, you must continue his life inside of yours, insofar as it has been unfinished. His life has now passed on to yours. All of our true relationships, all of our enduring experiences touch upon and pass through everything. City, through life and death, we must live in both, be intimately at home in both. How many of us, how many times after our loved ones pass, is it so challenging, so difficult to go back to their belongings? I mean, I read this and I remember what it felt like after my mom died and having to go through her clothes and choose to donate the clothes and how hard that felt. And I mean, now that I'm speaking about it, it was even so hard when my grandmother passed. I was just shy of my 23rd birthday. And I chose to go to the nursing home where she passed, sit on her bed, and just cry as I folded her clothes, as I went through her belongings. And that gave me a sense of closure to let her go, per se. But I don't believe that we really let anyone go, but that was my closure, to be able to sit on her bed and to have that sense that I got to pack up her things, touch her clothes again. And it was so hard. And it was such a different experience with my mom. So it really taught me that how I feel about one person in my life who I really love and care about, it may not be the same experience for another loved one in my life. Just because I love them does not mean I'm going to have the same experience and the same feelings and the same emotions, the same reactions. Because as humans, we're so complex in how we experience life. And having that trauma and my background is a whole other element. And what I know of myself, I've always been super sensitive. So having that sensitivity impacts and heightens what I feel. And like I said, the trauma also makes an impact on that, because my stories that I'm telling myself will definitely make a difference with the stories that I'm telling myself. So this letter about having to touch her brother's things and the line of his life has now passed on to yours. I truly believe in that, because I've had so many different experiences after my loved ones have passed, to where I do feel still connected to them. Even today, I still have experiences where I know that person, even if they died 20 something years ago, I know that I feel their spirit. I know that I feel it there. And so, and it's recognizing grief is still difficult, it's still challenging. And what came up for me this week with the 3 people from my childhood is asking myself, am I fulfilled? What am I creating in my life that's leaving me to feel happiness, to have me feeling fulfilled with who I am being in this world? What am I creating that's going to leave my legacy behind? And especially for the two people that died at my age, because I feel like both of them just had so much more left. And I don't know how they feel, and I'm not going to make any assumptions about how they felt. It just left me pondering the questions of, am I fulfilled? Am I creating a life that I am fulfilled, that I am going to leave a legacy of who I am, that when my time comes? And there's also a quote by Rumi, and it's, goodbyes are only for those who love with their eyes, because for those who love with heart and soul, there is no such thing as separation. And I know for myself, this is very challenging when grief is very present in my life, to remember that there is no such thing as separation. And I believe that it's a mindset, especially with grief, that we can choose. It goes back to choices again. We can choose to stay in the stories of the past, because I know when my loved ones have passed, I'm very much connected to the stories of the past, the way that it could have been, the way it should have been, what I experienced then, and feeling that loss of not experiencing it today. And realizing that if I choose to be present and I choose to be aware, there is no separation. and acknowledging that, yes, I do feel that sadness, that I don't get to experience what I experienced in the past. I don't get to experience that today. It's different, and that's okay that it's different. I just had a conversation with my sister last week. It's been 20 years that my dad died. So who I was in my 20s, I don't even recognize that person, who I was in my 20s when he died. And he died very suddenly from a heart attack. And I thought that I was angry for months, and it wasn't anger, it was sadness. I was sad because it triggered feeling abandoned, because he told me he would never suddenly leave me, and he just suddenly left. I was sitting on a college campus in a class. I had just given a presentation to the class, and I got called by the security for a phone call. And sure enough, it was my mom, and she was with my sister and my nieces. Once he was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and they tried to revive him, and he died. He died right there while he was working. And so for months, I was so sad. I had coworkers concerned about me because I couldn't stop crying for months. It was just tears just kept flowing out of my eyes, just constantly every day. And so now, 20 years later, I have that sense of the sadness that, wow, it would be so cool if he was here today to see like who I am and to have those conversations with me and to get to ask him questions that I didn't even think of asking in my 20s because it wasn't important to me in my 20s. And I'm also aware that, of course, I'm going to feel that way, and it's okay. So meditation is also very important to me. I highly recommend meditation. It's really helped me change the pathways in my brain, especially because of the trauma. So I meditate sometimes for over an hour a day. It's in different increments throughout the day. It depends on what I'm experiencing, how I'm feeling. If I'm going through experiences where I feel very traumatic, I feel very traumatized, I feel very anxious, I will make sure I meditate, even if it's for 4 minutes. I'll make sure I give myself additional time in the morning to meditate for a half hour instead of 15 minutes. I'll definitely meditate before I go to sleep at night, because doing that before I go to sleep helps relax my body, helps to relax my brain. It gets me to let go of those stories that I'm making in my head of what's having me feel anxious, and supporting me with feeling peaceful and calm. And generally, that's my intention, is to be peaceful and calm. And so I encourage anyone to begin the practice of meditation. And that's also what I want to share, is my journey of self-care has really been about self-care is not about grace, and it's not about achievement. My mindset used to be that. My mindset used to be self-care is taking the bubble baths and taking myself out to shopping. I love going to dinner by myself, so I do see self-care as going out to dinner. However, what I really have learned is that self-care is a practice. Self-care is a mindset. If you set up certain practices in your day for self-care, it will support you to accomplish whatever that you want to accomplish. It will support you in being intentional. It will support you in being present. It will support you in being aware. So that was the other thing that I wanted to share. And one additional resource that I refer to, especially if I'm having a very challenging time, and particularly if I'm feeling traumatized or triggered, is the Tao teaching. And the Tao acknowledges that life and death are interconnected and part of a normal, natural cycle. And the perspective can help ease the intensity of grief by reminding us that death is a natural part of life, not an ending. It's a transition. And so I'll refer to, I love Wayne Dyer too, Dr. Wayne Dyer. So I found in my app where Dr. Wayne Dyer is reading the Tao. And so it supports me to listen to that at a chunks at a time, for me to take away something from that, and it grounds me in presence. So one quote from the Tao when it comes to grief is, "Do not stand at my grave and weep. I am not there. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow." And this is a comforting reminder that loved ones' essence, spirit, continues to exist. And so I highly recommend the Tao as well as a tool and a resource. And that's what I have for tonight. And I would invite anyone, if you're interested, to reach out to email me, and Tony will provide the email. And I have a free ebook for anyone that is interested in starting their healing from the personal trauma, that is looking for some simple steps on getting started with it, or maybe you've already started it and you're just not certain to continue with it. And the ebook is 5 ways to recover from your own personal trauma. And again, I want to thank you, Tony, and your team for having me here tonight, and thank you all.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions. Just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
It is the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are back in the building. Everybody, we're going to elevate and lift spirits up right now and get a vibe right. Let's go. I am your boy, Heat Detector from Unwrap the Podcast channel. Like, subscribe, share, and like, subscribe, and share the Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. It's a vibe, baby. Global Grief Conference 2025. I just had to play this. I'll mellow it down. Feel the vibe, feel the vibe. Yeah, I'm feeling the vibe. Global Grief Conference 2025. Shout out to Tony Lynch. We're just mellowing it out right now. We're headed towards the end of the day. Big shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. Big shout out to Ada. Big shout out to Tony Lynch. Big shout out to everybody that has been speaking, that has been on a panel. It's a beautiful day. Let's go. Question. I'm gonna ask this question to Mr. 20%. Should I take him to church? Yes or no? Should I take him to church? Oh, you want me to take him to church?
Don't you know, no? Please. Please. Don't you know, no? Please. Wait a minute. Please. Don't you know, no? Please. Please. Don't you know, no?
Hold on, I'm looking for it. That's one of them. Got to take him to church. We're going to take him to church. We're going to take him to church. Praise God. Feeling blessed. Let's go. I'm multitasking. Cooking dinner for the fam and doing this. I'm fucking awesome.
Headshot him, go against my grain, get head problems.
Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. Be sure to stay tuned for the Trust Tree at 8:30. You ain't gonna want to miss this. The Trust Tree will be talking to the one and only Tony Lynch.
Tony, can you put on the slides? So my name is Jimmy Clare. I'm the founder of crazyfitnessguy.com, and I'm a professional motivation speaker, autism advocate, live stream host, and I have a lot of different titles. It's hard to keep track of. Holy crap. So today I'm going to be talking about creating friendly environments for autistic individuals, strategies for accommodations and support. Creating grief-friendly. Gosh damn, if I can speak. My gosh. It's a curse when I can't even say the right words. How do you figure I'm a keynote speaker and I'm a podcaster and I can't speak? Holy crap. Interesting how I figured it out. So let me rephrase that again. Creating a grief-friendly environment for autistic individuals, strategies for accommodations and support. That's better. Whew, that's a mouthful. So, well, like I said, I'm an autistic individuals. Wow, that's really friggin' small. Give me a second. There you go. Holy crap. These glasses can. You would think these glasses would see everything? My God. So, autistic individuals often experience grief and loss in unique ways. So unique that some people can't even spot it. And, well, interesting enough, well, I been here and there on this path as well. So, this goes for caregivers, professionals, allies. It's essentially to create a grief-friendly environment that accommodates and supports their unique accommodations, challenges, and create a friendly space for them to open up and support each other, etc. That sounds better in my head. So, what does grief look like? Well, I know there's only a few on the screen, but I'm going to go over a few possibilities that might help paint a picture for you. So according to the National Autistic Society, people with autism may experience grief in many different ways, like hard to focus on the task at hand. So I'm going to use myself as an example. When I might not always experience grief or something like that. I might not always experience grief every single day, but it might be a struggle with this, a struggle with that, figuring out, and I'm trying to multitask. Me and multitasking does not work together. Somebody's talking to me, I'm like, what were you saying? Were you speaking Spanish? Don't know what they're saying. So it's hard for me. It's hard for people to focus. They might go into isolation, start to feel withdrawals, might not talk to people, just cut themselves off. Even though that they're around people, they might just like don't feel like talking. They might just shrug their shoulders like that. Or they might do this. Or they might be, I'm bored. Or they might feel depression, etc. So, or they might just have a blank face like this. Or they might experience like the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz, which is not a fun experience. And I experienced that just a few weeks ago. Yeah, that was not really fun at all. And if you feel like that, it's really, really creepy. You feel like it's like, I mean, you don't even have a feeling. It's like, no, I mean, I didn't feel any emotions at all. Yeehaw. You know what it feels like to feel emotions? It's like, the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz or something from a horror movie. And me and Tony has this long, we have this running joke. And, well, let's just say you had to be there to experience this joke. But yeah, you know how horror movies end with, some creepy guy in a log cabin in the woods? Well, that's what it felt like me a few weeks ago when I experienced that. And I was like, oh great, I'm from a horror film now. I felt like I also felt like a vampire too. Good thing Tony wasn't around. So, understanding autism and grief. So, autistic individuals experience a lot of different emotions. So, I'm going to use myself as an example because, well, everyone's different and unique on this spectrum. And I really think they really should call it the autism web, but I'll get to that in a second. So, when my emotions are all jumbled up and everything else, emotions, thoughts, event replays in your head, like from today or other days, etc. And everything becomes just a whirlwind of pretty much a fiery ball of hell in my brain. So picture the sun, but then 20 times worse than that, and it's just like one big wheel of ring of fire. Oh, I wish I could have had that music. Ring of Fire. Damn. That would have been really great, but I did not get the rights for it. So it becomes overload, and my brain just shuts down like nothing's of interest, and I don't know how to process any more information. So that's from my point of view. Someone else might experience difficult social interactions. They might not know how to communicate. They might just shut down, stop talking, which is hard for me to do. I don't know how to shut up, and then I get myself into extra trouble. I'm the opposite. My parents sometimes always say, Jimmy, can you just shut up for a second? Sorry, the word shut up is not in my dictionary, and me stop talking is not in my dictionary either. Hence why I'm a keynote speaker. It all fits. It all works, see? Then routine becomes, well, repetitive on a hamster wheel that never ends. You're going through the motions. Oh, going through the motions feels like you're a robot, like someone else is controlling you. Have you ever played the game The Sims? Either the original or Sims 4, or even SimCity, where you're controlling someone else? Well, that's what it could possibly feel like. Your life becomes like a video game where someone else is controlling you, and you're not in control of your body. Ew, I feel like a robot. And then autistic individuals may need more time to process and grieve. So they might not know how to react right away. They might take a little bit of time for it to kick in. Some people say that autistic individuals they don't know how to feel. They're not empathetic. They don't have any feelings. Well, I don't know if I should bring this up, and I might just do it anyway. Well, we all have feelings, and that's why the autism community is not very fond of RFK Jr. See, I'm not going political. Trust me, I'm not. I just had to throw somebody under the bus. He threw me under the bus as I'm diseased, so back at you. So I'm going to provide some strategies for accommodations and support for people on the spectrum, and it could also work for people off the spectrum of how to create grief-friendly spaces. So provide clear and predictable communication. So what I'm talking about is if you say you are going to listen, be a listener. Don't try to fix everything, because it's not possible. If you want to give advice, ask them, hey, can I give you some advice? Would you like to hear some? If they say yes, share it. If they say no, just continue to listen. If they, for me, when I say I want someone to listen, I want you to listen. I don't want you to try to fix everything. And then when you try to fix everything, you're kind of just dismissing my feelings or someone else's feelings. And it gets really, really, really annoying because it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the magic genie from Aladdin. Because after a while, it's like, oh, can I get the magic lamp now? And then the genie never comes back. And then it's like, oh, I thought you had all the answers, like the magic 8 ball too. I tell you one thing, that magic 8 ball never gave me any winning lottery numbers. What a piece of crap. Glad I sent it back to hell. Whew. So also offer a sensory-friendly spaces and activities, meaning don't have super bright lights like you're in an interrogation room. I don't have a good example of that, except for the interrogation room part. But also don't have don't put someone in a white room. I don't like the color white. It's blinding. When light is blinding, you just like, why am I in here? Am I in a doctor's office or a hospital? No, I don't like that feeling. So create a friendly environment, maybe a gold scented light, not too bright, not too dark, around something like that. Probably not blue because we all look at blue screens all day. TV, movies, computers, etc. So not blue. And especially because blue also represents Autism Speaks. Yikes. Phew, I don't like Autism Speaks. Ew. Bad image. So then my next point is allow for flexibility and adaptation. Adaptation. Damn, if I can speak. And routines. So possibly figuring out how they can mix up their routines a little bit, whether just slightly. Let's say if you're driving somewhere, let's say work or a hobby of yours or something you're passionate, a community at night or something, maybe particularly drive a different route or attend skip a night or have a break in routine, because routine becomes very repetitive, and repetitive depends on what you're doing, can be a good thing or a bad thing. If it's karate practice, good thing. If it's become redundant and you lost interest in it, you got to figure out how to get the hell out of that hamster wheel. Yikes. Have you ever been on a hamster wheel before? It's not fun. I don't think I've been on a hamster wheel, but metaphorically, I've been on a hamster wheel, and it's still not fun. It's like a treadmill, and after a while, you get very bored running on the treadmill. I don't know. It gets boring after a while. Running in the middle of nowhere, running nowhere at all, just continue over and over and over and over again. Jeez. I wonder who came up with the idea of a treadmill. Hey, do you want to run on the just continuously and you don't go anywhere? Hey, that's a great invention. It's like the elliptical too, and the stationary bike. I mean, they're good for certain things, but if that's the only thing you get to do, holy crap, that'd be boring. But anyway, back to things. So validate and acknowledge their emotions. So what I mean is if they're feeling crappy, allow them to feel crappy. Don't try to say, oh, try to always look for the positive, do this, do that. and whatnot. You know, let them feel. I mean, it's not great to feel garbage, but allow them to feel that they acknowledge what they feel. Say, hang in there, be supportive, but don't try to say, oh, look on the bright side, or do this, or do that. You know, somebody when they're feeling down or they're just feeling out of it, they don't want somebody to preach at them to think, oh, so I'm not allowed to feel this. I have to be happy. I have to put on the, like, pretend to be the Joker. Always happy. Somebody said I had to always be happy. Well, I'd be feeling pretty much like 99.9% of the time, because let's just say, I'm not going to go into details and not going to bore you to death with the details, but let's just say I had some pretty garbage luck in the last week and a half. So it's just and some of the people around me say, oh, well, here, I'll fix this for you, or just try. It's okay if you miss this or miss that, and make it up next month. And I'm like, you have no idea what I just said. So, and I'm not saying you specifically, the audience. I'm just saying the person in general who was telling me this, and I'm like, no, and they didn't really validate or acknowledge my emotions. They're just like, oh, Jimmy, just move past this and move on and whatnot. And it's like, that doesn't work for me. Just telling me to put on the shelf in the back of my mind, my brain doesn't work that way. My brain pulls stuff up as an instant replay just over and over and over again. And sometimes it can take a break and stop at a certain point, but then it continues over and over again, pulls back that thought back up until it's fixed or find a solution out of one of the fiery balls of hell. And then provide access to autistic-friendly resources and support. So what I mean by that is, let's just say if a friend or a family member doesn't know how to help, maybe consult a therapist or a doctor who is trained in the field of autism, etc., to help them process and help them get through the tough time, etc. It may or may not work, depending on, you have to find the right fit for the right person. You have to find the right fit for you. So what I mean by that is having a professional relationship with your doctor or therapist is personable to you. Though if you ask your healthcare your health insurance, they try to fit a square peg in a round hole. Have you tried fitting a square peg in a round hole lately? It's not possible. I don't care how many times you had to hammer it in, it doesn't flip. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. I don't care how many times you hammer a square peg into a round hole. If it's not fitting, don't try to make it fit. It doesn't work. We tried this with special education. It became a cluster crap. And now history seems to be repeating itself over and over and over again. And we're still trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. I think we all need to go back to that game where, the game with the blocks where you have to fit the right blocks into the right hole. Well, we need to bring that game back, or build a new version of it, and just send it to everybody who's been trying to fit a square peg in a round hole and say, here, I want you to go work on this. And once you figure this out, you can come back to whatever your job and role is in society, because this is square peg in a round hole crap. It's not working. Whew. Wouldn't that be fun to tell that to somebody? So let's go and recap this, shall we? So designate a quiet and comfortable space for grieving. So what I mean by that, like I said, do not use a bright light like the ones in my room. But I mean, it's good for right now because of I have this pre-keynote speech. So, but let's just say bright light is not always helpful. It causes me headaches at times. So that's why I use my nightstand over there light, because it's a golden light and I can be more focused and more what's the word I'm looking for? More comfortable. I think that's what I'm looking for. Just go with it. It's Saturday. What do you expect from my brain? It's been crazy all week. Crazy in a good way. And by comfortable, I mean the temperature in the room should be good. I mean neutral. Shouldn't be too cold, shouldn't be too hot. My room would not be a good example for that, because it's always too hot or too cold, never in the middle. So forget my room. It's like hell right now in here. It's hot, even with the lights on. Perfect. I always like to present on a hot stage. Perfect. Can you feel the flames already in the background? Sizzle. Sorry, I'm just making a dramatic point. So provide access to comforting objects and activities. So whether it's low key, like maybe a movie together with your friends or family members, so like one of their favorite like the person who's grieving, one of their favorite movies or TV show. I suggest maybe even if it's not that, but maybe talking, but don't try to force out the problem from underneath them, because forcing stuff out of people, like I said, that's like interrogation. We don't need interrogation. No. Well, unless if you're the CEO of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, who needs some interrogation. Holy crap. So minimize sensory overload and triggers. What I mean by that is don't throw more information at someone. Don't start quoting random stuff that you've learned over the years. And try to minimize the triggers of what they're feeling. Like, okay, if the person's feeling isolated, be present with that person. If the person's feeling, well, I wouldn't say be sad with the person, but just be present with the person. Don't have your head buried somewhere else. Do not just try to run off or skedaddle out of the way. And again, when I'm reiterating, do not try to fix everything, because a lot of things are fixable, but grieving and and going through emotions, it takes time. And if people can't accept that, it's like you want to say to the people around you, it's like, okay, this is a double-edged sword here. If you were in my shoes, you would be in the same predicament, and then you say, why are you biting my head off? Why you expect me to do this? Why you expect me to do that? But then they do the complete opposite, and then when they're in the same place as you are, and then you're it becomes just like what's the word I'm looking for? It becomes like a never-ending hamster wheel again, because it goes over and over and over again. So what you experience, then the people around you experience, and it comes right back to you again. And it's not a great way to live. I've been there, done that, and it's not a fun ride. And all I can say to you, if you've ever been on that ride, make sure you exit the next time when it comes in before the next time around, because it's like a worse ride at Disney. You just want to get off. You don't want to re-ride again. No. It's like there's a ride on the at Disney World, I believe it's called the Small World, I believe. Yeah, everybody wants to get off that ride. So my next point is foster a sense of community and connection. What I mean by that is make sure you check in with the person, how they're feeling. Make sure that they know that they're not alone. Make sure that they can reach out to you. Don't make them feel like they're a burden. Don't make them feel like, if you reach out to me too many times, I'm going to rip your head off and become the Incredible Hulk. Let's just say I've been on that receiving end on some stuff like that. I'm not going to give you any specific details on that because I don't think my brain even processed that. But make sure you are supportive of those. If you connect with them, being their accountability partner or a friend or a best friend or etc. Make sure, hey, how are you feeling? Make sure you check in. Make sure you're present. Make sure that they know that they're not alone. That they can reach out to you anytime, unless if you're sleeping, of course. But don't allow them to assume it's like, you're not around, or you're too busy, or etc. Because if you say you're around, and make sure you're around. That's all I'm saying. Maybe not 24/7, but make sure that you get back to the person, etc. Because then who knows what could happen. Hopefully nothing, but like I said, who knows. And my other point is encourage open communication, expression. Allow them to be their authentic selves. Allow them to share at their own pace. Don't pry, because people who pry are very, very annoying. They just keep nagging and nagging and nagging and nagging. And it's like, Jimmy was wrong. Jimmy was wrong. Jimmy was wrong. Can you guess what's next? Jimmy was wrong. Do you want the short version or do you want the long version? And I was like, okay, what's the short version? And then when you said, well, I don't have a short version, then it's like, then why did you give me that option? Well, we should give the people those options just because, well, sometimes I want to see how impatient those people. Let's say sometimes those people. What's the word I'm looking for? Come on, Jimmy. Damn, my brain is not thinking. Let's just say some people have high expectations of others and trying to pry and make people open up. Just listen, and if they open up, great. If they share more, great. But maybe try them, steer them in the right path, and maybe have them open up from there. But don't pry. Don't keep asking them 100+ questions and see if you can put the pieces together, because that doesn't work. It really does not work whatsoever. I've been on that receiving end one too many times. And if you're trying to encourage people to open up, tell them, say, hey, no judgment, I'm here for you, etc. Do not just say, oh, you can open up, and then bite their heads off later about opening it up, because that's just like, that's like your parents say, or you know, those who are married, that's like your wife saying, hey, you can, or actually, you know, I'm gonna go back to the parent thing. It's like your parents saying, hey, you can tell me anything, and it's like, that's a trap. Or the point being is like, oh, can I get your opinion on this? And then when you give them the opinion, they don't like your opinion. And it's like, well, then why did you even ask me for my opinion if you don't want my opinion? It's a double-edged sword, my friend. It's a double-edged sword. You know, it's a really, I don't like that. So, coming to close on this, creating a grief-friendly environment for autistic individuals, it understands the understanding of the person, how well you know the person, how comfortable that you are with the person. Are you friends, acquaintances? Not going to name any names, but I have some acquaintances in my life that I don't share everything with. I have friends, I have best friends who I share everything with, and then there's people I don't share anything with. I'm not going to name any names. Let's just say those people know who they are, most likely. I'm not, like I said, not naming any names. That's not mine to share. Well, yeah, not mine to share. Also, make sure that you accommodate and support those people who are going through a tough time. Make sure that they, like I said, are heard, you are listening. If they ask you for help, help. If you want to ask, if you're asking them to, if they want help and don't ask for it, they might give you, they might ask help in their own unique way. They might also say, they might try to beat around the bush because they don't know how to ask for help in the right way. I know growing up when I was in public school, I asked help in the wrong way. I'm not going to share the wrong way what I did because it's not appropriate. I'm not proud of it either, but people found out that it was a way was asking for help, but I found asking for help was a sign of weakness. Well, I thought it was a sign of weakness, but lately I've been finding asking for help is more a sign of strength and knowledge that everyone goes through struggles and there's nothing wrong with that. And if somebody does say there's something wrong with it, that's their own brain of how they think about themselves, not about you. I learned another hard lesson. Man, how many hard lessons can I learn in one life? Holy crap. And by implementing these strategies, you can help those autistic individuals and other people on and off the spectrum navigate grief and loss in a way that isn't comfortable and empowering for them. Like I said, make sure you listen, be present, create a comfortable environment, not my room of hell, and that is hot as hell. And do not try to fix everything. It is not, you can't possibly fix everything, because if you are, well, think of it also like the Wizard of Oz in The Wizard of Oz. He is the absolutely worst wizard ever. He didn't, I mean, even he admitted himself and was like, I'm just a very bad wizard. Yeah, he really is. But so that, just remember those 4 things that I told you, and that's how you create a grief-friendly environment for those on and off the autism spectrum. Thank you.
I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.
I'm Crystal Robinson. I'm a National Board Certified Health and Wellness Coach and the founder of Crystal Moon Holistic Healing. Here's what I know. Most people wait until something breaks. Their body, their spirit, or their relationships, before they stop and ask, what am I doing with my life? I've been there. I had the career, the family, the outside success, but inside I was running on fumes, and eventually my body made the choice for me. Now I help people make the shift before it gets to that point. And if you're already there, I help you come back stronger. Transformational coaching isn't about quick fixes. It's not about surface level change or following a checklist. It's about getting honest about what's draining you, what you're carrying that isn't yours, and what you've ignored for too long. We talk about your patterns, your choices, your stress, your health, and we reconnect it all. Mind, body, spirit. I bring over 30 years of engineering experience and combine that with holistic science-backed coaching that meets you where you are. There's no judgment here, just truth, and the tools to help you live with more clarity, energy, and purpose. If you're ready for real change, the kind that lasts, I invite you to schedule a free 1-hour clarity call. No pressure, no performance. Just a space for you to explore what's next with support. Go to crystalmoonholistichealing.com or email me directly, crystallee@crystalmoonholistichealing.com to book your call. Wellness Simplified, your path to clarity, joy, and healing, bringing you back to you. You don't have to keep doing life the way you always have. You get to choose differently. Let's take that step.
Hey y'all, I'm so happy to be with you today. How are you doing? Today is just a very beautiful day, and I know it's been so awesome being here, and it's also been a very beautiful journey all the way together. So I don't know where you are in your journey. I just want to encourage you that it's been It's been so good all the way. It's been so good all the way. You know, most times we are stuck in our journey. Most times we don't even know where we are in our journey. But I tell you, if you are stuck in your journey, this particular segment is one segment that you need to be. Okay, so today I want to thank you all for joining us on this conference because it's been a very great journey together and it's been so awesome knowing that we've been here moving on in this journey. So I'm actually going to be talking about something that means so much to me, and I know it means a lot to most of us. So now I want you to know that it's going to be, we can make it as interactive as we can. You can comment, you can ask questions as we go through in this journey, and you will really be very glad that you did. So the first thing I want you to understand is that in our journey of grief, most of us lose one particular thing, and that thing is our body, our soul, our heart. Okay, in our journey through trauma, we lose a lot, and that is why today we'll be looking at this topic, which we have up here, and that is healing the heart and body, restoring intimacy after trauma. So now, when we're talking about this, what do we mean? I just want to encourage us to be part of this, to open up as much as we can. So I just want to welcome you again to this beautiful segment because it's awesome. And I like asking everyone, how are you? How have you been? And how are you? My name is Ruth Hepzibah, and I'm the founder of Sacred Sensuality Movement, which is also the founder of Grief to Grace International. Sacred Sensuality Movement is just a program we have in Grief to Grace International. So I'm a psychosocial specialist and I'm a fresh start advocate, and I'm honored to be with you all today to talk about something that is really personal and powerful, something that deeply resonates with me and with a lot of us. So today we'll be diving into something that is very tender and something that is very real. Healing the heart and body, restoring intimacy after trauma and disconnection. So I want us to loosen up, anyhow we can. Take a deep breath, do all that you can, get your books, get your pen. And I like doing a lot of interventions, but because of time, we may not do so much. We may not do intervention.